Hello, 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 everybody. How are we doing? File on in. Everybody come in. Say hello. Or привет. Depending on if you're feeling Russian. Hey, Mika. What's up, guys? How goes it? How are things? Things are good. Huh? Yeah, Mika. We are happy. Give me a paw. That's a paw. Good girl. We're going to watch this Wick panel today on Israel and Iran. Noah, Connor, Lycan, and then a couple people I don't even fucking know. But those three alone are worth the price of admission. So that'll be fun. That'll be interesting. Oh, Noah's gonna be so fucking soy, dude. Holy shit. Not much. Just been having the good old fast food is not cheaper than grocery shopping. Without a touch lefties. Do they think fast food is cheaper than grocery shopping? The only way they could think that is if they're only buying fast food and don't buy groceries. Which is not a good look. That's a bad look. Because, like, how the fuck else could you possibly think that? Huh? You know, Mika. You know. You're staring right at me. Oh, I know why. I know why. You want a peanut. Yeah, you want a peanut, don't you? You say please. Say please. There you go. Good girl. Love if you like, fuck the oppressive bourgeoisie corpos, but also McDonald's is the lifeblood and savior of the proletariat. True. Quite true. That's so weird, dude. Like, nowadays, fast food is like a treat. Plus, you shouldn't be eating fast food all the time, anyways. How you get like a fucking fatty liver disease and diabetes? It's bad for you. Mika. Move, Mika. Soda, Gatorade, Powerade are a factor too. But, but, but Gatorade has electrolytes. It is what plants crave. Fucking Brondo, man. What, do they want us to drink water? Like, out of the toilet? It's always food deserts, blah, blah, blah. Some people don't own stoves, blah, blah, blah. It's fucking dumb, dude. It's pretty fucking dumb. How dare they even talk about it while there's a genocide going on? How dare they? That's my new favorite thing to say when anybody complains about anything. It's just, how dare you? There's a genocide going on. Hit him with the, yes, hang on. There's a genocide going on. Somebody did that on Denim's GoFundMe. Okay. All right. We're here now. The stream has started. I haven't looked it up, Neighbor Uni. Hit me with the link. I want to look. Let's see the retardation of Denim's GoFundMe. Oh, this will be fun. This is going to be a good old time. It's not sending. How is it not even sending? Candy. Life. Yeah. What are you hype about? Yeah. What are you hype about? Neighbor Uni, are you in my Discord? You're not... Nada? Nothing? No Discord for me. Okay. Lame, but okay. Denim's GoFundMe. Apparently, everyone's clowning on her right now. So, Denim's v. Ethan Klein Fair Use Lawsuit Defense Fund. 8%. Alright, let's see. A lot of these are just nothing. Did she? I don't know. Is this the right one, Neighbor Uni? This is the right one, right? Yeah, okay. Here's this Gatorade and some plant food thing. Does it actually work? What are you talking about, Daniel? What was you talking about? The comments. Oh, the comments. Alright. Muffin money. Lifelong supply of matzo balls up for grabs. Then take her to church and court for trying to take your children from you. Nice. I hope Ethan spends this money on Sabra. I love this. I love this. Because they're all assuming she's going to lose, and she probably is. Denim's husband, you'll win this. This is either him being a simp or someone being meta and hilarious as fuck. Rusty Shackelford! Yes! Ethan Klein has done more to improve Twitch than the owners and management of Twitch. Stop seeking attention online. How do you take this money in good conscience? Wait, let's put a face to the name. Okay. Pull up Rusty Shackelford. Here he is. There's Rusty. Okay. Hating Jews is bad. Ethan, don't settle. Bleeder bank account bone dry. Ethan, I hope this $5 goes towards a new Patek or my personal favorite watch. The 222, you earned it. I love this. Everyone's just putting the money in, like, He's gonna take this money. This is so funny. How can you crowdsource legal defense when there's a genocide happening? Oh, so good. Hey, Denims. I was going to subscribe to Ethan, but I figured this way the money would go to him anyway. It's good. Now I can finally donate ethically to the clients. Was originally going to donate this to the Children's Cancer Research Fund, but this seems like a better cause. Jam, a man of fortune. Okay, hold on. He's going to donate to Gaza, but I think you need it more. Here's $5 to give to Ethan Klein. Where's, Oh, Drew Pavlu. Yeah, there he is. That's good. That's fun. That's a good time. Wow, she's just getting fucking shat on. You gotta love it. When is this, how long is this going for? Or is GoFundMe, like, not a time limit? Oh, you could just leave it? Okay. 100... Bro, I think she's overestimating the amount of money her viewers are going to spend on her. 100K? Y'all's tripping. Y'all's be tripping. Alright, guys. Let's set a new follower goal. Should we jump it up to 150? No? What should we put it at? I'm saying since we're past 100, we would set a new follower goal. I need about tree. It was about that time I noticed that Girl Scout was a 200-foot monster from the Cretaceous era. I said, like this monster, you give me back my tree fitty. 169. I think 150 is reasonable. Can't believe people are giving her money. It's not worth it for the insults. I mean, it doesn't look like she's going to hit her goal, so it might be worth it. Alas, I wasn't into the Mimi movies at the time. Idiocracy? Oh, Daniel. Oh, Daniel. That's a classic, my friend. It's a shame. Alright, let's see. New goal. Pocket the donos and blow it on a Rolex. Okay, let's take a look at this. And I'll set the new goal. We'll do 150. 150. How about that? That feels good, guys. That feels real good. Give me a sec. Hang on. I was just setting the new follower goal. Some personal news. What? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. Today I'm leaving the Atlantic after almost... Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm moving on from Denims. I don't give a shit about her. She sucks. Today I'm leaving the Atlantic after almost 17 years of moving my writing to Substack. It would be convenient for the purposes of crafting an exciting departure announcement, to have dramatic exit story, a fight, a grievance, a shouting match with an editor that ended with me hurling a bunch of leather-backed Thoreau volumes across the open plan office. That is not the case here. Oh shit, neighborony, you're right. I did it again, Candy. I forgot to unmute the computer. Candy, say hi.
Oh, hey.
Now you can hear her. Yeah, I know. I fucked that up. I've done that a few times recently. At least you all notice like early, right? I love the
He
Atlantic and I'll remain
purposely
it.
mutes me because he doesn't want me to say, let me stop.
I would
I'm
leave
just
you
kidding.
muted if that's what I wanted to do. I love The Atlantic and I'll remain a contributing writer there, but after almost two decades at one publication, wanted to write for myself. The things I've published that I'm most proud of, whether it was the original Abundance Agenda essay or my piece on workism. My brain first looked at that, saw wokeism. I was like, what? Emerged from a very personal expression of frustration or confusion or curiosity. I wanted to know what my thinking and writing is like if I lean into a more independent personal writing life. That's brought me to Substack, which is already home to an astonishing share of my overall reading. I'm excited to join their community and excited to build my own. The name of the newsletter should be easy to remember: Derek Thompson. The newsletter will have three main pillars. Getting pretty close to 5 pillars of Islam. 1. Abundance. 2. The frontier of science and technology, GLP-1s, AI, biotech, energy breakthroughs, covered in a way that's both curious and skeptical. 3. The antisocial century and the social crises of anxiety and aloneness. Thanks to The Atlantic for 16.8 incredible years. Thanks to everybody who follows me across the river. It's a bit anticlimactic. Huh? Remember, folks, this is a PSA. Save your channel points when you get... No, this is... Nope. We're deleting that one.
It's not. It's not 4,000. It's 5,000 for the chicken.
It is 5,000.
Which I have. I already said I have. I'm just gonna say. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jordan,
You're going to do it
look at it.
now?
Look. No, no,
No.
no. Look. Look at the chat.
¿Qué cosa?
Uh-oh.
Wait, what?
Corrigió
No,
4K a
well, no, but
5K.
that's fine.
Okay.
That's not technically a misspelling, right?
Okay.
That's just a mistake. Love that chicken from Popeye. Did that one guy from 60 Minutes ever make a statement why he left? I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one guy's name?
There was a few statements made by 60 Minutes because they couldn't be as independent as they once were and stuff like that. Yeah. It was.
Listen, neighbor Rooney, okay? This is the Islamic Republic of Jordan world, all right? I am the Ayatollah and the supreme
Yeah.
leader here, and I will censor as I
He's.
choose.
Yes. He's not.
You're gonna need to bomb me for regime change.
Wow.
No justice,
Let's
no peace. Re.
instead of Jordan, we're gonna call him Iran now.
Yeah, the Islamic
I'll
Republic
call him Iran.
of Jordan. No, that works because there's already Jordan, the country. But he's the guy who Trump said I did this interview because no. Oh yeah, the guy who said the picture of the tattoos was photoshopped. Oh, Gupatola. That's good. Oh man.
What happened to that guy? He got fired or something?
No, he left. He
The
left.
one that was like, no, that was Photoshop, and he kept trying to move on, and Trump wouldn't let him move on.
From the Twitch to the stream, Daniel will be free. Yeah, quote, left. Right? He might have been fired, who knows, but he left.
I wasn't even aware of that one.
Preach Habibi, inshallah. Oh man, that's funny. That's funny. I mean, this just seems like a much longer version of the first thing we already read. Should we
Yeah.
read this? Do you want me to read this, Neighbor Rooney, or can we?
Mhm.
Can we not? I think I'm gonna have to fight for Israel when I join the army. Are you joining the army, Nuclear? Also, hey, buddy. Nice.
Yeah, but this
Thank you,
story,
bud. Salute to you, sir.
Yeah, but the Substack is just, again, he said himself, I didn't leave because of something. He's just kind of just saying, I'm moving on to better pastures or whatever, or greener pastures.
What do all the men who don't
But
hate
there's
women think of that
nothing
woman in
interesting in
Georgia who
there.
had the baby extracted from her corpse? It's disgusting. It's one of the most awful, inhumane things I've ever heard of in my life. They finally took that baby out and let her fucking die. Jesus
What
Christ.
do
I think the baby made it. Yeah, the woman died. Was she starting to fucking decompose? Oh my god.
that is nasty.
I can't even imagine, dude. I'm gonna get emotional if we keep
And
talking
that
about
has
this.
to be,
What
that
did
has to
her
be that.
family want?
Hold on. If she's decaying and the baby feeds off the mother, then that cannot be good.
No. No.
That's what I'm saying. Because then they would be feeding off of her decaying body.
You betcha, easy. It's pretty gross.
That
Also, hey,
is
bud. Good to
something
see you.
else.
I have a feeling my opinions on the Iran situation are gonna bug you. Pro-life people are some of the most deranged psychopaths in the world. Agreed. What are the opinions on Iran? Fuck them up. That's my opinion.
No, no,
Not Candy.
no, no war.
Candy doesn't like
No,
stability.
no, no. Stop. It's not that instability. There's nothing there. Stop. They're just trying for regime change. That's all they're trying to do.
The
We're
least
going to go in
stable
there and we're going to
regime,
find out.
like
No,
the
no, no.
most hated regime by its own people
It's
on
not
the
up to.
planet.
It's not up to. No, it's not up to us to
Oh,
fucking
I'm tired
get
of
in
that
there. No,
argument. I don't think
no,
that argument holds
no,
water.
no. And I don't think your argument holds
We're
water.
the only ones
Oh,
who can
it's for
hit those nuclear
stability.
sites.
It's
We're the
for
only ones who can hit
stability.
those nuclear
Bullshit.
sites. It is up to
So what?
us.
No, 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 it's not. See, that's guy thinking. Oh yeah, bullets and bombs and anything that's destructive. That's man thinking.
So
We're gonna go
you
in
think
there
it's
and we're
better
gonna find
to
out
no,
that
just let
nothing's
me ask you
there,
something
and
that's not true. We already know there's something there. This
there
is not
is
a
nothing
question.
there. People keep testifying that there's nothing there.
Who?
Tulsi Gabbard and other
Tulsi
people.
fucking Gabbard?
Yeah, and she's a
You know what she
pro-Trumper.
said? Do you know what she said exactly?
What exactly did she say,
She
David?
said they were
Because I know
not
it.
in the middle of, they were not currently building a bomb. That's what she said.
Okay,
You don't
and
you don't see how that
Iran,
contradicts what you're saying?
Iran went to Europe. Iran went the leader of the guy from Europe went to Europe to ask them to broker a peace negotiation because
Yes, because they're getting
Israel.
their asses kicked. They were
No,
they
because
Oh my god.
Israel, yeah, because Israel is so fucking has a boner to destroy them that they don't want to have talks. So he has to go to the other leaders because our president is not up to, is following fucking
I don't know
Netanyahu.
why we are
So,
trusting a regime that is the center for instability in the region and has been for
oh my
decades.
God,
They have lied
stop.
at every possible turn. They have threatened so many of the countries that surround them. They are instrumental in almost all of the major death and destruction across the region for the last like 4 or 5 decades.
I'm sorry.
Why are
I'm
we
sorry.
trusting this?
I missed the. I must have missed the part where Israel has clean hands. Has never done anything wrong.
What
I'm
kind of
sorry.
a
I missed that part.
whataboutism argument is that?
That is not what about it. It's, how are you going to condemn one side and say, "Oh well,
I'm not
they're
talking about
unstable,"
Israel. I'm
like
talking
the
about
other
the
side.
problem of Iran. So if you're saying that Israel had clean
Problem.
hands
Israel
according
is
to
a
you. Wait, no,
problem.
no, 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 Candy,
Israel is
Candy.
a fucking
Let's
problem.
go ahead and follow. Let's go ahead and follow that line of logic. So if Israel had clean hands in this hypothetical, you'd be okay with it?
No,
So then why did you even bring that up?
because it's like the argument that you're using is like, "Oh, these so unstable, blah blah blah." Like they're the most evil out of everyone else. It's
Excuse
based
me.
on your argument.
Give me a single time where Israel was the cause of one of these conflicts.
They bomb other. They've been bombing Gaza.
You think Israel started the war in Gaza?
They didn't start the bombing Iran out of nowhere either, right?
This is like the first time that they have taken a
Oh,
preemptive
oh
situation,
wow, the first
and
time, right?
this was
Okay.
2 days after the IAEA went in and said that Iran was breaking proliferation. They were literally in violation of non-proliferation. You are not
Israel
enriching
want any
60%
excuse to
uranium
bomb
unless you're
these
trying to build
people. That's
nuclear
what he
weapons.
wants. Netanyahu is out of control. He wants any
This is
excuse.
nonsense. You're
Like
not
he has,
replying
like
to
he's
any
some
you're
saint
not replying with
sitting in
any
a
substance
throne.
to anything that I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
You're literally not. I'm explaining to you all of the geopolitical reasons why they went in there, and you're saying, oh, they're out of control, they're crazy. You're not actually responding to any of the substance that I'm saying. So what do we do about a country that's just been found to be breaking proliferation? 60% enriched uranium. What else are you going to use 60% enriched uranium? What other purpose do you even have for
I
60% enriched
understand
uranium?
nuclear. I understand that, but we have a fucking nuclear weapon too. So what are we gonna do? Are we gonna go after Russia and North Korea because they got nuclear weapons too?
Yeah, because they already have them,
And they
and now
are a
there's nothing
threat.
we can do about it.
Are a threat. And there's nothing we could do about it. We should. It's nothing we should have been doing about it to begin with.
So
Just
your
like we
point
left them
is,
alone.
just to be clear, Candy, your point is Iran should be able to develop nuclear weapons. I just want you to say that clearly, and we can move on.
We allow other people to have them.
Okay, so Candy believes Iran should be able to have nuclear weapons. I disagree with that. I don't think the center of all of the conflicts in the Middle East, the reason why that region is so unstable, the reason why the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, and all the other proxies are being able to do what they're doing should have the added defense of being able to say, oh, now we have a nuclear threat on our side. I don't think that's a good thing.
But that's life. That's what we. That's the world we live in. North Korea has
Why?
nukes.
Why is that the world
Russia
that we?
has
That
nukes
doesn't have to be the world that we
because
live in.
other countries have them. It's like if you want to get rid of nukes, fine. Get rid
This
of
is not. This
everybody's
is
nukes.
not a good argument.
No, 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 no.
I'm
Stop,
sorry.
stop, stop. If you want to get rid of nukes, I'm down with that. Get rid of everybody's nukes. West can have nukes. Russia can have nukes. North Korea. Nobody can have nukes. Make it even
I
across the
don't want
board.
anybody to have nukes.
But then make it even across the board.
What do you
Don't
mean
go
make
after one
it
person.
even? Who's the arbiter of that?
They might, and it's not even like they have and whatever a nuke.
By
They
my count,
might.
we're
There's a
three
lot of
against three.
supposition.
By
They
my count, it
might.
is
They're
even.
working on this.
By
This
my
da da
count,
da.
it is
They
even,
could.
Candy. It's 3v3. Russia, North Korea, Pakistan, India, Israel, the United States. And I don't even agree with that argument. I don't
As
think
far as
that's a good
what?
argument.
As far as
Who have
what?
nukes.
More countries have nukes than that. The
Uh,
UK doesn't have nukes.
I don't think so. Does the UK have nukes? I don't think so.
Does Canada have nukes?
Definitely not. UK has nukes? Oh, okay, well, there you go. Then we got one up. Let's go, baby! I don't understand why we want. I just think it's ridiculous to say we should be
I
cool
don't think no.
with
You're,
having
I think,
Iran having nukes.
I
Iran
think
are fucking maniacs. Absolutely, neighbor Rooney. They're maniacs. They're insane. He's an Islamist fundamentalist.
So is North
yeah,
Korea.
and we
So
didn't
is
want North
Russia.
Korea to have nukes. And if we could have stopped them,
Okay, so
we
let's
would
go in
have.
there. Let's go in there and bomb them too and bomb
No,
them.
it's too late now.
Why is it too late?
Because they have the nukes, Candy.
Okay.
And they will use them.
Okay.
If we bomb North Korea, they will use a nuke. They are crazy.
It's not a retarded comparison. It's like what I'm saying is, if we don't want anybody to have nukes, then get rid of everybody's nukes, pretty much.
I would love to get rid of everybody's
not
nukes.
necessarily bombing them, but we could maybe go sit down, have agreements made, have a talk, where everybody gets rid of their nukes. You know what I mean?
In
And
that lovely, happy-go-lucky, perfect dream world, that would be great. But that's not the world that we live in, Candy. We've had deals before.
Leave them alone. We don't need to interfere in that shit. We interfere in that shit. We are going to not only fuck up a country, but we are going to be more at risk because they are going to retaliate.
Easy. I believe it's everybody have a nice meeting and we all agree to denuclearize is what I can hear, unless there's more to the plan than what you're saying, Candy.
That we are also risking retaliation from our soldiers being overseas and being targeted because they're again America is interfering.
That's called a war.
Is it not a war to bomb another country?
Yeah. And if we put boots on the ground, we would be putting.
We're going to war with Iran. So we're actively going to go to war with Iran.
Israel is in a war with Iran. Israel is in. Hang on. Israel is in a war with Iran. If we were to do bombing missions, that wouldn't necessarily mean that we are at war with Iran.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious.
No, that's literally the definition.
That is hilarious.
So do you think that we were at war with Libya?
We are bombing another country, yet that doesn't mean war.
Yeah. There's different words mean different things, Candy.
Okay.
This would be like a bombing operation or a bombing campaign. This wouldn't necessarily be considered a war. And specifically, if we're talking about the legal definition of war, Congress has to declare war.
It's not an act of war.
You said an act of war? I mean, maybe. You probably call that an act of war.
Wait, somebody asked me a question. What? I'm not easy. I'm not, okay, I know. It could be hard to get rid of everybody in these lyrics, right? But I'm saying if we're going to go after one, we're going to get after all because they're not the only one. They don't even have to know. God damn it.
It's just not tenable. That's not realistic. Russia's not giving up their nuclear weapons. North Korea sure as shit isn't giving up their nuclear weapons. Pakistan isn't giving up their nuclear weapons. And Iran's about to get nuclear weapons and they'll never give theirs up. So why are we not going to stop this before it happens? Instead of letting another country, one, by the way, that is super out of control, get nuclear weapons and use that to bully everybody in the region, why wouldn't we do what we can to stop them from attaining those nuclear weapons?
Yeah, I
agree.
Nuclear is funny. Nuclear, the name, it's funny at this moment. I understand that, but that's not our fight. That's not our war. We need to stop interfering in the wars that have been existing
nuclear
over there.
Nuclear weapons are everybody's fight. They're everybody's
years,
problem.
Probably, right?
Nuclear
we need to stop interfering in these wars.
Nuclear weapons are everybody's problem. They're not just one group's problem. We have bases around the Middle East. We have allies around the Middle East. There are targets in the Middle East that could be hit that are not just going to affect those people, that are going to affect people globally, if not just for the populations that will be struck, but for the economic impacts those things will have. This is not an isolated issue.
You
Did Jamie
could
pull
drum
up a
up.
video on
Oh,
what nuclear fallout
and,
would be
and
like?
you think that bombing them will not have similar
It's not going to have similar
prob-
consequences, no. There will be some
consequences? No,
consequences,
no,
but they're not
really,
going to be the same as them acquiring a nuclear bomb. No.
really.
Really.
I think personally you have bias. I don't think you're
Do I
biased.
think there
You
are
just
other
don't
ways?
like
I mean,
Iran.
we've tried other ways, have we not?
No, because Iran went to Europe to try to get them to broker a deal where they
Candy,
basically
they
kind
were
of like what
already part of
Obama
a
had.
deal. They were already part of a deal and they violated that deal.
And
That's what the
no,
IAEA
Israel,
found just before this whole thing started.
Israel. Hold on. Do you want me to find the clip where in they were supposed to meet in June on June 14th? He said the
In
prime minister of
Oman,
Israel said
they were
they
going
were
to
supposed to
Oman. They
meet
were
on
going to
June
be.
and before
I'm aware.
right and before that happened, Israel bombed them.
I agree, neighbor Rooney.
So who's
It
bad
should be
faith?
all out regime change. Um, they've.
Y'all
This is
crazy.
absolutely
Y'all
right,
fuck.
nuclear. They've lied to us so much about this shit. They've agreed multiple times that they wouldn't enrich uranium, not just with the United States, which they did back in
But
2015
we
under Obama.
don't know
Let me,
that. We
Candy,
don't know that.
Candy. If you're not going to listen, we can't have the conversation. So please let me finish. In 2015, they agreed to a nuclear deal with Obama. There wasn't much teeth to the deal, but we were able to watch it. At that time, they appeared to be playing ball. Then the orange idiot came in and he tore up that deal. Since then, we presume since then, because we don't know the whole timeline, they have been enriching uranium. While they are part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty in the UN, okay? Which means they were allowing watchdogs to come in and check. And what happened right before Israel started their bombing campaign was that watchdog came in and said, we have found that they are in violation of this treaty, which means that they were enriching uranium well beyond which would have been acceptable for civilian use. There is no other reason for uranium enrichment beyond 20%, you know, usually beyond 10%, but 20% for medical devices, I believe is what Cosmic was telling me the other day when we were talking about this. That's not going to be used for a nuclear weapon. So we do know this. When Tulsi Gabbard said they were not currently building a bomb, that is a very literal statement. That just means they are currently not physically constructing a bomb. That does not mean that they do not have the intent to.
So now we're bombing countries based on intent. That is so
There's
insane to me. I
so what
can't.
other
I can't
intent
with
would
you
you?
guys.
I'm
I
sorry.
can't.
What
I
other
can't. I
intent?
can't with you guys. Well,
What
oh
other
well,
intent would you have for 60% enriched
a
uranium, Candy?
minority
Please tell me.
report. Well, we're precogging what could
It's
happen
not
in the
precogging.
future.
There's
Okay,
only one
okay.
use for uranium
Precogging.
enriched beyond 20%, Candy. There is only one
Listen,
use.
they might want to heat their homes in the winter. Who
That is
cares?
not, you do not need uranium enriched beyond
I
20%.
know that. I'm being facetious.
Okay, but you
I'm being
understand that
facetious.
is
But again,
clear
you
intent.
guys basically precogging something that
We're
hasn't
not
happened
precogging.
yet, or
That's
there's no
it's
proof
cogged. It is
of
post-cogged.
happening.
It is post-cogged. Desired enrichment for nuclear power is about 10% easy. Asiatic cheetah? Oh, you're telling me there's an endangered species there? Well, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, nuclear big leak. It's not as if they don't say that all the fucking time. Like publicly. I agree, Neighboruni. I agree there are environmental implications. There are also environmental implications with a country that, could very well use a nuclear bomb developing one.
Recalling. Yeah, they
Mm-hmm.
could. Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
Easy. That is
guess
another
what?
great point.
Guess
It
what?
is it is
North
way
Korea
easier.
has bombs and they could use them too, but we're not going after them, right?
Yeah, because if we
'Cause
go
Under
after
this,
them,
under
Candy, because if we go after them, they will use them.
oh my God, this is so idiotic. This idea that
Can you
oh
refute that point?
they possibly they know better than to fucking come on, stop.
Why would you want to roll the dice? Why would you want to take the chance? That doesn't make any sense. There's nothing good that's going to come out of them getting a nuclear bomb. I don't understand this.
No, my idea is geopolitics is we should mind our own fucking business. How
You
about that?
can't. You can't.
That
When you're
is, yes, you
talking about
can.
a
Yes,
power
you can.
getting a nuclear weapon, that's not something you just mind your own business about. That affects
Yes, you
everybody.
do. No, it doesn't.
That's just not true.
That is not. It is true. The only people that would affect is going to affect the people that are around them, right? And this is a war
No.
they've been fighting.
No. That's not true. Things like this can have wide reaching economic effects. Iran has threatened to strike like oil reserves and oil fields and shit like that. That's going to fuck up the whole world oil economy, for example. There's all kinds of effects.
Oh, so we're after the oil. That's what it is. Okay, okay. At least the mask is coming off, right?
Oh, fuck me, dude. I can't.
Because that's really what it comes down to.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Do you think it would be good for the world economy if oil prices skyrocketed? You think it'd be good for you, for me, for anybody else who relies on the cost of certain things being in a certain range
I'm
in
not
order
even
for us
gonna
to.
I'm not gonna even dignify that with an answer.
So yes, you think that would be good.
You're saying you're basically saying, oh my God, I can't. I can't. I
No, say
cannot
it.
even.
Please say it.
I can't. You're just literally saying it's about the oil.
That's one thing. There's many other things. That is one
Wow.
thing.
It's about the oil.
I does anybody? I can't. I've tried, guys. Does anybody else want to jump up here and give it
It's
a
about
shot?
the oil. That's all it is.
Goodness gracious.
That's all it is. You
I mean, like,
using
to
the
ignore
pretext that oh well
economics?
they might, they could, they this, they that in an effort to basically
Oh,
take
Easy's
over
coming on up.
their
Easy wants to give it a shot. Go ahead, buddy.
make sure his mic is not muted.
No, my mic is not muted.
Hey,
I have
bud.
been listening.
Da-
Hello.
Daniel,
Nuclear. It should be right in my
also
about
putting
section.
blockade. It's putting blockades in Gaza and not letting aid pass through. So do we support that? Go ahead, Easy Rider.
I'm a little curious what you think we should do with Iran, Candy. Like what?
I think we
Go
should
on,
mind
go
our
on.
business and maybe have talks with them because they went to the EU, right? And maybe we could draft another agreement where it was similar to what Obama had, where they would go, people can go in there and inspect and make sure that they're not, they don't want to be uh, in the position
The
they're in right now.
IAEA have had access
Nobody
to
does.
their
To say that
nuclear.
any country wants to be in the position they are right now, where they're getting bombed constantly, and maybe looking at the U.S. also bombing them. Nobody wants to be in that position, right?
The
So,
IAEA, the Atomic Authority, have had access to Iran forever, for a long time now. even after Trump canned the whole deal that Obama made with them, even after that, they've had access. They know what's going on. They're not being given full access because Iran doesn't want them to have full access. The reason, of course, this is all going down
That's
is
what I'm
because
saying.
Trump
We could
canned
use
the whole.
we could use our leverage, right, to
What
pressure
leverage?
them.
What
To
leverage?
be the bunker buster,
So what we're doing right
whatever,
now.
the threat. Right.
So what we're
We
doing
could
right
use that
now.
as leverage,
So what
not
we're doing
do
right
it,
now.
not do it,
We
but
haven't done it.
use it as
That's what we're
leverage.
doing. But that's exactly what
No, that's
Trump
not.
is doing.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Guys,
That's
guys,
not what we're
guys,
doing
let's not
because
talk
Trump
over
is
each
not
other.
sitting down with them and trying to have. He had to
So,
go to the EU to have talks with the EU, and maybe the EU can talk to Trump. Trump is his own person.
Candy,
When
Candy,
Tulsi
for
Gabbard said something,
Candy,
hold on one second. When
go.
Tulsi
Just
Gabbard
make
said,
sure when you make your point, give Easy some time to respond without interrupting him, and then
"No,
you
I
guys just
understand."
go
When
back and
Tulsi
forth.
Gabbard said what she said, what did Trump reply? Oh, I don't care what she said because it doesn't matter. Anybody could go up to him and say, listen, this is not happening right now. But in his mind, because he's getting voices in his eye, people talking in his ear, oh, this is happening. I don't care what they say. Do you understand what I'm saying? What we should be doing is using leverage and taking it to instead of making threats like, oh, you better surrender, like telling them they need to surrender. Like, what the fuck is that shit? What are we doing? Okay, easy. Sorry.
You said that you think we ought to use the bunker buster as a threat to try and pull them into line.
No.
Is
But I mean,
that
like,
no, you said that? Is that not what's being said so far?
no.
Oh, I dropped a peanut.
No. So the news is wrong. The White House spokesperson is wrong.
Come here, baby.
That's not what's happening.
No, because there is no talks in between. What Trump keeps saying is, "Oh, I don't know, I might do it. Give me 2 weeks.
You don't need to
Maybe
have talks
nobody
for
knows
a
what I'm
threat
thinking.
to be a
Blah blah
threat.
blah."
Hold on, Candy. Do you think Trump should announce every? Remember, this is a man who is rightly or wrongly is the leader of the free world. Do you think he ought to announce every plan he's making regarding this to the entire world so the Iranians know what's
Not
coming?
plan. I understand, but not plans. But if you're going to do that, then follow that with, okay, I'm going to sit down and have talks, right?
How do you know
With
that's
them.
not going on behind closed doors?
Because it's Trump and he's the one saying,
No, no,
"Oh,
no, no,
I'm
no,
going to
no,
do
no,
it. I'm going to bunker."
Candy.
He's
Right
flexing his
now,
muscles.
Candy, there are Iranian representatives who have flown to Oman who are right now in negotiations. Were you aware
Right.
of that?
Yes.
Okay. So there are negotiations happening, right?
Yeah, but not with us. We're the ones.
No. You don't know you don't know who they're negotiating with. You don't. Right?
Trump
All
made
we
it
know,
already clear that nothing that comes from anybody's mouth makes a difference.
Yeah, he's folded on certain things before.
Yeah, like he was planning to go in just a few days ago,
as you know.
and then after discussions with his cabinet, he decided to hold off on the decision for 2 weeks. So that's
Yeah, 2 weeks is his go-to.
I agree with you,
But
neighbor Rooney. That's what I want.
If we're the ones making the threat, then I think we should be part of the negotiations, right? We should be there, and instead of Trump on TV boasting, well, you don't know what I'm gonna do. I might do it. I might still do it. You know what I mean? Like this.
Iran has already said
rubbing his own ego. Like, yeah, I might do it. I'm gonna do it. Blah, blah,
Iran
blah.
has said that they're not going to negotiate with us as long as
Making
Israel is doing
everything-
their attacks, and Israel's not going to stop. So that's kind of out the window for now.
Why is it Israel stopping?
Because Iran is an existential threat to them?
But that's what I'm. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying, oh my God.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't agree with regime change either, neighbor Rooney.
So have Iran stop doing what they're doing. If just basically negotiate a ceasefire, and Iran is like, no, we're not going to stop.
Say that again.
And they're the bad guys.
Say that again.
we have an opportunity for to do like a ceasefire. Okay, let's stop this. Iran needs to stop bombing us, and we can sit down at the
Yeah, but
table.
Candy, how has
We
that gone historically for Israel with respect to ceasefires with Iran or its proxies?
It's different now, right? Because
How?
it's not entirely different. We have
it
How?
is.
to be
Because Israel basically is flexing his muscle on basically using the U.S. to flex their muscle. They have the backing of the United States. Whereas before, we would be involved, but not like what
I
Trump
see
is
you, Rooney. I
doing
see
or
what you're saying.
saying in public.
well, like Candy, for example, like we have to like concede like a few things. Like the major thing that Jordan has said before, for example. Do I sound okay? First of all,
You sound great, and it's
Mhm.
great to hear your voice,
okay.
buddy. Welcome. Good to see you.
Gracias. Thank you, thank you. We just have to make one thing clear, and I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha. This is just like the way that things are, and
Have you?
Jordan has said it multiple times. Okay, so, I'm sorry, but like if, for example, would is it like is it reasonable to say, since they're trying to enrich, and there's credible sources that have claimed that they're trying to enrich past 30%, they're already at 60%, they may even be higher than that, and we know that you only need 20 to 30% to
Yeah,
make
because
nuclear
we don't
reactors. If
really
they're
know
trying
what's
to get
going
up to
on at Fordo.
right, but if they're trying to get up to like 60 to 90%, and they're not far off, that they would be trying to make a weapon. They're clearly not just doing it to create some kind of peaceful little reactor to warm their cities. They're using it for the purposes of making a weapon.
Joking
And
when
if
I
they
said
do,
that.
and yeah,
I was joking when I said that.
Pardon?
So I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that we don't know. We're going off of hypotheticals, right? And that
eh,
is scary. The last time
Not
we went off
really.
of hypotheticals, we invaded Afghanistan, right?
So
And it turns out that they didn't have shit over
so
there.
hang on. Let me address this real quick. So Iraq, I think, is what you're talking about. Um,
Wow, wow, wow.
Iraq, yeah. Um,
Yeah.
that was far more hypothetical than this. And even with the hypothetical situation in Iran, there were some,
Not far more
weapons that were found.
hypothetical.
but it's like trying to
Yes,
compare
yes, it
again. Like we
is.
have to understand these
I don't.
people, and I
Let me
just
just
like
say
the
this
thing
real
is like,
quick. Let me just say this
go
real
ahead, go
quick,
ahead.
nuclear, and then you go ahead.
Very good.
60% enriched uranium is not a hypothetical, Candy. And it's not that we kind of think there are. Independent observers from the UN have confirmed that they have 60% enriched uranium. When I say there is no other use for 60%, well, technically 90%, but there's no use for uranium enriched beyond 20%, which is even a stretch there, than for the development of nuclear weapons. I'm not saying, oh, there might be one sort of thing. There is literally no other possible use for it.
And it's fair to say, obviously, because as much as I want to be peaceful about everybody and give everyone the benefit of the doubt, we know that Iran has supplied Hamas and many other terrorist organizations. Their goal, to be completely honest, if they had the opportunity, they would be trying to destroy Israel, and they want to. They
Whether
will
that's
do
through a
whatever they
nuke
can.
or some other way. Yeah.
Exactly. If they have the means, they will use it. They are, as much as I'd like to, again, I'm trying to be as fair as I can to the Iranians. These aren't Iranian civilians we're talking about. We're talking about the high command here.
Right.
They will do everything in their power to destroy Israel. They're not just they will, if they have the opportunity, they will strap a fucking device to a warhead, and they already have the ballistic missiles that have penetrated the Iron Dome, and they will, like they're already doing everything they can to destroy Israel. They're sending ballistic missiles into open cities. And again, Israel is not, I'm not trying to say that Israel is a good guy here, because we know that Israel can do things that are antithetical to peace. They have done things that have proliferated war, and we know that. But we know that Iran's, like, one of their main goals is the destruction of the only Jewish state that exists. And if they can create the warhead to put on a ballistic missile, they will absolutely do it. And like I said before, and I don't, I want to go, I'm going to be a little bit honest. It's going beyond speculation to say that they would without question, try to destroy Israel with a nuclear weapon. The second that they have it, they would send it, whether it's a ballistic missile, whether it's strapped to a fucking car, they will do it if they have the chance. We have to at least like acknowledge that.
You have to even if they might not, we kind of have to move forward assuming that they would, because one of the most important things we should do is we should believe countries when they say they're gonna do shit. And Iran has made it very clear that they want to destroy Israel. That they have made clear. They may not have said specifically with a nuclear weapon, but that will allow them more of an opportunity to do so. If not from the nuclear weapon itself, from the fact that they are now able to say, hey, if you attack us, we'll use a nuclear weapon. And they'll hide behind that to continue funding the proxies, to continue finding new ways to attack Israel.
Iran
and
is not
other,
the only one
other countries in the region.
proxies. Russia fucking also funds.
Iran is basically a proxy for Russia.
Come on.
Iran is basically a proxy for Russia, Candy.
Okay, so let's go after Russia too, because they're fucking funding.
No, but we can't, because they already have nuclear weapons.
Yeah, if we went after Russia,
that's why I said basically, Cosmic. That's why I said.
So let's get rid of Iran, which is let's go.
We're not even trying to destroy all of Iran. We have. I hate again. I'm not trying to Again, I'm really not trying to stand for the fucking war criminals in fucking foreign nations, but they would at any given opportunity. They would use a nuclear weapon, and it doesn't necessarily mean that every other country, if they get destroyed, or if they use the weapon against Israel, it's not guaranteed that Russia and China are going to be like, okay, well, they used one, so we're just going to immediately launch everything. So we can't just necessarily go after Russia if we go after Iran. Whereas if they build a weapon, which I don't know exactly, I can't speak to Putin's mind about how he feels about just destroying Iran or destroying Israel, but they're not fully in support of what Iran is doing, because they know that it could escalate things further. And if Iran does use a weapon, there's no guarantee that they're going to just follow it up with a full-out attack on the West, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but okay. Let's say, hold on. I'll give you. Let's say Let's say that Iran is threatening to get rid of Israel or whatever, right? Right. But don't other countries do that too? Isn't the I don't.
For example, I'll use a different hypothetical just to try and put it into perspective. If Hamas could develop nuclear technology, given what happened on October 7th and the following things that Israel has done, because again, I will be fair, Israel has gone above and beyond trying to just destroy everything related to terrorism, whether it's killing civilians or other things. I'm not trying to defend their actions, but don't you think that if Hamas had a nuclear weapon, or if Hezbollah or if the Houthis had one, would it not stand to reason that they would try in their power to blow up Israel with a nuclear bomb as soon as possible?
Wouldn't it stand also to reason that if that doing so would be detrimental to them, because other countries would go and retaliate?
Yeah, I understand that, but even if we retaliate, for example,
let's say let's say they launch a weapon towards Israel. You don't think that the rest of the world is just going to sit back and say, "Oh, they did that," and they're not going to try?
Even if we retaliated with our own response, whether it's a single warhead, whether it's multiple warheads against the main hubs of Iran where they're actually able to do this, it stands to reason, as far as we know from multiple different intelligences and things like that. Again, I'm not saying this is absolutely concrete, but there is a good chance that if we destroyed Iran for using that kind of weapon, that China and Russia would just be like, well, we hate you even more. But there's a very good chance they would not retaliate with their own nuclear weapons, because nobody wants to have nuclear war. This is why Russia has not, in the last 40 years since the Cold War, however many years since the Cold War ended, they have not done, regardless of our responses. You've seen how many times we've gone and invaded countries that they're quote unquote aligned with, and they have not decided, okay, well, this is going to be the one time that we're just going to say, no, we're going to launch our weapons and we're going to cause the end of the world, basically World War III or whatever you want to call it. I don't know if, but yeah.
Why is it more likely that they won't use a weapon, but it's more likely that the other people would use their weapons?
I can answer. Okay. Do you understand the devotion these far right-wing Islamists have for the deletion of the Jewish state at any cost, including their own. Do you understand that cost? Do you understand what they are willing to do? They would die martyrs willingly. They would sacrifice their entire country.
They would sacrifice
Let me finish.
their
Candy. I have to finish, Candy. They would do anything they can, and they would die martyrs willingly, sacrificing their entire country to delete the Jewish nation. Do you understand that?
I don't believe that.
So you don't know anything about Islam.
Okay.
This is an Islamic state, right?
We have to at least acknowledge that. Think about again. There are many years between these things, but think about 9/11 and many people who have supported things like that have happened. They will, and the thing that's nice, or not nice, but the thing about Russia and China is they can just sit back and say, well, if something happens, it's not necessarily we didn't start it or anything. But these, any jihadist will tell you that they will die for the destruction of Israel. They will allow their country, or at least however many millions of people, to be bombed to oblivion in order to achieve that goal.
Wasn't it
Nasrallah?
Nasrallah?
You don't believe that.
Wasn't it
You don't believe the
Nasrallah,
feeling is mutual.
who was the head of Hezbollah, which is an Iranian-funded proxy, who specifically said, we want all of the Jews to come to Israel so we can kill them all at once.
And you don't believe the feeling is mutual.
The feeling is mutual
No.
only out of a result of the situation.
I don't think that is.
It's not a religiously motivated, we want to kill all of those people. They just want to get the people you keep trying to kill them to stop doing it. Yeah. All Canada has to do is look at Hamas and Gaza. They said they're a proud nation of martyrs and would sacrifice as many civilians as needed. Neighboruni, because all of those people who died in any retaliation would get to heaven. This needs to be explicitly mentioned. This is very specifically outlined in Islamic doctrine. Now, to be clear, we don't think most Muslims around the world believe that or are like that. Okay? These are fundamentalists.
Like it stands to reason. Obviously, there are many conservative Israelis who are anti-Islam. We can't even deny that. We know it's true. But
Quite
that
a few of
doesn't
them
mean
are
that
fucking genocidal maniacs too. Like there's no, like I don't know why I'm saying that. Like Ben Gvir and Smotrich, those dudes are fucking nuts.
But like it's just like easy. I have to be honest. I'm trying to be fair and take all sides into account. They are not actively saying that they will sacrifice every single Jewish person in Israel to nuke another country, for example. Whereas there are Iranians who are full on in support of the jihad in any way whatsoever. They will do everything in their power to destroy Israel, even if that means killing every single Palestinian or Arab descended person within that region. And Israel is a smaller country. I know that seems like it's not a significant thing, but you can destroy one part of Iran where there are unfortunately civilians, etc., where they're developing these weapons, and Iran will live on through, of course, there will be people who are just as supportive of the jihad as before. There will be people who are anti-jihad. There are many people in Iran who don't support this, but still, there are going to be people who will live on, whereas Israel can probably be taken out. Most of Israel can be destroyed with a weapon basically the same size as what destroyed Hiroshima or Nagasaki.
Israel's pretty small.
And that's not even like the biggest weapon. These weapons, some of these things that they can develop are within like 10 times the magnitude of scope. Like, we just have to take these kinds of things into account. Again, it may not, again, it's the fairness of it is going to sound ridiculous. And it's like, this is not right. It's not just, but again, we have to understand the intent of the state of Iran and what they would try to do. It's not, and again, it's not just like Hamas, where it's
Cosmic.
It's not just a small localized group of people.
Sorry, I pulled up just to remind Candy. It
Like,
wasn't Israel
what
who
I'm saying is,
unveiled a clock
what
counting down the
I want to hear
destruction
Candy's
of
response.
Iran.
Let me hear Candy's. I want to hear
that's just
Candy's like
that's
mental
just
process over this.
that is to me that's just ¿cómo se dice? How do you say it?
Yeah, it's propaganda. It's obviously
Speculation.
propaganda.
Again, like
Yeah, it's
yeah, to get
propaganda, but
people
what kind of
riled up,
unhinged
like
fucking propaganda is that? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I don't see how we. I don't know.
I
I
want to know.
don't.
Wait, no, Candy. This is because
But
this is important though. I want you to try and like I know it's obviously hard because it's like we're also repeating certain things multiple times over, so it's gonna get like kind of just annoying repeating kind of the same talking points when it's like we're kind of just running in
What
circles
you
to a
got,
degree.
Cosmic?
But there has to be at least the acknowledgement that they will at least if they. I'm trying to think how to say it correctly, but
Wait,
and
real
again, I'm
quick
not trying
pause,
to get you in a.
guys. Real quick pause.
Go
First
ahead.
time
Go
over
ahead.
40 simultaneous viewers. Let's go. Snaps. Let's go. Okay, go ahead.
Pause.
Keep going.
I just wanted to like I just wanted to make it clear that it stands to reason that even considering that they would get bombed into oblivion, whether it's by the United States, whether it's by an Israeli attack, whether it's by other Western powers, that Iran doesn't really care. They've already demonstrated that they don't care because look at what they're doing right now. They're literally lobbing missiles across, Iraq and then the land between them and Iran and Israel to do as much damage as I can. If don't you think that it stands to reason that if they, given their rhetoric, given their actions over the last however many years, that they would at any given opportunity destroy Israel and everything related to a Jewish state in the Middle East?
I think every government has their radical. Like we have our radicals, right? U.S. has their
Yeah,
fucking radicals, and they talk a lot of bullshit, right? But that doesn't mean that all of us feel that same way, right? And I
I
still
understand that.
feel
But
that
that's their
there's ways
government.
other than threatening, or maybe just having. I think we could talk some more,
But that's their
and yeah, maybe
government,
they have.
Candy.
Like
And
for
it's been
example,
that way for a long time.
if the United, like if Trump really had the opportunity to just destroy
Just
anybody
sit
he
here
deemed,
and say, well, this is how they do. This is what they're doing. This is what they're saying.
I'm not
We
saying
don't
that.
know for
I'm
sure.
saying that's
They
their
might just
government.
bomb us.
And
So let's
but
go in
Candy,
there and
Candy,
destroy this
they've been
fucking place.
funding groups that have constantly been attacking Israel for years and years and years and years. It's not just what they're saying, it's their actions too.
yeah, I need to do a little bit of debate pedophilia on this because if I don't, then I'll be portraying myself as a DGGer. But like, what what is what is like the worst? I'm trying to think how to say this correctly. What is like the reasoning why, I guess, Candy, why we shouldn't necessarily, or not even us, because we haven't fully committed, obviously, besides the weapons we've given, what we've done in theoretical or name support, verbal support of what Israel is doing. What would be like a reason why we should not try to stop them from doing this besides the obvious war is bad? Does that make
Who
sense?
we stopping? I'm sorry. No, who we stopping? The U.S.?
Iran from completing a nuclear weapon, basically. What would be the reason why we shouldn't try to stop them from having a weapon that they could use against Israel or Saudi Arabia or any other state that they disagree with?
Or our bases for that matter.
Like, is there any really good reason that we should just let Iran? I understand that other countries have them, but there have been long-standing acknowledgments from other countries, despite them being in violation of those. North Korea, for example, has violated many of its agreements. The difference is the support that they have from places like China and Russia. And despite how much Russia and China may be backing Iran and how much they've given Iran, they have made it pretty clear. And again, it could be all talk. This is we are talking in theoreticals mostly, but they've made it
Right.
pretty clear that they are not going to just lob their nukes at us if we, like, for example, like right now, we are most likely going to have some kind of involvement beyond what we already have, and they're not going to retaliate against us with nuclear weapons because they know that 3,000 different warheads in American-based silos are going to be launched against them and destroy them. They are not in full-throated support of what Iran is doing.
Which brings me back to Iran. Why would they know? Why would they do that when they know maybe we people won't launch nuclear weapons at them, but maybe they'll bomb them and stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, they've committed.
Why
They've
would
committed that because they've committed. They are fully committed to the destruction of Israel
not
and Western values.
everybody is committed to that?
But the
But
government is,
yeah, it's
and they're the
it's not
ones
just
who
like a few
control the
radical.
weapons and fund the proxies.
It's not just like a few, like for example, it's not just like a few Israelis are like, yeah, we should do this and we're trying to do this. It's like it's as if like Netanyahu was like, well, we're going to develop these weapons and we will do everything in our fucking power to destroy Islam in the West or the Middle East.
I don't think it's in I just think it's bravado, to be honest.
It
It's
could
just
be,
them
but again,
talking
why
shit
would we take that
because
risk when we know that
because
they could absolutely?
but they've been saying this for how long? All
They've
of
been
a
Cosmic,
saying it
sudden
for this
now
long, though.
today
Cosmic, you
They've been
believe the
saying it for this
Iranian
long
government
because
is
they
not
haven't.
committed to the destruction of Israel.
it's I don't think they're committed.
No,
If
I'm
they
asking
But
wanted
if
to
Cosmic.
destroy, they
they
could
I'm
haven't,
trying to
infiltrate.
understand what he's talking about.
They could radicalize people
No,
and
we're not
infiltrate
talking
Israel.
about specifically with a nuke, Cosmic. We're talking about in general.
No, not with that specific right. They could
Yeah.
radicalize somebody and have somebody bring bombs over,
Neighboruni, what's
nuke
the
Israel,
analogy?
whatever, and bomb Israel, whatever, if they wanted to, but they haven't done that. So
the
why,
reason why, and I'll give you a good reason why. I think this is going to be my strongest
hmm
argument. Well, one of them
hmm
in response to what you're saying is that if they already had the weapons, they would. They're just not fully there yet. They are near the finish line of the race, and
I'm talking non-nuclear, right? Like
but they
if
Oh
are.
they
yeah.
wanted,
Well, for example,
So
are they
neighbor
not
Rooney
right now
makes a good
launching?
point. Not all the people
yeah, but
Let
supported
me
the.
retaliation
Wait,
to
hang on,
Israel
Candy.
fucking attacking them first.
I want to get this in there because neighbor Rooney's making a good point
But then
that
I
I
want
think
Candy to
is worth
respond because I wanted
responding
to hear
to.
what she
Yeah.
has to say. So
Okay. But neighbor Rooney's saying not all the people supported the Nazi government either.
Okay,
It's if the
well,
government
Candy, I want to hear what
wants
you
to
were
do
just about to say,
something.
though.
Yeah.
go ahead, say what.
I know. I thought you had. You were kind of started. You were finishing a point about like. So I don't want to cut you off because I do want to hear it so I can respond to it accurately.
Who?
You.
Oh, because he said so. He wanted to hear what you were saying. So, so who's gonna talk? What I'm saying is that there's more than one way to attack Israel that's not nuke related, and if that was the case, there's lots of ways they could have been doing that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, like
And
for
they
example,
haven't do it, which to
they
me says it's bravado. It's them just
well for
talking shit. Because if they wanted to, I'm sure they could find ways to bring in
they're
bombs
already
into
trying.
Israel and
They
radicalize some people and say, listen, your government is really bad. Help us
they have
put these
they
bombs.
have their support.
Okay.
They funded Hamas. They have done everything in their power already. The issue is they have they
October
have
7th.
if yeah, October 7th is a great example. They have had at every opportunity. The thing is, they don't have the military might right now because their planes are destroyed, their infrastructure is getting destroyed by Israel. If
Getting
they
fucked up the
had
butt.
mil-
Sorry.
if they had all of these if they had all these weapons, they would be using them. There is no doubt in my mind. It's speculation to a degree, but they would at every opportunity use any amount of weapons that they could. They're doing it right now. If you see some of the videos
And
on the
Hezbollah.
internet,
And the
they're
Hezbollah attacks, too. Sorry.
they have done everything in their power to make
The
any kind of
Houthis.
attack on. Does that make sense? They are like the kind of the response to what you were saying is they are already using what they can to. They just don't have everything in their pocket. If they did, they would have already. I mean, Israel would be a pile of dust most likely if they had those weapons.
I, I,
They just
I,
don't have it.
I right, but I disagree. I honestly think it's if they really wanted to, I think there's ways other than a nuclear bomb they could have used
And they're using them.
to
They're using them right now.
And they were using them before, just not them directly. They were giving them to Hamas, to the Houthis, to Hezbollah, and they were saying, "Go to town, have fun.
Like money. Money can be
Right,
used
because
as
all
a
those
weapon.
other countries have conflict with
Those are
Israel as
not
well.
no, that is incorrect. Those are not countries. Those are terrorist groups within countries, and those countries,
See?
you know, with the exception of
There's
Palestine,
a
for like a
leadership.
whole.
Is Hamas not the leadership of?
That's the only one, and it's Gaza.
Okay.
That's the only one, and it's
Okay.
just Gaza. The other leadership of Palestine
See?
does not like Hamas, and they don't
Like
agree with
whole bunch of
Hamas.
people that are against one area, right? They're just kind of helping each other out to go against them.
What?
It's basically they all have a common enemy. The enemy of my what is the enemy of my enemy is my friend, kind of thing.
They
right?
don't just attack Israel. They attack a lot of people. You know how many people Hezbollah killed in Syria?
I wasn't okay. I wasn't talking about Hezbollah. I was talking about Hamas.
But they're
Hezbollah
proxies.
is they're both proxies of Iran. They're both funded and propped
Jordan's
up
trying
by
to make
Iran.
Hey, like
point.
I get that. And you
Like,
think
not
Israel
everyone
was never
has-
funded some type of
Proxy?
That's not
go
what
against
we're saying. What we're
Iran?
trying to,
Wait, Israel
what we're
doesn't
trying to
fund
say is, though,
proxies.
I'm not going to
Israel's never
say that they
funded
haven't ever in their
anybody.
lives.
They
That
have
has
like
bullshit.
okay, so let me amend my statement. Israel may occasionally engage in funding and working with small groups inside of different countries to push back against proxies that are attacking them. For example, they've been doing stuff like that in Gaza. Whether I agree with that or not is a different question. We can talk about that. But they don't fund the building of large organizations with armies and all of this stuff like Hezbollah, like Hamas, like the Houthis.
I don't know.
I'm kind of
Well,
I
curious,
don't see
get
like
Nancy.
you can say that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
That's
But
fine.
do
You
I
don't
believe
know.
it? No.
But what we
I don't
do
believe it,
know,
though.
why? Based
Because
on what
Israel,
evidence?
if they feel like there is a threat, they would fund people to go after their enemy. I think so.
Well, I mean, they
They
know
could
that there's a
have.
threat, and that's why they're actively. I mean, they don't even necessarily need to. And again, we can go into the semantics about Israel and their power in the Middle East and what they've
At the
done.
end of the
and
day,
how-
my thing is we should just go back to the table and lay them because threaten Iran. Listen, this is where you at right now, right? You either gonna do that or we're gonna psych this crazy motherfucker. I can't with this.
So what?
fucking
Well,
Trump
what? For
guy.
example, say it's
I
you and
think
me
your
in the
issue
place
here is
of-
more about Trump than Israel or anybody else. Is my personal thought. Is that you
Because-
just don't like it because you don't trust Trump to do
This is
anything.
what Trump's gonna do. Bomb the place and then fucking destroy them and then say, "Oh, we did that." Like claim the
Those are all
credit
good points,
for it. Like
Neighbor.
it's
But they
like
don't. They
it's
don't
a
care.
good
That's the
thing to
biggest problem.
do. That's
The biggest-
insane.
The issue is though they don't care. We've done, and again, right or wrong, Israel has done probably everything in their power, and the United States has done deals, and then they've also gone against those deals. It's to a degree. They have done different things. Again, like for example, say you and I are at the quote unquote the war table discussing this. You and I can obviously stand on whatever principles and say, oh well, we're not going to do this. We're going to agree to this, and then say I'm Iran and I just go back to my country and I say, you know what? They believe that we're not going to do anything, so let's just keep it going until we get to the point where we can bomb the shit out of them with a nuke
No,
or whatever.
Israel has never broken a deal.
I'm not
They
saying
stay
that.
always
Again,
true.
What
that's
is
not,
that?
True to every deal they made.
What is
They
that?
stay true.
but that's
I'm
not the
asking.
point I'm making. I'm
Who's
sure
setting that
again,
standard? First of all,
No, you guys are setting that standard.
how?
Saying they can't be trusted because of this. Because they've been
So
go back in the
they've
war.
done it
Just say,
repeatedly.
okay,
Candy,
so
Candy, can you name a deal that Israel has broken?
they're asking. So they've
No,
said
you're not
this before
asking.
all the time.
You implied by the way
Right?
you said that Israel has broken a lot of deals.
I'm
Can you
asking.
name one?
They've never broken the deal, right?
Not
we don't
that I'm
know.
aware
We're
of.
not making that again. We're not even necessarily trying to stick to that. We're not trying to stick anyone to the claim that Israel is necessarily the entire force for good. All we're saying is that no matter what we say or no matter how many deals we
Cosmic
make,
is claiming
we
never.
there are just many opportunities that Iran, for example, and I'm sure Israel has, but we're specifically right now, I'm talking about Iran. Iran has said multiple times, we are not going to try and enrich our uranium past a certain percentage, which they lied about, to create a nuclear weapon. And
Well, and then there's
They
the
wasn't doing it.
obvious thing.
They
They're part of the
wasn't doing it.
non-proliferation treaty, and they broke it. They broke it like a couple weeks ago. The IAEA went in. They fucking broke the nuclear proliferation treaty. I don't know why we're like arguing this. It's fucking black and white on paper. They broke it. They broke the treaty.
And they would do it again. We can't sit on we can't
They
sit
were
in like
were holding to their word when there was the deal that Obama had made. It wasn't a perfect deal, but there was no
But then there were
indication that
certain
they
places
were.
we didn't have access to.
And then there's a giant orange idiot in the White House who completely threw that deal off the table. He said that we're
Right.
going to pull out of that.
And now we're here.
Bullshit. And now unfortunately we're here.
And
Whether
if there
it's
were
for
any
for
other
good or
time
better.
for us to do it, we would. But this is the time. It has to happen now.
I disagree.
Why?
Because I don't think we should be doing that.
I don't think we should be doing that. Doesn't argue down the point that this is the time to do it if we're ever going to do it.
Okay, Candy, I'm curious now. All right, I've got to ask. You say, oh, this is just the fundamentalists, okay? It's not all of Iran. And I agree with you, just to be clear. But then you're saying on top of that, we need to sit down with these people.
It's not all
now,
Iran.
Well, no. But how do you propose we deal with fundamentalists? Do you think they're going to listen to reason?
We still got to try.
We have.
Yeah,
We
but
have.
we've been trying for so long, and
Yeah,
and
but
even again,
but it's a process. I mean, come on. Nobody.
How long?
Okay, hold on. Nobody likes you're a leader of a country. Who the fuck likes for anyone to say, okay, now you got to do this way because we're telling you to do. To be told what the fuck to do, right?
Well, tough titties.
it would be but it would be different if we were talking about an ally or someone that we could actually have some amount of trust with. I'm not saying we have
Or
to
if
just
we were
openly
talking
trust
about
every one of
baking
our allies.
cakes instead of enriching uranium. Like,
Well, they're trying
there's
to
a
bake a cake.
difference.
It's just a yellow cake uranium.
yeah,
You know
yellow
what I'm
cake.
saying?
Yeah.
Or it would be a pea cake.
I mean, like the point is that we've tried diplomacy. We've tried diplomacy for a long time. We've tried a lot of these different
we still
options.
gotta keep trying.
Well, when is
Another
there the
point is
point
they've
where
lied.
trying doesn't work anymore? What if we extend it olive branch and they say yes, and then they in one of these like Fordo, which is underground, which we don't have access to, they continue to do it, and now we're letting them continue to do it while we believe they aren't.
Okay, so like, then we gotta make it harder for them. Like, okay, listen.
That's what we're doing.
This is the deal.
Unfortunately,
This is
This
what
is
we're
the
doing
deal,
right now.
right?
We're making it harder for them to make.
If you
That's
bring
why the
this deal,
IAEA
hold on,
was
let her
there.
talk. Let her talk.
Okay, sorry.
Let her talk. I want to. No, it's okay.
right? Like, what happens is this is part of the problem too. It's like, yeah, they make these deals, but then when they break the deals, nothing really happens, right?
Because they
So
haven't
at
got.
what-
Again, I have to reiterate,
No.
they haven't gotten to the point. They are trying desperately. We
Talk
know
about
from
other
multiple.
deals, not necessarily this thing, right? Like other deals, and they break them, and then nothing really happens because the UN is useless, right? They don't really do shit. So okay, so they feel like, okay, we could break these deals and it doesn't mean anything. We need to push more harder,
Thank you.
and not just us, other countries. Whether
Against
it's sanctions,
fundamentalists.
That's what's
whether
happening right
it's-
now.
whether
talking
it's
about-
tougher sanctions, whether it's
We've done sanctions.
If somebody
What-
comes at you with a
tougher
stick, you don't
sanctions.
try and reason with them. All right? Look, let me put this out here for you, Candy. I am a pacifist. I am probably the most anti-war person you're ever going to meet, right? I dislike it. I think it's fucking stupid. Putting people's lives at risk, killing hundreds of thousands of people. I think war is fucking stupid. That's out there, right? However, if somebody comes at me with a big stick, I'm not going to sit there and try and reason with them. I'm going to try and do my best to equal or better that person so they don't hit me with the big stick. I'm not going to kill them, but I want them to stop. And the only way for me to stop is to hit them with equal or better force.
And it's
You
not like,
agree,
and again,
by the
we
way?
have
Loving
we
that
have
big
to make,
stick reference, by the way.
we have
But
to
in this
obviously
case,
take into
but in
consideration
this,
that
go ahead.
they haven't even for example, the allies, the quote unquote West and Israel, because Israel is supposedly they have their own nuclear arsenal. They could have already gone to the nuclear
Allegedly.
option, pun intended.
Allegedly.
They could have, but they could have already, allegedly, based on whatever. They could have theoretically, or through America, they could have, if we really wanted to just jump the gun and just say, you know what, we can't even trust them absolutely whatsoever. We could have just bombed them into oblivion. It's not like we are not using. It's not like we haven't already tried to use every single lower level option to try and stop them from what they're doing.
And yet
This
the
isn't like a
aggressor
new
here
thing,
was
Candy.
Israel. Israel attacked
This
Iran
the
first.
Iranian nuclear issue has been going on for a long time. This isn't like a recent development.
I'm
And you
sorry,
can't just
Jordan,
say,
I've got to jump in here. Candy, repeat what you just said, please.
Israel bombed Iran first.
Yes, it did. Absolutely, you're spot on. However, what has Iran been doing behind the scenes? We spoke about this earlier. What has Iran been doing behind the scenes?
Using the proxy thing.
Aha. Okay. So Israel weren't the first to hit Iran, correct?
Let me just construct it real quick. So,
Please.
Candy, let's say you have us, right? The U.S. And there's like a conflict going on in like Myanmar or something like that. And we decide we want to, and Myanmar and Vietnam are getting pissed at each other or something, right? And we say, we like Vietnam, here Vietnam, have a bunch of weapons and you can attack Myanmar. Does that mean that we don't have a part, that we're not striking Myanmar? We're giving them money. We're telling them what to do. We're letting them do that. Their views align with us. Would you not consider that us taking part in the situation?
See?
Yeah. Okay. So that's what we're saying. So when you say that Iran didn't strike Israel, we don't exactly see it that way, because Iran has been funding those proxies and essentially, telling them, you can use this to attack Israel. Go ahead. We don't want to do it directly because that causes basically what's happening now. So you go ahead and do it for us, and we'll give you the weapons and the money that you need to do it.
Which in turn just kind of solidifies my point. If they really wanted to go after them themselves, they would have done it a long time ago,
No.
regardless of what them saying, "Oh, death to Israel, whatever." But if they would, why would they need to do proxy? If they really wanted to do it, they could have done it.
Because they know if they go after Israel directly, Israel's going to come back on them with force, like they're doing right now.
I don't understand what you said.
If they attack Israel directly, and they
I'm
have a
talking
little
about
bit,
Iran.
Iran. They threw a couple
They threw
pot
bombs
shots at them.
Right.
Yeah, and Israel, Israel tried to de-escalate. They both tried to keep it contained, because they didn't want to. They were trying to avoid it escalating into something further at the time, but it was small, right? These were essentially small volleys compared to what they could have possibly done in order to avoid a wider conflict. But Iran has traditionally tried to go through their proxies to attack Israel rather than do it directly, because if they do it directly, then they're in a direct war with Israel. Now that they've crossed this nuclear threshold, Israel can't just ignore that anymore. They have to go for it. But the idea that Israel was the one that hit first, when you're looking at all of these proxies who have been, the only reason any of these proxies have weapons or money to do this is because Iran gives it to them. The idea that Israel is like the first one to strike just doesn't really follow.
Because Israel are attacking them too.
But like for example, I
Well,
want to
what?
make
They're
this
not going
point.
to attack the proxies? They're not going to attack the
They
people
we
that are
like
directly
No,
attacking
I'm
them?
saying no, I'm saying that they're funding them, but that's because Israel is attacked. They have a common enemy.
Those groups exist because of Iran. They were made the way they are now because of Iran.
Iran has funded them. They've given them weapons. They've trained their soldiers. All of these things.
They didn't like
For years.
independently grow out and then they were like, hey, we're buddies. We have the same thing. No, they are the way they are because of Iran.
And it's to destroy Western values. It's to destroy Israel. And this is the point I was going to try to make before, is that when it comes to the idea of, peaceful anything or just trying to be as, directly, adhering to the rules of war, whatever, Iran will do everything in their power to destroy their enemy if they get the opportunity. And that means that they'll sacrifice their soldiers, they'll sacrifice their civilians. They're doing it right now. They knew that Israel could respond in an incredibly destructive manner. And they said, you know what? We don't care. We're just going to keep going along and trying to enrich our uranium. And if we end up having civilians die en masse because we get to try and achieve our goals, they'll do it. They don't give truly, they don't care necessarily just about their civilians. They will let any amount of civilians die as long as they achieve their goal. It's the whole point of the jihad. They are trying to do anything in their power. They'll sacrifice themselves. They'll sacrifice their civilians. They will do anything in their power. So
I mean, Hamas has even like freely said this. Like they don't even hide it.
right. I just think it's like antithetical to, the whole idea like, oh, we try, we're like, we're not like, it's to assume that we're not trying and that other countries who are, again, whether or not you want to believe that they're being peaceful, are trying to use every other solution in the
Relax,
bag.
Cosmic. Jesus fucking Christ. They're a proxy. They're fundamentalists. Chill.
Like Hamas would do it too if they really had the opportunity. They wouldn't give a shit. Oh, these many Palestinian or Arabs are going to die. Well, that's just part of the plan because we have to just destroy Israel at any cost. Like we said it before. If they have the opportunity, if they were already at 90% and they had the ability, the scientists, what have you, to finish a nuclear warhead or to attach whatever type of nuclear device to a ballistic missile, they would have launched it or sent it in immediately. They just couldn't do it because we have already, the West and Israel has already, figured it. I mean, again, whether you want to believe it or not, we've already figured it out that they violated their treaties and they're still trying at every opportunity to destroy Israel.
Oh boy, Cosmic wants to come in. Here we go.
What?
You're muted, bud.
It's muted. Cosmic is here.
Cosmic, you're muted. Oh, there you go. You're fuzzy.
Yeah. A little bit.
Sorry,
Yeah,
is that
meaning a little low.
hello?
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Hey, bud.
Is that clear?
Yeah. How you doing?
A little
Trickle
bit
in.
better.
Trickle in.
Okay. I mean, why does he keep saying that? I mean,
What? Which thing? They're obviously not the
that they would
same.
send
They
it-
have a lot of shared
they
values.
would. I don't know that they would send it over the minute they finished it.
He's coming in broken.
I believe that they
About
would.
the-
I believe if they already completed a weapon, that they would have tried to use it. If they actually had the ability right
I'm
now,
not convinced.
if they
I don't know. I mean, why would you think that? I mean,
because
what
they've
would
done
be the
everything in their
advantage of
power,
doing that?
they've committed. Their doctrines literally state that they are trying at every that they will. I mean, have they not said multiple times that our objective is to kill Israel as a whole and do whatever they
Yes,
can to the
but
West?
they expect to survive that action. They do. I mean, I like.
That kind
Like,
honestly that it almost backs up my point. They know that they know that not everyone's going to just get eliminated in a conflict like this. They will do it again, regardless of what happens to civilians or what
He's
happens to their
for
government.
Neighbor Rooney.
no,
We're
I mean,
just
so sorry. Like,
squabbling
I don't
internally a
understand.
little bit.
I don't understand why you keep claiming that they will like essentially commit like harakiri or whatever. Like, I don't think they are. I mean, who do you think is
I don't
crazy
think
in
they
this?
are either.
And
Well,
why
he
not though? I
doesn't
need to
agree
know
with
from
you
both of you
either,
what's a good reason why they were. Why do you think? Why
What
do
do you
you
mean?
think
Why
that they?
not? What do you think the purpose of? Why do you think they're pursuing it? I guess that's the first question.
Because they disagree with the state of Israel, that they want to destroy Western values and anything that represents their basically their agenda.
Well, they want to use it to bully the
No,
region.
no, no, no. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Like everybody has it. Like it would not be useful as a weapon against other people, right? Can we agree on that? Do you think it would
I
be a
don't
useful
necessarily believe
weapon?
that. I think that it would
Well,
be
like
it
why?
could be active. It could be a deterrent, but because of every action that they've committed thus far, including violating their treaties, including continuing with trying to enrich uranium, that it
No,
just
they have
stands
come
to
to the table
reason.
many times and they have made many deals that were not advantageous to them,
Have they not
right?
violated any of those deals recently?
Of course they have. I'm not. They're not a reasonable actor. I'm just saying they're not insane.
I know they're not insane. Well,
The
I'm not saying
proxies
that
are
every
kind of
single person
insane,
there is
but they're
insane.
not that
Yeah, I'm
insane.
not saying that every single again, we've already established multiple times that not every single person, especially the civilians in Iran, is there are many people on both sides who are not like, yeah, we're full-throatedly behind this idea, but I mean, it stands to
You think
reason
their
that these
pursuit of
countries.
you think
Go
their
ahead.
pursuit of it is to use it. Like that's
I
the part
can
that's
I
like
can I
just
jump in and make my idea is I think they want to use it to shore up their deterrence so they can continue to fund their proxies with less and less interference, and
sorry, you also
use it
think
to
they want to
hold
use it.
deterrence over actions against their proxies as well.
Sorry, but you still think they want to use it.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I think that's pretty unlikely. I don't rule it out, but I think it's pretty unlikely. I think, like I said, I think they want to use it as deterrence from actions against them and their proxies, so that they can continue to fund the proxies with less interference and continue to
Yeah,
destabilize the
yeah.
region.
Exactly. I mean, it's also useful locally, right? Like if
Right.
somebody's trying to coup you, it's helpful to have.
Right. But
Yeah, yeah.
I don't put it completely past them that they could use it. I definitely lean more towards the unlikely to use it.
I mean, do you understand? Like, I don't understand. So you think they are like crazy to the point of suicidal?
I'm When I
I
say
mean,
unlikely, I mean highly unlikely.
I don't put it
Okay.
past anyone that given people's past rhetoric, given past the whole ideation of being a suicide bomber to a degree is it's not. I'm not putting it past anyone that they would
Yeah,
attempt to use
and
it
and
against
highly
anyone.
unlikely is enough for me. But also, neighbor Rooney, I would disagree with that. I think them using it as a deterrent to shore up their bullying of the region and to act as like a force to prevent other people from interfering with their proxies is a good enough justification for me.
Yeah, if they have any reason in the future, say they develop one and then they just have it, they will just use it. They'll use the idea of it, not
Yeah,
necessarily using the
exactly.
weapon
Yeah,
itself. They
the
will use it as
deterrence.
Yeah.
in any
Oh,
opportunity to get what they want, to get
Yeah,
any
the,
type
the,
of
the
deal. They
use of
will get.
that deterrent in the region further destabilizes the situations in the multiple different sort of sub-regions in the area. Way less
Like I don't
outcome
think it's a
only justifies
peaceful.
a
I
weaker
don't think
response.
it's
I
just like,
disagree.
oh, we just want to use it to create. I don't think they're doing it in any. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think in any way they're doing it because they want to quote unquote foster peace by having
Oh,
this
that's
in their back pocket.
obviously not the case. A peaceful
oh, well,
nation
yeah.
would
No,
have no
then
reason to develop nuclear weapons for deterrence or otherwise.
I mean, you could look at the United States.
Well,
Why would we have
what are you
developed the
talking
weapons to
about?
begin with?
Yeah, a peaceful nation has many reasons to make it, but that's not.
Well,
I mean,
sorry.
that's not what
I
we're
don't
Let
think
me
that's an argument. Yeah.
let me adjust that. A peaceful nation that doesn't intend on any conflict with anybody, sort of like Switzerland's not going to be developing a nuke, for example.
Oh, I think they, they
You
think
think
they
they
probably
will?
are,
They probably are.
or
That's
they
fair.
probably should. I mean, they can afford it,
That's fair, but I don't really see them
and
doing
then
it.
I just don't understand why we should allow a country
It's
that, again, whether it's
it's like,
Israel or
okay, hold
Iran.
on. Can I say something more? Like
Yep.
if, to
That's
me,
not they
the way I
looked
see
at
it
me
is like
funny, Neighboruni. Do you not
owning a
think?
gun, right?
Hang on,
You
hang
don't own a
on.
gun.
I want to respond to Neighboruni here. Neighboruni, do you not think that developing a nuclear weapon as a deterrent for interference with them and their proxies is not a good enough reason to intervene? So this would put pressure on Israel to do less to fight Hamas, to do less to fight the Houthis, to do less to fight groups like Hezbollah. That sounds like pretty good justification to me. Imagine Iran saying, if you try and stop the Houthis from blockading the Red Sea from all trade, we'll nuke you. Exactly. It's like Russia. It's like how Russia likes to fucking rattle the nuclear saber. They've done it enough times that we know they're crying wolf now, thank God. But it still had like a bunch of people clutching their fucking pearls here for a long time. Well, I mean, that's fine too. I'm on board with that. I mean, I'm on board with both of those. I don't think we should be giving more ground to Iran to find new ways to protect their proxies or themselves from doling out more harm and more instability to the region.
Right.
For a region that's already historically extremely unstable, largely more recently because of them.
oh, well, I'd also say, Nebruni, like, just because you're a maniac does not mean you want to die.
Negative impacts you want to prevent
well,
must be proportional to your response. The negative impacts could be, obviously, there's a couple different potential negative impacts. We have the one of the potential use of a nuclear device, which I believe is less likely. But we have the negative impacts of these proxies and Iran being able to operate with more impunity, not full impunity, but more impunity than they were in the past. And actually, that could have the potential to actually do more damage in the long run. Because a single
like if
nuclear
another
device...
October 7th happens.
Yeah, because like a single nuclear device is going to impact a lot of people at one time. But these groups being allowed to
Honestly, I
operate...
don't think they would be able to get it anywhere, to be perfectly honest.
And that's fine.
They wouldn't be able to
I'm just
attach it to
talking
like
in the
a ballistic
hypothetical.
missile, for example. If for some reason they have one weapon or one opportunity to sneak it in, that they wouldn't take the opportunity to do it if they didn't get their way.
I mean, like, the most they can
It
make
may
is
be
what? 10?
unlikely.
And even if they fire all 10, I don't think they can be able to pierce. Uh,
I mean,
So-
it'd be
I guess.
obviously if the Iron Dome holds up, that's great. But again, for example,
Rooney, what we're talking about is like the difference between a single instance of really brutal grape and multiple instances of grape spread out over a long time, which would be the situation if Iran is able to use nuclear weapons as a deterrence from action against themselves or their proxies.
Way to make Armageddon cringe.
I'm just working in his hypothetical, man. I'm just working in his hypothetical.
Oh,
I mean,
sorry,
everything is a
didn't get that.
hypothetical right now because we don't know who has what capability, or we do know
no.
some capabilities. But again,
Range.
Sorry. I had to find it. I've been dying to use it organically, so.
Oh, well, that was also
I just think it's
perfect.
stupid to even allow them to have the whole, well, we're going to have this weapon in our back pocket, so you guys can't operate here. You guys can't retaliate against a Hamas-based attack if you guys launch missiles or do whatever in Palestine, or if you destroy the Houthis or whoever.
Right.
I don't even think it's honestly logical for us to just allow them to have that in their back pocket so they can just
I don't think
do
it's
things without.
beneficial to them to do
So,
it. I
so
don't think it's
Neighbor Rooney, we
beneficial
are
to do
talking
No,
about
that.
no, I
harmful
agree with that
actions.
100%.
We are talking about harmful
I
actions
mean,
that involve bodily harm, right? The actions of the Houthis, the actions of Hezbollah, the actions of Hamas. These proxies all are doing things that involve bodily harm. So I do think we are talking about harmful actions that involve bodily harm. And
no,
again,
it's not.
and again,
Personal attack is not the same as two nations attacking each other.
and again, we're
Right.
talking about, we're talking about the potential of these proxies now having a new deterrent on their side that will allow them to operate
With
far more
impunity.
boldly. I wouldn't necessarily say impunity, but far more boldly. But it's like black guy versus murder. I don't think so. I really don't think so. Nuclear deterrence is an extremely powerful tool.
Yeah, I mean, if they do anything, they have so many nations that would. I don't know. I'm sure they have enough to completely destroy the entire nation. So I don't think they would ever.
Uh, so again, I think you're thinking in like a single action. If we're talking about a single action, sure, but if we're talking about the new added aspect of them having nuclear deterrence, now spread that and the proxy's actions over a decade, 2 decades, yeah, we're talking about a lot of damage. Probably more than a single nuclear strike.
And them having it emboldens other countries to just do what they want if they have this deterrent.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing
Other
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 countries in the
nations
region
or other
developing nuclear bombs, right?
Yeah,
even
yeah.
and
I
the
think honestly
proxies of
the
them as
biggest
well.
enemy is Saudi Arabia. So I don't think they would. I think that would be the biggest danger if they do
Mm-hmm.
get it.
It sounds you guys just want to make an example of
True. Fair.
that's it.
We don't need to
What?
squabble
No,
about the details. We agree on
nobody's
it
making an
overall.
example of them. There. What are you talking about? This
You
is
just want to make an example out of them. Basically, you know.
Huh?
nobody's making an example. They had the option of surrendering their uh, enriched fuel, and they refused.
They joined the
If they're
treaty
not,
Right?
yeah.
freely.
If somebody said to me, came to my house and said, "You got to give me your guns," I'd be like, "Fuck you, too."
Well, no, it's not the same though.
They
Well,
You're
have
not
I-
guns.
like
what
We're
do you
not taking
mean?
their
threatening.
guns. They have
Without
guns.
just the
So
No,
guns,
somebody,
no, you have been
my boy
threatening
said, "Surrender
people
your
for
guns.
like
You've been
weeks.
threatening your neighbors." I'd be like, "Fuck you, too."
Yeah, what if you were going around threatening your neighbors and then you gave your other neighbor some guns and that neighbor used those guns to kill some of your other neighbors and now you're developing you're trying to get a fucking bazooka even though you're not
right?
supposed
Like
to
we're gonna
have one.
rob your house. We're gonna rob your house, so you better not do anything back, or we're gonna use our guns.
We're going
I
to
think
use
it
our
might
new
be a little bit. It
bazooka,
might
our
stand to reason.
shiny new bazooka that we just got.
That's not going to stop me from using my guns.
No, that's you.
But like
That's you in this
not to def-
situation.
not even and not to defend yourself, and again, not necessarily to defend yourself, but to defend the interest of you or your friends to do basically what you want unabated.
I don't think it's if any interest to them to do that.
There's a
I don't
lot
know.
of interest
Again,
in
this is where
for
we
I
have
them
mean,
to
no,
do
disagreement.
that.
sorry. Excuse me. You do not believe in red flag laws?
I believe in them. I don't know if that necessarily means that other countries will adhere to them,
No,
and
no,
then
no.
we've
I
seen
was
that they.
going off the example that was given.
Are you asking us or Candy?
Candy,
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Real quick, before
I'm
she
sorry.
answers
What was the
that,
question?
you
Neighbor
don't believe
Rooney's
in red
been,
flag
and
laws?
after that, Neighbor Rooney's been dying for me to ask you this question, Candy. So I'll let you talk about that, and then I'll ask afterwards.
Yeah, I want to hear this back and forth. So go ahead.
Yeah.
I didn't hear.
Re-ask your question, Cosmic, because I don't know if she fully got it, and I
Oh,
want to
sorry.
make
I
sure that
was
we're.
No,
asking if
because
you believe
it
in.
broke up.
I was asking if you believe in red flag laws.
Red flag laws.
Yeah.
for guns.
Audit.
I mean, if you've been saying crazy shit, do you think the police should come and take your guns away?
Maybe.
Okay.
Okay, so then we technically agree. I guess the only thing we're disagreeing on is degrees, I guess.
Like you can't
Uh-huh.
just go around saying, "Oh, I might potentially shoot someone. I might potentially let my friend who I allow to stay, or I fund this person or whatever. They're gonna just do whatever we want." And now, if you know, basically, if you're kind of threatening, like he's saying, if you're threatening to use a gun, or if you're threatening to do something insane, or you have this insane ideology against your neighbors, it stands to reason that the police might come and they might say, "Well, you're not going to be allowed to own a weapon anymore."
And who's the world police? Us, baby.
America,
baby.
Daytona, America, baby.
Oh God, we're trapped.
Like again, I don't think anyone here is just like advocating for like America to just do everything they want, or Israel to just be a complete bully of other nations. It's just
Oh,
trust,
I am.
It's a
Fuck
huge
him. No, I'm kidding.
I just think it's a trust factor, and again, whether or not we can say, "Oh, you know, we trust Israel," which again, we can make us five in this room can say however much we want. Well, we don't fully trust everything that Israel does, but I just think that it stands to reason that we can't just allow someone to just bully other countries by saying that we have a nuclear weapon and we'll use it if you don't allow us to pirate your ships, to do whatever we want in other countries. If you come into our country, well, we might use this weapon.
And by the way, I think
I don't-
not for
Yeah,
nothing, not
I don't
for
see
nothing.
that's gonna. I don't see how
It's
that's gonna work.
important to
I don't
important
think it
to
would
note
work.
that Israel has
Well,
had
wait.
nuclear weapons for a long time, and they have not been swinging their nuclear dick around.
Well, why do you think? But I want to know what Candy thinks that it might not. Why would it not work? Like, what is it? Like, what is the log? I just want to know like the logic of like why it wouldn't
Because if
be.
they went around, the rest of the world would interfere. They would say, "Okay, you're waving your dick a little too much over there, buddy."
No.
You
So
Is
know.
who
that
do you
not
think
what's
is
going
for
on
them
right
having
now?
it?
Is that not what this whole conflict has been about? Like, is this not like a response to them, doing things again, whether or not they're the ones swing, if they're even if they're not directly swinging around the intel, the different agencies, the what is it, the how do you IAE or whatever the agency
IAEA.
that is, yeah, IE. Sorry, it's just fucking a tongue twister.
IAEA. Yeah.
IAEA has come back and said, well, they've broken the agreement. They're still trying to enrich through uranium. Like if a police fucking chief or a police battalion comes back, or whatever detectives come back and they're like, yeah, they're still trying to make the bazooka. They're still trying to fucking potentially, like, they're not doing this to like create fucking warmth in their home. Like if they're potentially making this weapon, why would we not try to stop them from doing it when all they do in their rhetoric or whatever is let's do damage to our enemies? I don't think the conflict would have happened. I don't think we would have this after the 60-day war. I don't think Israel would have struck them if they were
That
just
was
like, okay, well,
Too long. Sorry. I'm trying to get America
No,
fuck
it's okay.
yeah for the soundboard.
But yeah. No, I absolutely agree. They had many options. They had many off ramps that were offered to them, and they seem to want to refuse. I am not exactly sure. And by the way,
Yeah, but
nobody
what I'm
wants to
saying is
have
like,
it.
how long are they going
The
to
most
wave their
important.
dick if they had a nuclear weapon before the rest of the world says, "Okay, buddy, chill the fuck out"?
Yeah, who do you think in the rest of the world wants them to have it?
What? Say that again.
I said, who in the rest of the world do you think wants them to have it?
No, I'm not saying the rest of the world wants them to have it. I'm saying that
Okay,
I
so
don't
you're
see
saying they
how
want it.
they would use that as like leverage to submit other countries to what their will, when that wouldn't be advantageous for them to do that.
There's a lot of things they do that are not advantageous for them. There's a
But they
lot of
could
things
st-
that
and
a
they could
lot of
still
countries
use
do
it.
that are not advantageous for them. I don't know why that.
They could still use it as stand-in. They could just be like, well, we have this weapon, so like I said, if an October 7th 2 or fucking whatever terrorist attack happens, and Israel's like, well, we have to respond because we have to defend ourselves, what have you,
No.
and Iran is just like, no, we have a nuclear weapon and we'll use it without warning or whatever. We'll use it now because you guys haven't, or you guys are trying to retaliate against whoever. That's part of the reason why we theoretically can't allow them to have it.
Who to have it?
I just don't think it, like. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm trying to understand what you mean.
I just don't think that it just stands to reason that no matter how much we keep making agreements on paper, that Iran is just going to, first of all, they're just going to stop doing first of all, they'll probably still continue to try and make a nuclear weapon, and once they do, they're going to try to use it to make any excuse for Israel or the West to not interfere with things that happen in the Middle East.
Yeah, exactly. They'd burn it all down, I guess, just to rule over it or something. But I don't think they'll use it. So to be perfectly clear,
I don't think it's out of the scope, but again, it's basically like we're saying, regardless of if they
I think it's a
intend to.
lot of hypotheticals. That's it. It could,
I
they
know.
should, they may, it's a lot of too much hypotheticals. And yes, Daniel, that's different because Spain is not using their nukes if they had them as leverage. Russia wouldn't invade them because they might be able to defend themselves. So that's different. It's like saying, okay, I'm not going to invade my neighbor because I know he has a gun. Not that I'm waving my gun to threaten my neighbor and stuff. It's different.
Is there
I
no, I
understand
guess,
that, but
justification? Is there no justification? I guess again,
Wait,
I'm
this
not,
is a
because I'm
good time
trying.
for me to
hi.
jump in and ask the question that neighbor Rooney has been kind of dying to ask, because
What
Yeah, I
is
want to hear
what
that.
is
this kind of branches off from what we were saying. So he wanted to ask, what if diplomacy fails? Like, what if, and we already think that diplomacy has failed, but what if we're doing a hypothetical of what you see? Let's say we try to talk to them and blah 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 blah, and it doesn't work, and they still are doing it. Then what?
that they would have to we would have to take action, and it
Okay,
has to be
so the only difference
more
between
stern, like
the
in our because what happens is they get away with not following and people
no,
don't
I'm
do
saying,
anything.
what if diplomatic nonviolent actions don't work?
Sanctions,
Yes, that includes sanctions. Sanctions are part of diplomacy.
right?
What if they don't work?
Then make them tougher.
Okay, you're not
no, I mean
engaging
they
with the
all failed.
hypothetical.
Is there a point where you'll support this, or is it just
Is there nothing like, could they just break any rule and your response would be just more sanctions?
I'm sure there's other tools that they can use that other than sanctions
Like what?
to negotiate to push them to the negotiation table.
Like what?
I'm sure that I'm not a diplomat.
Okay,
I don't
well,
know how
I
you
don't
would.
know. I mean,
Okay,
why are you asking why? It's a hypothetical. All tools have been used.
yeah, let's say all
Anything
nonviolent tools
possible
have been
has
but
been
this
used.
is
done.
I don't think they have. I think they kind
We're
of
not asking
No,
you
no, no,
whether
no.
you
you
I
know
think
mean,
they have.
hypothetical.
I
Like,
think they're
just
they're weak. They we say
All right,
we
neighbor Rooney
things
is
and then
adjusting his question. What if we exhaust every diplomatic avenue possible more than we have ever tried ever before?
I don't think it will get to that because it wouldn't be
Okay, you're
advantageous
not
to them.
engaging with the
no, it's
hypothetical.
just a question. You don't have to like. No, the world is not relying on your answer.
What I don't understand what you're saying.
I mean, is there like
Is
all
there a
options have
point where
been
you would be
exhausted?
okay with actual military action, or is just that never going to be okay?
it will be okay if they like say they start attacking our soldiers overseas and stuff like that. Yes.
No, no, no,
So
no,
no,
no, no.
let me do it,
They don't do
Cosmic.
that.
Let me do this, Cosmic. Hang on.
Okay.
So
I mean, it's just
you're saying outside. Let's say we have done every type of sanction that we can. Let's say we have engaged in every attempt at diplomacy possible. They're still doing it. We've exhausted all of our diplomatic options. There are no more diplomatic options left. We've done everything we can. Then what?
It's hard for me to answer that question because I don't think it will. They will get to that. They would.
it's not a
They
real.
We're
would.
not
There's no
talking about
question.
whether you
I
think
know it.
they will or won't.
I don't think it would. That's where my mind. I
Okay.
don't think it would be
Okay. So
advantageous for them
basically you're saying
to
if it
not
got
at
there.
one point
So Candy,
comply.
I'm going to answer the question for you because you don't want to answer the question. If it got there, you would be okay with a military action, even though you don't believe that that would happen. You would be okay with it at that point, correct?
No, no. Maybe she just wants them to have it. But no, no. What are you doing?
Jesus Christ.
Neighbor Rooney, I got this. Don't micromanage me. I got it. Okay.
He's like, I know what I'm talking about here.
Let's say we're in a magical world, Candy.
Uh-huh.
We've done all the diplomatic stuff that you think that you don't even know about, right? The CIA has done secret diplomatic negotiations. They've done all this shit. And they're still making their weapons.
Le bomb.
Yeah. Then what? And I know you don't think we'll get there. Put that aside for now.
No.
Like Candy, was there
No?
like
Still
was there
no?
no justification?
Why?
Was there no justification after October 7th
I
to
don't think
retaliate?
we need to be dictating what other people should do.
So just so we're clear, you are okay with any country developing nuclear weapons then?
Or if not nuclear weapons, just doing whatever they
No,
fucking
no,
want to,
that is the
basically.
implication of what she's saying.
Okay.
I want to nail this down.
Okay.
You have just
Yeah.
said that you are absolutely okay with any country
Yes.
developing nuclear weapons.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah,
Yes.
that's dangerous. That is unstable for the world, and I will never be okay with that. Neither will all of the countries around the world. That is a scary fucking world, and I don't want to live in that world.
Yes, I'm okay with that. The country has the right to defend itself, and if they need to develop nuclear weapons because they
No,
feel
no,
that
no, no. I mean,
they
no,
need to
they
defend
can still
themselves,
defend themselves. You're just against other people intervening.
Neighbor Rudy, I know she made the concession
Yeah.
on attacking our soldiers, but her
Yeah.
framing is that
Like it's
there's that.
basically
Her framing is that
It's like-
all that without any sort of action, that it's never justified to do an invasion, which is ridiculous.
It's out there.
it's like if Israel just decided to use a nuclear weapon because they felt threatened based on the attacks that they've had on them.
We're not
then that's
talking
Did you
about
know?
using
Hang on,
them.
hang
We're
on. Hey,
talking
Candy.
about
Hey, Candy. Did you know that
mixed-
Germany in World War II never attacked the United States before we went there? Do you know that?
That's not true.
Where?
We'll see.
Oh, well, all the
They
U-boats
did.
in the Atlantic were.
Against U.S. military ships?
They didn't necessarily attack us, but didn't they send Japan to do Pearl Harbor?
No, Japan decided to do that on their own.
Wasn't that part
That
of
was the old
Germany's
move.
thing?
No.
I think they even expressly wanted the United States
I
out of
thought
the war because
Japan
they knew
teamed
that
up
it
with
would turn on
Germany
tide.
and did the Pearl Harbor thing.
No.
No, I think that America, or not just America, Germany was expressly like, yeah, please don't attack the United States because we don't need another front of military force against us because it'll just fuck us in the ass, which it ended up doing.
So we shouldn't have gone and helped defeat Germany then.
Andy?
Uh,
Okay, they attacked
Yeah,
our
they
shipping
were.
vessels. Let's say they didn't attack our shipping vessels. You wouldn't have been okay with that? By the way, the Houthis have attacked our shipping vessels. By the way. But let's say they didn't. Let's say
Free to do that.
Let's say
according
Germany
to-
did not attack our shipping vessels, which are not military, not soldiers.
I just want to know how she would feel if Israel kind of just decided, we're just going to use a nuke against Iran, or we're going to use it against Palestinians. Or
Yeah,
things
that's
like
no,
their
I'm
that.
not
fight,
talking
right?
about. Okay.
But I'm just trying to make like a similar kind of like a similar point that it's like basically like, oh, or just the threatening of it. We're gonna like if they just started threatening at every
Wait,
opportunity to do what they want.
hold that thought because I don't want to get off this thread.
Okay.
Candy,
Okay.
let's say they didn't attack our shipping vessels, which aren't our soldiers, by the way, in World War II. Are you saying that we had no right to fight against Germany? Because that was the Europeans' problem?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Let's say Germany didn't attack our shipping vessels in World War II. They didn't attack our soldiers, by the way, but let's say they didn't attack our shipping vessels. And I don't know how many there were. You guys can look that up for me. I have no idea. But is your contention that we had no right to enter, in that case, that we would have had no right to enter World War II because that was Europe's problem in Germany?
Fuck.
Yeah.
Sorry. Where's that even
Yeah.
my phone? I'm sorry. Give me a second.
Yep.
Jackson.
You take your time.
That we shouldn't have interfered.
I'm
Like
saying, let's say Germany,
like the Holocaust.
Simplify it. Simplify it.
let's say Germany had not attacked any of our shipping vessels. They did not attack any of our soldiers, by the way. Are you saying that we would have had no right to fight against Germany with the Allies because that was Europe's problem?
Do 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 do
I
do.
Shut the
know.
fuck up, nuclear. Let her think about it.
I mean, it's a hard hypothetical to kind of answer.
It's not a hard
You
hypothetical.
want
It's
me to
really
eliminate
easy, Candy.
obvious things that happened.
It's really
in order
easy,
to get to
Candy. It's
It's
not
like
hard to engage with
basically-
the
it's like
hypothetical.
Because these are
eliminating
happening world events.
Well, it's like eliminating every aspect, and so that you can be
Yes,
led
it's called a
into-
hypothetical
into-
because your entire
right, but you're
argument.
trying to lead me to the answer you want me to say by eliminating certain
No.
things that are important that should
Yeah.
be there.
Well, no, because I'm literally creating the hypothetical around your contention, Candy.
My contention.
We have to allow the.
Which contention is it that you're
That
Talking.
that unless they take an offensive action, there's no against us. There's no justification for us to engage in combat.
But didn't they take didn't Germany attack us or
They
or
attacked some
vessels,
shipping
or-
vessels,
saying if they
but they did
didn't,
not
though.
attack our soldiers. However, the hypothetical I am constructing is to say, let's say they hadn't done that anyway. Would you say then we shouldn't have gone into Germany or helped fight against Germany?
No.
No, we should have, or we shouldn't have fought against Germany.
Like you're saying, we should not have.
I want to let
We
her
should not
say
have.
it. Okay, well, I give up.
There has to be a point where we take a stand.
You know, I
against
wouldn't even
people
be
who are
here.
doing-
I wouldn't even be here under that hypothetical.
Way to bring emotion into this, Jordan.
No, I mean, it's just fucking crazy, dude. That's insane.
I know. Well, some people are just incapable of entertaining a hypothetical. I don't know why you.
I mean, like when, how is it that nothing, no, there's literally no action that's awful enough for you to engage in offensive action without them doing something first. That's crazy,
It has to
dude.
be an attack on us first for us to do something. Even if they're doing the most unbelievably evil things across the seas, it's not necessarily directly related to us. They could kill as many people as they want, as long as they're not touching American soil or American troops or American interests directly. If they're not killing
So,
our ship, if they're not killing our
this is
people.
really interesting because this is one of the greatest criticisms levied at the United States in World War II, is that we took too long to act for those exact reasons that you are citing, Candy.
Mhm.
The U.S.'s isolationism in early World War II is one of the greatest criticisms levied against us during that war.
Oh, I'd probably place more of it on on Chamberlain or something. But yeah, I guess
Well,
after that maybe.
appeasement. I'm saying against the United States specifically.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
kind
I
of
would probably
flabbergasted.
agree.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, look at
I
this.
kind of want
Look
to
at
just go
this.
like a
Wow, Daniel just put this up. This is fucking wild too. You wouldn't have been alone either. Hitler has not attacked us. Why attack Hitler? Oh, I wonder why. Why not peace with Hitler? Europe for Europeans, America for Americans.
I've seen these before.
Unbelievable, dude. Come on, Candy. Like, are you really just not... I can't believe you actually think that, Candy. Like, I know you.
Yeah, pacifism is fine to a degree. Again, pacifism can obviously, and diplomacy is fine when it works. But when diplomacy continuously fails, when a certain group of people, whoever, they're just choosing to ignore every, peaceful process, if we just
Did
aren't
we
directly attacked.
did we try to diplomatically talk to Germany?
Yes.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I feel
There are
we
I,
so
should.
I'm
many.
asking.
We literally gave them Czechoslovakia. We gave them we almost basically let them invade Poland. We let
Yep.
them do so many different things before we actually were like, you know what? And it wasn't just obviously the attack on Pearl Harbor. Because we could have technically, if we wanted to, just engaged Japan and had no interaction with Germany, and we could have potentially
Which
just
we
lost
did.
the
Didn't
entire
we
And
Western.
it's
bomb
considered one of the greatest
Japan?
mistakes of World War II, period.
Did we what? No, Candy, did we what? I need to hear that.
Didn't we bomb Japan?
Nope, they bombed us.
We
Didn't
sanctioned
we
them. We
retaliate?
didn't allow them to deliver like things across the Pacific Ocean, things like that.
Oh, Kick is freaking
But that's
out
again,
again.
let's just try. I just think we should really quickly just try to obviously remove Japan from the element and say Japan didn't even attack us and they didn't exist. Say the Eastern Front was just imaginary or it didn't exist. If we just again sat back, stood by, stand back and stand by, Proud Boys,
Stand
just
back,
not
stand by.
to just basically just allow Germany to take any part of any part of Europe and do as many atrocities, kill as many Jews or humanitarian violations, acts of I don't know if the Geneva Convention was before or after, but just do anything basically that they want. But because they didn't attack us first, because they didn't kill any of our people, we're just not going to invade them. We're not going to support our allies. We're just going to let them do what they want, even if it's literally destroying all of Europe and taking all of Europe, and then potentially maybe us next.
Why is it that whenever
Again,
I'm fucking streaming, Kick decides to shit the fucking bed? Holy shit, dude. Sorry. Go ahead.
I thought that was just on my end.
Nope. Kicks, you go to down detector. It's in the red. And massive spike. Massive
They're trying to
spike.
Eddie is trying to silence us.
Yeah, he's trying to keep us quiet.
That's me. No, am I glad that we did? Yeah, I'm glad we did. But I still think we
shouldn't have?
unless they attack us.
I
But
just,
like, again, I just want to use. I really want to.
Candy, I understand that your heart is in the right place, but I think that's a really irresponsible way to look at it. With respect.
No.
Hello?
No. Nobody's heart is in the right place if
She's
they do
trying
that.
to
What are we
do
talking
what she
about?
thinks is
Wait.
right and not get into war. She's coming
you hear me?
very
Daniel,
strong.
This is
Yeah,
wrong.
we can
we
hear
can-
you, dude. We can hear
Hold
you.
on,
Say
everyone's
that.
still talking.
Nuclear.
Let
we can
Daniel
hear you.
I want to hear Daniel's point real quick. If he can actually, can we
So-
hear you, Daniel?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I do.
Okay. Hey Candy, I just want to say the partitioning of Czechoslovakia, That was an attempt to appease Hitler. The attitude was, we don't need to go to war a second time. We already had a bloody First World War. And if sacrificing the free will of the citizens of Czechoslovakia keeps Hitler happy and keeps them from starting another war, then so be it. Well, that did not work because just a few years later, the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany both invaded Poland together. That's how World War II started. And the world sat by and largely didn't do much. And because of that inaction, you had gulags, you had concentration camps set up all over Europe.
Hassan
made
had
the
a
war
huge
worse.
boner the whole
People were
time.
scared to death of war. People thought war was the worst thing ever. And because of that, not only did you have people afraid to stand up to Germany, you also had individuals who refused to take Jewish refugees, Polish refugees, people from all over. And it led to millions of people being slaughtered needlessly. So the idea that you can just diplomacy and appease your way out of everything, it's a nice ideal, but it doesn't work in the real world. There are times when inaction is worse than action. Again, you cannot stop every bad thing from happening in a war. There are going to be some civilians who die in a war. But when you're dealing with an ideology, for instance, at the time, Nazi Germany, global supremacy and domination.
Oh yeah, Casper, it's been popping off.
If you just do nothing, you make the situation worse. Think about this. America had a chance to join the war early and stop the Nazis from going so much further than they did. America only joined after its own interests were threatened in Pearl Harbor. If America had joined the war earlier on the side of Britain and France, maybe France wouldn't have fallen. Maybe France would have been able to push back the Germans a lot sooner. Maybe.
Yeah, we wouldn't have.
We don't know. But maybe we wouldn't have had all the millions of Jewish people, as well as the Poles, other conscientious objectors, prisoners of war, Roma, all these other people who were slaughtered. They were rounded up and just slaughtered. This is what inaction cost. And it also cost a lot more lives of soldiers who died than would have happened earlier.
We wouldn't have like people like Sam Hyde debating if it was 6 million people who died, it'd be more like 4 million people. Or
exactly, because by the time the U.S. joined World War II, Hitler's war machine had built up to a very incredible point. So if you had stopped it a lot sooner, the cost would have been a lot less in lives on both sides. Right. But because people waited, because they were just afraid, scared to death that war is always bad and evil and has to be avoided every single time at all costs, you ended up with a much worse situation. So
War Machine is so much cooler than Iron Patriot.
Yeah, the point is that the point. I'll just finish real quick.
Right. What you're saying basically is that we allowed Germany to get too big for their britches, and then
what happened is yes, we showed weakness. Okay, there are certain individuals who will not accept anything less than a show of force. For instance, Nazi Germany, they would not accept diplomacy. They viewed diplomacy as weakness. The Soviet Union, for the longest time, they viewed diplomacy as weakness. In fact, one of their diplomats said during the Cold War, the best way to get what you want is to demand the maximum, offer nothing in return, and threaten the West, because there are people in the West who will give you whatever you want because they're just afraid of a threat. So you will end up getting a third of what you wanted for giving up nothing. So
like I have a good hypothetical about another current conflict. If, for example, because they're not a part of NATO, right? We just unfortunately, it's already sort of happened to a degree, but they're fighting back. Say in Ukraine, Candy, for example, we just let Putin take Ukraine, and he promises, we're not gonna keep going, we're not gonna do anything. And then in however many weeks, months, or a year, or however many long amount of time, he starts to attack Baltic. He starts to attack parts of Poland. He takes however much of Poland he wants. But we're trying to, solve it through diplomacy, but he keeps doing stuff. Should, for example, I'm trying to use a hypothetical here again, but we just let Putin and Russia take as much of the European continent as he wants, but we haven't been directly attacked. Our troops are not directly at war. We haven't declared war. Should we just allow Putin to keep going?
No.
Well, I guess that's kind of what we're trying to get at. Again, it may be a completely different conflict. It may be completely different circumstances. I will concede that. Of course, it is not and even remotely the same thing. It's not the same thing as World War II.
Don't engage in appeasement with her. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it.
I just
Couldn't help
be
it.
fair.
I'm just
Putting the
teasing.
sad
I'm
cat in the
just
chat
teasing.
because I just want to be fair.
I just want to make a point that's like, if we just allow people who have directly threatened our interests, whether they have not, whether they directly tried to kill us or whether they've killed if they haven't done anything, obviously it's like, okay, it's of course understandable. Well, we don't want to go to war because we don't want to have further conflict. We don't want escalation. But then at a certain point, when countries continue to threaten, say Iran has a nuclear weapon, and they just decide, well, we're going to take this territory. We're going to allow Hezbollah to do whatever they want with pirate ships. We're going to, or sorry, again, I'm getting some of these confused. I apologize. But if we just allow people to continue, committing violations of treaties or continue to just, again, proliferate war, and we just stand back and do nothing, at what point is it acceptable for someone, including us, our allies, to say, we've had enough and we're going to retaliate? Is there any limits? Is there a limit besides just a direct attack on America?
Yeah, there is limits, but like what we're doing is like we're going in there almost to prevent something from.
Again, that's kind of what we're getting at, though.
Like-
If we had done something, if we had done something in World War II, or if we stopped Putin from advancing. No, it's okay. I'm just trying to. I just really am. Again, I'm not trying to. I don't think anyone here is necessarily trying to just goad you or lead you into oh yeah, I agree with this. We just want to make it like a fair and understandable, like, again, whether you call it a concession
and you may
or
not agree with us on this point afterwards, but we just want you to like at least understand why we think this is that point for us, even though you may not agree, even though I think you should.
Yes, I do understand why you guys think it's not a good thing,
and why we
We're trying
think
to
this is
catch
the
up here,
point to
actually.
intervene.
Like,
What?
again, I think, like Cosmic said, nobody
Sorry?
wants. I don't think anyone wants there to be.
I
this
said
kind
we're
of
trying
conflict.
to Kafka trap you as
Kafka trap.
yeah. Did you? That guy. What's his name? On the Pierce show said it, so I have to put it in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know, like maybe if you like sit with what we're saying and sort of understand some of these concepts, you see maybe take a look into the history of negotiating with Iran, the things that we've tried to do, the things that they've done, the groups that they funded and what those groups have done. It might become a little clearer where we're coming from.
Does everyone know in Destiny and Tiny's chat, whoever actually is a part of this community, does everyone know Pudgy? Does people know that mod? You know what I'm talking about?
Who?
Pudgy Gups?
Puggy Gups.
Puggy.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I apologize. I don't get the confirmation on how we pronounce the names as often as I should.
No worries.
But like they've said, the red line, for example, is with Trump's actions. Like, for example, like if Trump continues to do certain unhinged, crazy things wherever it is, I'm not trying to necessarily. Daniel,
True
stop.
neighbor Rooney.
Stop funny. I'm
Pudgy.
trying my best here.
Puggy
trying my
is
best here.
an occasional viewer, but certainly she was one of my earliest followers.
But I gave them a red line. Like I tried to again. I'm not. It might goading. I apologize. I was kind of goading them into trying to at least make the concession. But is there any red line that you would make to to not let what would be something that like Trump should not do? And then they
Daniel's
said,
about
well,
to get you.
Well, if Trump,
there it is.
if Trump bombed Iran, then that would be their like red line in supporting his actions. Is there any red line in terms of like the converse, like the opposite, that if an enemy does something besides just attacking American troops and directly declaring war against the United States? Is there any red line that you would be like, okay, then we have to intervene? Is there any kind of red line that's like, diplomacy is not going to just do everything? I'm not, again, I'm really not trying to just goad you into that they have to do something, egregious, but is
We're
there
trying
any
to
really red
feel
line?
out where your positions are here, right? Because I don't believe that you think there's literally nothing, right? Because I don't think that's
Right, neither do
reasonable.
I.
But no, if Iran went too far, then that would be a reason.
Well, we want to
Well,
know
that's
what
what I'm
you
trying to-
mean by
what is
that.
Because I
too
think
far?
also my problem is that
What
we're
is
working
too
on
far?
a lot of hypotheticals. Like they might have this, they may do that,
Well,
they may make a
again,
weapon.
so
I think
We have to live.
I
we
We
don't-
have
don't
to live
know
in that
that for
world where
sure.
we have
we
to
live in the
suspend.
world of what we do know, and there are certain things that we do know, and those things that we do know have led us to this. There are certain
We also have
hypotheticals
to allow
that
certain, yeah,
arise from what we do know,
exactly.
but those hypotheticals are practically like they are not even like they're likely now that with
Yeah,
the
many of these are
information that we
rooted
do
in
know.
reality.
And none of them are good.
When
They're
you
all
say
bad.
too far, like
Yeah, to you guys, it's unlikely, right? But to me, I haven't
No.
reached that yet.
Well, again, the percentage
Yeah,
of
they
enriched
threaten.
uranium.
Yeah, they swinging their dicks, a lot of bravado.
No,
and
no, 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 no,
bullshit,
no, no.
but I
The
don't think
percentage of enriched uranium is the issue here.
right.
That is something that we know for sure. And that percentage of enriched uranium would not be used for anything but developing a nuclear weapon.
But I have to get I want to know because I'm genuinely curious. What is the when you say
Sure,
if
neighbor.
Iran goes too far, what is it? What is the idea? Again, eliminating the idea of them directly. This is more of like like fucking with our allies or our associates or whatever you want to call it across the sea. What would be minus the attack on America directly or direct declaration of war? When you say they could go if they go too far, what would be a hypothetical? Again, I know we're dealing in hypotheticals,
Huh?
but just try to entertain us on this. What would be considered too far? Completing a nuclear weapon? What would be too far?
Too far will be them going cuckoo and trying to take over the world.
Give me a little bit. Give me just try a little. I'm trying to be fair. Just give me
a little more specific.
give me a little
Like
bit.
if they try to invade other countries and try to take over, like right now how Russia is trying to annex Ukraine, that is too far. That's too far.
If I could just counter that a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
I would consider what they do with their proxies to basically amount to that, and then some. So why do you not think that is the case when you look at the actions of like Hamas,
I think the proxies,
Hezbollah?
right? It's basically because the proxies also have beef with Israel, whether they're getting funded through Iran or not. Even if they wasn't being funded through Iran,
I agree
they
they
still
have beef
would have
with
been,
Israel.
or
That
still
doesn't.
retaliating.
I agree they
They
have
still
beef with
retaliate.
Israel. That doesn't change my position on the topic.
Right. But what I'm saying is, whether let's say it wasn't Iran funding them, it was somewhere else. So then, you know what I mean?
If it
would have
was
been the
someone
same
else and
result.
they were doing the same things as
It's
Iran,
the
yeah,
same.
I'd have the same. I'd be in the same position. I'd make the same points.
Like if like Hamas, for example, like say we're taking Iran out of the example and say there wasn't. I guess I could just try and go back to October 7th. Well, is there do you see kind of like the reason why after October 7th, despite again, however many terrible things that Israel may or I'll just the things that the terrible things that Israel has done, in the response. Do you think that there's no justification for any type of response if someone, sends, warriors to your
Of course.
country?
Yeah, people should defend themselves. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I guess that's kind of what
you
we're trying to get at. We're not trying to lock you into
So
that.
I guess what we're saying is
Oh,
those proxies just
I'm
because.
not like I'm not a snowflake. You can
No,
see,
I know, but Ken, here. So what
you
we're trying to
say
say.
I'm being a bitch, and I wouldn't be
No,
No, no,
very
no.
nice.
I don't
no,
think.
no,
I
no,
don't think
no,
we.
no,
We don't
no,
think.
no, no,
I
no,
don't
no,
think.
no. We're not
I
saying
don't
that at
think
all.
that, and Jordan
I,
doesn't think that, and I
I,
don't think Cosmic or anyone else does think that. We don't
Yeah,
think
I
that you're
don't.
a pussy because you're not trying to.
yeah,
Because
we're
you're
not
trying
saying that at
diplomacy. That
all.
doesn't make you a pussy. That does not make you a pussy. That makes you a human being.
If you had talked to me like 10, 15 years ago, I'd probably be in the same
Very
space.
wrong and very
Relax, Cosmic.
an
Just
I
incompetent
mean, I don't take offense to that kind of stuff. I
someone
don't.
who's
listen,
incapable
but
of
here's the thing.
digesting a
Here's the thing.
hypothetical.
Here's the thing.
No,
We see those
picture,
proxies as an extension
huh?
of Iran. They may
Of
have their
Iran.
own issues with Israel, but the only reason they even exist in the first place, the way that they do, is because of Iran. Their goals align with Iran's goals vis-a-vis the destruction of Israel.
Mhm.
So they may be different groups in name, but they essentially act as extensions of the goals of the Iranian regime. And so,
They all have the same goal, correct?
correct.
It's slightly varied, but yes, to a degree, they basically just
to a
want.
good degree. But again, the reason, the big reason why they're able to
Why
do
do the
what they want to
Palestinian people
do,
hate Israel?
for
That's
a
a
lot
long,
of
deeply
reasons.
rooted
That's a
history.
whole
Yeah,
that's a
there's a
whole different conversation.
I know, but I'm asking.
I mean, there's
the creation
oof,
of the Israeli state after World War
yeah,
II is a major one.
the
They
back and
created Israel
forth,
because, and this goes back to,
warring, the
yeah. So after World War II, the Israel, not
Do you
Israelis.
guys
I
think
mean,
that? Let me ask. Do you guys think that they have a legit reason to have that animosity?
sure.
so they have some justifications to hate them. Do I think that it's necessarily a justification to commit acts of terrorism? Is a completely different story.
I think
Do they
from
have
their
reasons
point of
to hate
view,
them?
they
Yeah.
absolutely have a justification. And if I were in their situation, getting the information that I've been getting, seeing things the way that they've been seeing, I probably would feel
Right.
the same way.
The settlements have gone,
Right.
like we all can agree that the settlements have gone too far. There's many things that Israel has done and the West has, supported, that have caused the hatred of Israel and the hatred of the West, and it's justifiable. Is it necessarily, again,
I
yeah, you could
also
probably say to a degree it's retaliatory justification.
I also think it's
Right.
very
What
telling
kind of
that the
this is like
countries,
capitulation. What are we talking about? There are reasons for their actions.
yeah,
I mean,
Right.
some of it may be like outsized in its impact, but
sure.
they're not like
But if
they're
I'm
not
the only
getting up
reason
in the
why I'm
morning
being
and
so
doing
like
crazy things.
the only reason why I'm so like back and forth about it and everything is because we're trying, obviously, to a degree, in Candy's, hypotheticals, is to try and be diplomatic. Nobody
Reach
wants
an understanding
murder
here.
to happen. Nobody
Right.
wants war.
But oh fuck. I had something I
Okay.
wanted to say and then I lost it.
My point of view is that the reason why these other countries join Iran or accept the benefit of Iran is because Israel has done
No,
some
no,
fucked up
no, no.
shit
You're
too,
you're
right?
getting the events wrong here. These proxies are only like that. Like Iran essentially made them into what they are.
You think so?
We
So
kind of know that.
there
In
was
huge
nothing
part,
that,
yes. There's
no
not
fault
entirely.
of Israel. These people have made
No, 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 no.
between
The
and
animosity is one thing, but them being built into a force with weapons and money and funding to do what they're doing. If we're talking
right.
about
What I'm
Hamas,
saying,
if we're talking about Hamas, that's one particular thing. But if we're talking about the Houthis and Hezbollah, no. No, absolutely not. That was Iran.
what do you mean? Absolutely not. What?
They are what they are because of Iran.
Okay, so okay, so Israel's never done shit to them. They just like that because they're just
No,
backing
no,
Iran.
they have. They've
They
done it.
have.
It's not like it's not. There's reasons why Iran has been
Yeah, but
so radicalized, and they've
what
done
are the
things,
reasons?
including creating proxy groups and funding these other radicals. There are reasons,
But they're
Why?
not
Why?
blameless
What's the
either.
reason?
right?
Why do you keep
They've
saying
done
that? What's
plenty of things to Israel.
Why do I keep saying what?
Cosmic?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
No. No. Kind
I
of.
was saying,
Yeah.
what was the reason?
What was the reason for what?
You keep saying they have a reason.
No, I
To
was
hate them or to
asking.
attack them?
I was asking whether there was a reason why these other people hate Israel and why they're grouping up to go against Israel.
Yeah, they said there is, and I was asking them what the reasons were.
Oh, okay. Now, okay. Well, I don't know that.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh, I
because they
wasn't.
keep
I
saying.
was asking the question myself. Is there reasons? And
You
they're
were
like, yeah,
asking?
okay.
I'm pretty sure you
I
were asserting.
No, I was asking,
And
is there a reason? And you
to be
guys said
clear,
yes. I was like, okay.
Israel has done things that aren't good, but to just boil it down to, well, Israel has done this, so this is why all these groups are popping up is very reductive. So there are
Sorry,
many
no, no. I
reasons.
mean, no. What are you talking? What things have they done?
Well,
Just
one person
stop
could
saying
talk
that and
about
just say what they have done.
some of the like older Lebanese
Yeah.
wars as to, the beginning of Hezbollah. The Houthis, no, not even close. But you could make the argument vis-a-vis
And
Hezbollah with
Iran,
like
I
the
guess.
older Lebanese wars. Hamas, obviously, you can make the
No, you
argument
were
for.
talking about Iran and the Houthis, but sure.
Yeah. But again, really,
I mean,
the
even
reason.
Hezbollah, I think, is negligible.
Pardon?
Right. I don't understand a lot of the wars over there. So I don't know if these people are just ganging up on one person or is there reasoning behind their ganging up against
Well,
one person. That's why I was asking.
historically they've been pretty much ganging up on one person.
But is there a reason why they're hanging? I don't. They just bullying
Yes.
in what just for the for what
If you really want to boil it down, it's because, and I this is my
Early
tiny
on,
coming
it
out.
was religion. Nowadays, but
It's still kind
Part
of
of it is
part of it is
anti-Semitism.
it's less than it used to be, but
Mhm.
it definitely. I mean, originally they had every opportunity for Palestinians to have a country. They would have had control of more of Israel than Jews would have. Jews would have taken pretty much mostly empty land, and yeah, it was a really sweet deal for land that they had lost in a war.
But we're kind of
And
getting away, and I'm not trying to
yeah,
go
yeah,
around
yeah,
to
yeah,
the
yeah. We're
point
talking
here. We're
about the
kind of getting
history of
away
it.
from Iran. Lately,
Yeah.
Iran has had many opportunities, and obviously, yes, there are things that we could go on forever about Israel doing certain things. I mean,
Because
there are.
Iran didn't even
I don't
really
want to say.
join the fray until like the 80s.
Yeah, but then they continue to do things like this, including their threat. Whether or not they're threatening. They are threatening Israel with like just the fact that they have it. Whether they're like we said, it's not necessarily the most likely outcome that they're going to just detonate or launch a nuclear weapon at the United States or Israel, but them threatening them with a nuclear weapon by the idea that they'll create it, them using proxies, them funding Hamas. Like how many times have we heard that they are the ones who helped fund the October 7th attack? These things are obvious acts of aggression, war, and there has to be, again, as much as it sucks to skip diplomacy and say we can't make peace, because there's always people on our side, there's people on the sides of the Arabs and Islamic states to try and decrease the wars and decrease battling across however many countries to get these wars to stop. Iran has continued to escalate things, and the idea that they will develop a nuclear weapon, whether it's to stop Israel from existing or just to stop them from having any kind of response, is, whether you like it or not, in many people's minds, including obviously the higher ups in the Biden administration and the Trump administration, two different political ideologies, that they think that it's a justification to at least
You betcha, Daniel.
retaliate or
I was
what?
talking to Daniel in chat.
Oh, sorry. there has to be, again, there's not, it's not necessarily, we can sit here all day and argue the semantics of war being bad, because we know that war is bad and it kills people, but there has to be some, eventually, if you're bullied enough, and I know that's kind of like what, like, that's a lot of the logic that people will use on the side of the Hamas. How many times have we seen Hassan try to say, well, you can only be bullied so much by a certain country until
Resistance
you
isn't
beat them
perfect.
back up. Resistance isn't perfect, yeah. But Israel Israel's can't just sit again. They are the only Jewish state surrounded by a bunch of different Islamic states who have they've distinctly, and whether it's just the actual governments or the smaller groups that are radicalized, they want to destroy Israel.
And there's
And
one more
Iran
thing
has.
I wanted to add here, because I think it's really interesting.
Go ahead.
Because a lot of people talk
Go
about
ahead.
like, oh, but what about Israel with Gaza and so and so and so on. I just think,
Right.
and technically this is like a somewhat ancillary point, but it's important to recognize. And I've been making this point quite a few times. I think it's very, very telling how the same countries who have been very strongly condemning Israel when it comes to Gaza, how they've been approaching this situation with Iran, because it's very different. They've been saying things rather than, Israel must stop this immediately. They've been saying things like, we need to try to mediate and de-escalate. They've been saying things like, Iran cannot be allowed to enrich uranium. And by the way, that is what Macron said today, the guy who's trying to be the spearhead to negotiating a ceasefire between the two, himself said today, Iran cannot be allowed to enrich uranium. So we're seeing a different reaction from these same countries who have been publicly, very against a lot of the actions of Israel in Gaza, singing quite a different tune when it comes to the situation with Iran. And while technically that's not,
isn't
like,
isn't it a different
substance.
situation?
Yeah.
Say that again? I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah.
I'm saying, isn't it a different situation? Why
It
would it be
is.
conflated one with the other? Okay.
Well, because the idea that,
the
Israel is this troublemaker that's causing all of these issues and blah, 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 then the reaction from them should be basically the same. But it's not.
And
Because
it changes
they know
a lot
that
when
it's
you
a threat. They know that
when
it
it
is
comes
a
to the
threat.
whole idea.
When it
Going
comes
back to
to
where this
this particular thing, they feel like it's not just a threat to them; it's a threat to a lot of people.
It's a threat to everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, I said this before. Whether or not you want to, again, we can say the unlikelihood. I've conceded already that I don't think it's as likely. I don't think it's likely that they may actually detonate the nuclear weapon. But the whole idea that they could have a nuclear weapon to just do what they want without any consequences, like, again, if another radicalized group of people decides to just try to attack Israel, even if it's a small thing and it won't necessarily destroy all of Israel, it will kill civilians, etc. And if Israel's like, well, we have the right to defend ourselves, but Iran now has a nuclear weapon. The whole idea is that basically it's just going to keep people from trying to actually stand up for Israel's rights, whether or not you think that those rights are justified, and however many things you have disagreements about Israel again. But the whole idea is that the nuclear weapon is such an incredibly high escalation. It is like it is literally like the highest level of escalation that you could possibly have. Whether it's, oh, we're going to use it, or, oh, we're just going to have it as our back pocket, don't do this, we're going to wag our fucking finger with our nuclear weapon. That's the biggest point of contention between us. I just want to, do you kind of like see why, again, like based on, again, we don't, obviously all of us don't know every single point of history. We're not trying to say that any one of us knows everything, and we don't know everything that is based. But
Jordan always does that.
but like, you kind of see where a country again, we could use the World War II examples. We could use different wars that have happened in the last 20, 40, 100 years. Do you kind of see why it's like, well, we can't just necessarily allow someone who is explicitly stated that they are our enemy, they don't like us, they don't like this country that is our ally? Do you see why a country, especially given the current conflict and literally the lobbing of ballistic missiles between countries why we couldn't just allow them to necessarily have this weapon in their back pocket for whatever reason.
It's not ideal for them to have it. I'm not against them having it. I think everybody should have a fucking nuke in their back pocket.
Oh.
Ugh. I don't even think as much as I love America and I think that we're the greatest country on earth, K Kona W, I would even argue that if we had the opportunity to just quietly pretend that we have nuclear weapons and we just disabled them or something like that. Again, I'm just speaking kind of like, this is idealistic. This is kind of where we have to draw the line between idealism and realism. That, you know, it would be nice to just say, oh, well, they're our enemies, but who cares? I mean, they could just have the nuke and whatever. They'll just be able to, again, theoretically, they could just bully whoever they want without any consequences because they have a bomb, and they could just be like, okay, we're going to use it.
I just
That's
had
like
a
our biggest point
brain
of
thought.
contention.
It might be retarded, but I don't know. I feel like
I
might
disagree
be
with that
better.
wholeheartedly. By
it
the way.
might
with
be
that.
better to have a country who knows the horrors of actually having used it to be the one to monitor people having nuclear weapons.
What you're saying the
Or
the
maybe
murderers
nobody
should
should
be in
have it,
charge of
right?
the.
I don't see
Yeah,
why
theoretically.
should be allowed to have it, and and who gets to decide who gets to have it, and
Well,
you
we
can't
do
have
because we did it
Well,
first.
but you had
First
like,
cut,
we
first
would
come,
never
first serve, baby.
we would never use our fucking
Yeah, let's get our mini Fat Boy launchers. Let's go.
Yep. Speaking
Yeah,
of
all this
nukes,
stuff just makes
did
me
you guys
want
see Elon
people to
Musk's
start using
spaceship?
them.
Did you guys see for Elon Musk's spaceship? I know it looked
It
like a
blew up.
nuclear weapon.
No, a lot of
That's just
explosions
gas.
have
That was just a
mushroom-shaped
big old
clouds.
gasoline and jet fuel boom.
Yeah, big old boom.
Ah.
All right. Cosmic sent me this a while ago because of a funny line. We're just going to watch it. And then I finally want to watch the thing I wanted to watch from the beginning, which is the WhickTV panel where they were debating Iran. Because that sounds like fucking cancer. So it should be fun.
Thank you guys for talking to me.
Of course. Candy, you know I'm always down to have a little debate ski with you. I think you should play a video of a nuke going off. I'm down. I will. This
have
a good
become bomb,
chat
the
panel.
destroyer of
You're telling me fucking Noah Samson did well? I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I'm gonna have to mute this so I could watch it because then
Okay.
you'll have the noise in the background.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna pull out. I just wanted to come in.
You're
So
gonna
I
pull
might be
out?
watching.
How un-American of you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't need to
Yeah.
bust inside. There's already too many worries of knocking.
Oh, you're talking
there's too
about
many
us.
worries of knocking people up.
Yeah, I thought this was great.
As an
I wish
American,
there
you're
were
not
more people
supposed to
watching.
pull out. I think Elon said you're not allowed to pull out anymore.
Do not go.
All right. Well, I won't pull out, but I might wear the nuclear rubber just in case. If you know what I'm saying.
You just gotta make it out of
All
lead.
All right.
All right.
I love you all. I'm gonna
You're
pull
amazing,
out.
buddy.
Like I said,
Wow.
This was
Giggity,
awesome.
giggity.
I hope you're back in more. And by the way, there are tankies in the fucking politics general chat. So hop in there and help Daniel out because I'm tired of arguing with them, and I know he would love some backup.
I'll try my best. You know, the thing is, again, I just want to express that I'm not an expert, and everyone likes to come in and they like to be,
That's
I'm not
okay.
saying
They're
you guys,
kind
I'm
of
saying,
idiots.
like,
So I love them, but they're kind of idiots.
Oh.
You won't have a hard time.
some people will bring up points that I don't know necessarily the accuracy of, and I just don't want to sound like a retard. But I'll try my best to, come in and
I love
support
how
whenever
Daniel
I can.
already
Because...
knew what I was doing without me even saying anything.
All right, well, I'm gonna go back to watching. I love you all. Like I said,
Yeah.
God
buddy.
bless America.
Oh
Fucking
wait,
Christ.
hang on.
Oh, yeah,
Let me just get
Peace
one of these.
nuclear.
in real
I think
quick.
Fuck yeah.
Let's go. All
God
right.
bless you all. Take care, and I'll be around.
Thoughts
There's
and
fucking
prayers, baby. Thoughts and
fucking-
prayers. Let's go.
Pray for the fucking. There's an emergency.
Yeah,
vehicle pulling up on
Daniel,
my
do you see
street
what
for
Daniel
some
said in
reason.
chat? He said, "Believe me, there's
No,
no
I-
way you could sound more retarded than them," and he's right. I love them, but they are actual dumbass tankies.
All right, well, take it easy, guys. I love you all, like I said, and just be safe, whatever
Love
you're
you too,
doing,
buddy.
and hopefully everything calms down.
Indeed.
Like the Chud said, nothing ever happened, so let's just try
Nothing
to bank
ever
on that.
happens. All right,
Yeah,
let's
All
go.
right, I'll see you all later.
See you,
Bye
bud.
bye.
Thanks.
Oop.
All right, that'll
You
also
think it's in
follow
America's
the
interest?
nuclear man.
No, you asked me a
to
hypothetical.
to
No, now, see, now
permit
you're
Iran
playing
to
this
get a
game.
nuclear-
You're trying to Kafka trap me right now.
No, we didn't
You're trying
say
to
that.
Kafka trap me, and you're trying to say, well, if you agreed to this hypothetical that I asked you, then you must also. No, I'm not playing that game. I'm not playing that game right now. You're saying in a hypothetical situation, should America attack someone? To your point, they do not have weaponized nuclear capability or uranium that is at the point of weaponization at 90%.
Bro, it takes 2 seconds to get from 60% to 90%. Your argument is actually retarded from that perspective. If your perspective is they don't actually currently have weaponized uranium, bro, it'll be like a few days before they have weaponized uranium. That was a retarded point. But we saw the Kafka trap part, so I'm going to move on because I'm quite sure, since it's one of his panels, I'm going to be hearing a lot of retardation out of this guy, and probably this guy, even though he likely agrees with me on this topic, he's just generally kind of a retard. This guy, I don't know. I don't know this guy. It's really tricky as weaponized uranium and Uranus. Alright, let's watch this panel. Few weeks to months. Yeah. Very fast, regardless. Okay. Oh no. Do I have to like go to the recording? I have to go to the recording, don't I? Because it was live when I started. It better be up.
So it's like I'm not.
I'm gonna be really annoyed if it's... Okay, it is up. Okay, cool. Black screen. 1.5.
Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WhickTV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, have we got a show for you tonight? We have one more guest coming, no opinion. We're just having a little bit of a technical difficulty getting him on the show, but we'll figure that out. As I do so,
Wait,
I'm going to let
no
all these
opinion?
lovely individuals introduce themselves. And
Is no opinion Noah Samson? Somebody tell me. Or is this just another Noah and I got excited for no reason?
you a brief, and I stress this brief, please, opening statements on your thoughts on the matter. It's a real simple question tonight that we have for you, ladies and gentlemen.
I am once again asking chat for 5,000 points to make Jordan do the chicken dance. Aw, man. That's a little disappointing. This should still be interesting, though. I wanted to see slop. I wanted to see some slop, neighbor Rooney. Sue me. Guilty pleasure. I like seeing Noah Samson act a retard.
How far should the United States go to keep Iran from becoming a nuclear...
I know, Cosmic hates the
Keep
slop.
them from getting
He
nuclear
hates the
bombs?
slop.
Do we trust the intelligence showing that they are working towards it? Or do we trust Tulsi Gabbard, who says that they are not? Right? We are having conflicting reports. If we are to intervene, how
So,
much should we?
I don't understand why people are misunderstanding the Tulsi Gabbard statement so often. She didn't say that they weren't, like, proliferating weapons-grade uranium. All she said was they weren't currently, at this moment, building a bomb. That doesn't mean they weren't going to be shortly, or anything like that. I feel like people are just... I got you, neighbor. I feel like people are misunderstanding that or interpreting that. They're taking liberties interpreting that statement. Do you guys feel that way? Is that just me?
All these questions and more. Okay, man, the myth and the legend's here with us today, but we're going to start. We're going to start, ladies and gentlemen, with Pathfinder J. Give us what you got.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for having me on.
Hot, but come on. She's Russian asset? No, I think I'm not defending Tulsi Gabbard. In fact, in Tiny's chat, you will also hear me often say Comrade Tulsi, as I do believe she's a Russian asset. But I don't believe that statement was to say Iran has no intention of building a nuclear weapon in the short future. That's not what I interpreted from that statement. Maybe. I don't know. I really don't care very much because I don't see an interpretation of that statement that's saying what they want it to say. So it doesn't really bother me.
My name is Jay. My YouTube channel is Pathfinder415. My position is pretty simple. I believe that under no circumstances should the current government of Iran be allowed to possess a nuclear arsenal in any form. While I believe that the nuclear deal that was negotiated by Obama was the most desirable outcome, Trump ended that deal, as we know, and we have to operate with the reality that we live in. Iran is almost certainly working towards a nuclear weapon, and as regrettable as it may be, at this point the only two options, as far as I can tell, are the theocracy having a nuke and regime change. And unless there's some secret third option, then those are the choices that we have, and of those two, I choose regime change.
I mean, I don't disagree with that necessarily, Cosmic. I'm not talking about Tulsi's intentions. I'm just saying the interpretations of that statement, I believe, are inaccurate. She was trying to make a statement to serve that purpose while also not technically lying. And I took that statement very literally.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. We'll get you as you go. We saw you for a minute there, Noah, but then you disappeared again. But thank you for being here. Okay, Lycan, what you got?
Yeah, so nothing I say tonight is going to be there to heap praise on Iran or excuse state sponsorship of terrorism. But Iran has demonstrated...
Right. True, Cosmic. However, the statement, Iran is not currently building a nuclear weapon, is technically not a false statement, even though it's being used to sort of further a position that is retarded and malicious.
Many times over that diplomacy is possible, and that... many people on this panel, the broader public, those in chat, I don't think really know Iran's history. So if you get your perception from the media headlines on TV for the last 25 years, sure. You're gonna
Bro, why does she have like the rogue gray hair streak? What is that about?
Iran is on a death spiral down to a nuclear weapon so they can destroy the Middle East, the United States, and Israel. But at the end of the day, this is just factually untrue. So we're going to talk today about the history of Iran's nuclear policies, the history of Iranian-U.S. diplomacy.
I don't think anything I said was giving her goodwill, Daniel.
And the fact of the matter is that regime change, it doesn't go well, especially when it's done by force or covert action through outside parties, and especially so in the Middle East. We're still dealing with the ramifications today, just now in Syria. Reports are coming out that ISIS is back on the move, and cells are starting to activate within Syria after the fall of Assad. So while many of us...
Nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative.
Is gone, and that Syria is working towards reform. We stand today still dealing with the ramifications of that, and that when it comes to Iran, those will be very, very significant as we deal with the fallout from that. So I'm here to say that we should not take any sort of interventionist actions, and that diplomacy is very much still on the table. And I look forward to chatting with everyone and telling y'all why you're wrong.
Okay, it'll be fun. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Counterpoints.
Even though that was retarded.
Sir?
Yeah. Do you know how refreshing it is to not to be the most imperialist person on the panel? It's so nice to have Pathfinder here. Thank you, Pathfinder. So he was asking if there was an alternative. Yeah, I think there's an alternative. It's one that's been proposed by the Trump admin. As much as I find it hypocritical and silly, considering they're the candidates of peace, I do think that a limited strike could work. So we do have technology in order to bust bunkers, so to speak. So if that was possible, in order to delay a nuclear option, I don't want to take that off of the table. If that could delay Iran, however you want to pronounce it, getting a bomb. And then also, I think that we should go back to the nuclear deal. I think it is disappointing that Trump took that off the table. I think that's the aim that we should get to. I also understand Israel's mistrust of Iran, where just signing a piece of paper saying that they're going to comply with a limited investment program doesn't mean that they're actually going to follow through on it. And so making sure that we can actually follow through on a new Iran deal style negotiation would be fantastic. So limited strike is still on the table. Regime change should be grassroots. I don't think that we need a boots on the ground regime change. I think it should come from the Iranian people. And I could yap for another 5 minutes, but I won't. I'll save it for the panel.
Okay, yeah, we'll get into it as we go. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Next up, we got No Opinion. Noah, what are your thoughts here? Iran. Do we go in? Do we stay out? What do you think?
Well, I'm kind of against us going in. I think, on one hand, Israel, like Iran had been like sending guys to attack Israel for a while, and then when Israel fought Hezbollah, Iran did lob some missiles at them, kind of ineffectually. And on the other hand, Israel did start this war. Like Israel, they attacked first. At least in this round, they majorly
started it.
Have been you know, sending fairly large amounts of stuff to blow up Iran's nuclear program, I guess, or maybe do like regime change, maybe, you know, kill the top guys. I don't feel like America has, you know, I wouldn't want, I don't want Iran to get nukes. I think that's not good. You know, I'm a bit of a hypocrite here. I'm for controlled nuclear proliferation. I just think Iran's not a good candidate for it. I think like South Korea, Poland, Japan should get nukes. But so maybe I'm a hypocrite there, just saying like I think these countries should get nukes and these countries shouldn't. But yeah, like I don't know, I don't see why we're needed to get in this war. I don't really. But then again, I'm not really an expert. Like I've heard some people say, that Israel needs like this big bunker buster bomb that only we have, or else they can't take out this one nuclear enrichment site at Fordow. That's how that's pronounced. And then on the other hand, Israel said that if we don't
it depends on how literal you're interpreting it.
Give them the bunker buster bomb, they'll use humans, which I assume means they've got a railgun accelerating humans to relativistic speeds and just no, I don't know. I think they're just gonna send in guys. I don't know what they're gonna do, but the point is that like, not too many Israelis or Iranians seem to be getting killed at this point. Like I think it's a couple hundred Iranians and a couple dozen Israelis. It's like not really that big of a war yet, and it doesn't seem like it's gonna send the Middle East up in flames or. And on oil prices, we're hedged really. Like it doesn't matter to our economy much whether oil prices go up or down because, you know, we produce oil and about as much as we consume. So like honestly, I don't see a compelling reason for us to get involved. I mean, like, burden of proof is on people who think that if we don't get involved, like, there'll be an imminent Iranian nuclear bomb. If you can prove that to me, you know, I'm not an expert, so if you can prove that to me, fine, okay, maybe then let's think about it. If that's not the case, I don't see any rationale for getting involved here. You know, not our fight, not our circus, not our monkeys, as they say. I am not an anti-interventionist. You know, I do not think America is an evil empire, but I also think that, like, our fundamental interests in the Middle East are pretty slim, pretty, you know.
You understand
honestly, at this point.
That I'm being hyper specific in that interpretation, just to say, like, she was trying to be slick. She was trying to say it in a way that would make people think what they're thinking while not saying something that was technically false. So don't let her play the game and literally interpret the statement as it is literally said. That's all I'm saying.
Understood. No. Okay. So if we can prove that there's a nuclear bomb, Noah's in. If we can't, Noah's
No,
out.
not necessarily, but I'll think about it.
You'll think about it. Gotcha. Okay. Last but certainly not least, non-smoker. What are your thoughts? Do we go in? Do we stay out?
No. We stay out. Yeah, in my opinion. I mean, I do think the U.S. is an evil empire. Yeah, I think that history bears that out. I think we've done more harm than good in the name of regime change. I think regime change has been like a pretty consistent foreign policy stance in the U.S. since really the end of World War II. It's not to say that it's never been successful in replacing regimes, but I would argue it's been more unsuccessful than successful in replacing regimes with something that's objectively better. I think the U.S. should absolutely not be involved. It's actually the definition of escalating a conflict which needs to be de-escalated to preserve human life. I do think Israel provoked the conflict, whether you want to talk about them attacking first or just the years and years of urging by Netanyahu and others within Israel to strike Iran imminently because they're about to have a nuke any day now. We're serious this time. It's going to happen. They're about to launch it. Oh my God. I also think Trump and the U.S. in general are complicit.
I know what
for some
she
of the same
meant,
reasons I outlined.
and I know what she was trying to get people to
We've been
think.
threatening the Iranians for years. We've been engaging actually in
Don't
soft power
spoil.
attempts
Don't spoil, Daniel.
to initiate regime change there, concurrently with trying to make diplomatic overtures, sending mixed signals is what I would call it. Of course, they have no reason to trust us. I also think one thing that nobody really touched on, and I'm obviously not a military expert, is that us going into Iran and just initiating regime change by force is a lot easier to say than do. I think Iran is an incredibly complicated place geographically, let alone they're a serious military power, as exemplified by their use of ballistic missiles, striking Israel pretty much every day. I think that, you know, the U.S., which is struggling to stop a renegade group of militants in Yemen from shooting like bottle rockets at ships once every couple weeks, the arrogance that we have to say, well, we could just go into Iran, smash things, destroy everything, and overthrow the regime, easy peasy. I don't think it's that simple.
It's not. They weren't crying wolf. Them on and off trying to make nukes and then being stopped from doing it on multiple occasions is not them crying wolf.
So yeah, I mean, this is a very complicated topic. Looking forward to discussing with this fine group of gentlemen.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to doing it as well. With that, let's open the floor. Let's get some discussion going. Jay, you seem to have the strongest stance of regime change here being inevitable. Sell it to us, and then we'll, again, it's an open discussion so people can talk to you, ask questions, etc. Go ahead.
For sure.
So if they were actually developing nuclear weapons and then they were stopped from doing it, how exactly is that crying wolf?
Sure. Well, I would say that the biggest thing to keep in mind with regime change is that I'm not necessarily advocating for like boots on the ground U.S. troops inside Tehran, like, you know, storming the palace and stuff like that. But I do think that there are sufficient ways that through like air power, through sea power, as well as through economic means that we can sort of force popular uprising.
Yes,
Actually
neighbor,
just
I know
published
everything.
a really good article about this not too long ago, which I can go into more detail if you'd like. But I want to get into what Noah was just talking about the potential for an imminent threat of a nuclear warhead. And I think that a lot of people have...
No, Candy, not if the only reason it didn't happen was because the rest of the world stopped them from doing it. That's the opposite of crying wolf. They were developing it, and they were stopped from doing it. That's not crying wolf. It would be crying wolf if they weren't developing it, and they were lying about them doing it. And then nothing. And then we went looking, and then nothing happened.
PTSD from the Iraq War, and that makes people very concerned about the legitimacy of nuclear warhead claims. And there are definitely some notable differences in Iran's case than in Iraq's case. For one, the IAEA, which is the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the nuclear organ of the United Nations, they have inspected, or had inspectors anyway, that would go into Iran, and they estimate that Iran enriches uranium up to about 60% purity. And for reference, I'm not a nuclear scientist, but I believe these numbers are accurate. For civilian use, for like powering cities, you only need to enrich uranium to 3 to 4%. After 20%, you've crossed the threshold for nuclear weapons. So going into 60% is obviously completely unnecessary for any civilian use. Furthermore, they have 9 tons of that we know about anyway. There could be more that we don't know about of enriched uranium that is at that 60% level, which is estimated to be about enough for 9 nuclear bombs. The IAEA, in that same report, the IAEA, sorry, it's a little bit of a mouthful, estimates that if Iran wanted to, they could build a nuclear warhead in as short as 2 days. And I think the fact that Iran has been consistently locking out and increasing pressure on the IAEA inspectors in their country, it certainly, I don't know if that necessarily means that they're currently actively developing a nuclear weapon like right this very second. However, I do think that it is very suspect. And I will also say that there have been a lot of Iranian spies that have been caught abroad that have been trying to steal nuclear weapon intelligence, specifically from Europe. In the Netherlands, the Dutch caught Iranian spies trying to steal schematics for building nuclear warheads. And I think that given the fact that Iran believes that it's sort of a do or die, if they don't get a nuclear weapon, they essentially will die to Israel, which, you know, perhaps there is some argument for that to be made. But I think it is certainly reasonable to assume, more so reasonable to assume, that Iran would be pursuing a nuclear weapon than it is with Iraq, because Iraq really had no reason to be doing that at that time. Whereas I do believe there is a lot of reason to assume that Iran could be doing that now, not just circumstantial, but also, I mean, you know, with regards to the uranium enrichment.
Where did you get that the IAEA said that they could build a weapon within 2 days?
That is from, let me see here, I have that linked. You'll have to give me just 1 second. It is from a report that they wrote. Let me see here.
Are you talking about the one that they released to the United Nations, I believe, on the 31st of May?
No,
this is... just to solidify the perspective, at minimum, we have, I just Googled the 60% enrichment. That seems to be coming from an official IAEA website. And then also, DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, literally just tweeted, I just looked at my phone momentarily, literally just tweeted that based off of their intel assessments, they believe that it's possible for Iran to have a bomb within a couple of weeks or months. So if you want to say 2 days is alarmism, then can we accept a few months as possible?
No, because first of all, the IAEA is...
PowerPoints? Whose assessment was that, sorry?
That was from
I mean, that's DNI Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, yeah, Tulsi Gabbard said they could have it within a few months?
Yes.
Yeah, so
you can go to her Twitter right now.
The most recent intelligence before all of this kicked off was that they were nowhere near it. And again, that has been a repeated case. The Ayatollah has had a fatwa on nuclear weapons, saying they're anathema to Islam since 2003. And there is no evidence that they have sought to do so. The IAEA report that was released says that they can no longer see that their nuclear program is strictly a civilian nuclear program. The idea that Iran is building a weapon is not borne out in anything. 2007, 2011,
why would you say that if they're at 60%
because,
enrichment and civilian enrichment is at 3 to 5%?
What is documented is that Iran enriches to those levels to give them cards at the negotiating table.
You're a fucking retard, dude. Holy shit. The card is the nuclear weapon. You don't have the cards without the nuclear weapon. Oh, fucking idiot.
Wait, hold on. But what you're saying is they're not doing the thing, but they're doing the thing up to 60% as a negotiating tact.
Yes.
Wouldn't that just mean that they're developing nuclear warheads, because that's kind of the ultimate negotiating tact?
There is a difference between going all the way that way, which would probably actually lead to the kind of action that Iran wants to avoid. Again, like I said in my intro, Iran has shown incredible diplomatic capacity with the United States. The only reason they're enriching to these levels is because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, and Iran has been under constant threat since then.
Okay. You're extending an incredible amount of charity to
I'm going
the
off
Iranian
of
regime.
intelligence reports.
What's that?
It's just obvious.
I'm going off of the IAEA and intelligence.
It's just obvious. You know this.
It is
You're friends with the
absolutely
Iranian
true.
regime.
What is
100%.
Yes.
It's not just me, by the way. The IAEA, I agreed with that. They checked into Iran's nuclear program, and they found that Iran was keeping up with everything up until when Trump pulled out in 2018. As soon as Trump pulled out in 2018, they breached both the 300-kilogram stockpile limit and the 3.67% refinement.
Hold on. There's
So that's not relevant today,
multiple
though.
pieces of information that you guys are forwarding.
That's very relevant to today.
No, it's
totally
relevant.
You wouldn't be in that
I
position
want you
if
to
didn't
recognize that you're
collaborate.
forwarding multiple pieces of information here.
It's
focus
just
on
one
one at a
piece of
time.
information.
No, okay, so let me walk you through it though, because I'm going to repeat back to you what you guys just said to me. Up until the Iranian deal, are we going with Iran or Iran? What are we doing?
Take your poison,
Iran.
brother.
Well,
Just-
it's pronounced
I'm going
Iran.
with Iran.
Let's go with Iran Shah.
Tulsi's
land of
taco.
Aryans.
Okay, so the
You
Iran.
know, do
Okay,
people know that the word Iran is actually just the word Aryan? It's the same word.
the true master race. So so the Iranians. Okay, so we can all. I think even Pathfinder was saying like the nuclear deal under Obama was probably ideal because now you've backed Iran into a corner. So we all agree right there. What you've said and what I heard Lycan say is after the deal, the IAEA was effectively verifying that they were following the deal. And as far as we could see, they were following the deal as maximally as possible. Since then, though, descriptively, what you guys have said, and I think Lycan just said this a moment ago, is he enriched it. Since the deal has been kaput, they are now enriching to 60%. So they have the capacity. You're saying they don't have the willpower to create a bomb. They don't have the desire to create a bomb, but they're doing it as a negotiating tact. Do I understand your perspective correctly?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, but I also want to clarify, not just to the best of their abilities, to a fucking T. IAEA report one after the other up until Trump pulled it out. The very last report was they have done everything we fucking asked. Met every deadline. The only complaint they had was they could respond to our calls a little quicker. Other than that,
okay, just to clarify, I hate Trump with every
60% uranium enrichment is not following everything to the T. There were certain facilities we didn't even have access to. He's just lying.
fiber might be. So I'm not a Trump dick suck who's like, itching to go to war with Iran. Okay, that's not the thing, right? But what is going on, though, is that I think that descriptively, you guys are assuming on faith that Iran doesn't have a desire to have a bomb. And what Pathfinder and I are saying is that if you're at 60% enrichment, then you have the capacity to get to a bomb within a few weeks or months, which is confirmed by our intelligence agencies.
No, first of all, I will say this. We've all seen the Trump sycophancy and the way this administration works. We've seen the way that people step out of line and get fucking reeled back in. As a non-official governmental but relevant example, the fucking Elon Musk fallout and then him coming crawling back to daddy, right? So the other day, just yesterday or some shit, fucking Tulsi Gabbard Trump gets called out,
right?
And says, hey, your fucking DNI says this ain't true, chief. And he says, oh well, she's wrong. And then she fucking tweets that I'm sorry. When every report,
it's not just a tweet; it's video clips of her talking about it.
Sure, but point being is she comes out and makes.
Also, aren't you saying that they're at 60%?
No, hold on. I'm sorry, maybe I conflated something. They're at 60%, but that they're making weapons when, again, historically and modern intelligence says that they are not making weapons and not.
That's not what's being said. What's being said is they could manufacture bombs.
They couldn't.
Hold on. I have a question.
Wait, no, hold on. Don't derail this.
Stop.
Don't derail. You're going in circles. Go ahead, please.
No, we're not going in circles. Nuclear weapon or nuclear bomb, like a nuke, Hiroshima. What are we talking? Are we talking a dirty bomb or what? Because yes, they could go make a fucking dirty bomb right now. Are we talking about a nuke? Because when you say nuke, when people say nuclear weapon, they're not thinking dirty bombs. They're thinking Hiroshima, right? They're thinking
what is the negotiation? Because you say that they just sorry to say my mic. You say that they have uranium enriched at 60% just for negotiation tactics, but you're also, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you're saying, but it's also just useless, the uranium that they have. So
I'm not saying it's useless, but I am saying, but I will say that Iran again has up until very recently, since 2003, complied with inspectors. They have complied with regulations.
I agree.
And you know who hasn't? Israel went behind our backs and created a nuclear arsenal, has not signed the non-proliferation treaty. Pakistan, who we also have to contend with, who is a state sponsor of terror, who used al-Qaeda for their wars in Kashmir, who Iran, everyone likes to say, has killed soldiers in Iraq and Syria or whatever, has only killed dozens of American soldiers, where Pakistan, who gave safe harbor to the Taliban and al-Qaeda,
Never trust Western sources,
responsible for about 2,000 deaths of American soldiers.
But if you're
They
saying
sponsored
Pakistan
terrorism.
was shit, why would we want another Pakistan?
Because we found a way to engage with Pakistan, and it can't just be because we needed them. We can't just go selectively apply that shit. If this is so fucking serious, when our allies do not comply with nuclear treaties as well as fucking Iran does. So Casus Belli for war and regime change is going to be going in for this shit. We should be bombing fucking North Korea.
I'm not going to concede this.
Okay, but I do have some information that might be helpful to the conversation that I wanted to cover, because the most recent IAEA, so the International Atomic Energy Agency, I think is the acronym here, that I have seen was on the 31st of May of this year. Okay, it was declassified or de-restricted on 11th of June of this year. And from their summary, this is what they say. Oh, I had it up. Hold on. There we go. So it says that Iran's decision to remove all of the agency's equipment previously installed in Iran for JCPOA-related surveillance and monitoring activities has also had
exactly.
implications.
He's like I said, he's just lying.
The nature of Iran's nuclear program. It has also been more than 4 years since Iran stopped provisionally applying its additional protocol. Therefore, throughout this period, Iran has not provided updated declarations, and the agency has not been able to conduct complementary access to any sites and other locations in Iran. And the significantly increased production and accumulation of highly enriched uranium by Iran, the only non-nuclear weapon state to produce such nuclear material, is of serious concern. So given that this is the most recent report, right, that we have from an agency that isn't connected, at least I don't believe, to Trump or his intelligence apparatus, if they're concerned, why shouldn't we be?
because there's a difference between enrichment and creating a bomb. Again, when we talk bomb, yes, you can go make a dirty bomb. No one's talking about that. They're talking about fucking nukes. And again, Iran signed the non-proliferation treaty.
What
and
are they
again,
missing? So like, you're being frustrating because what are they missing? If they have a civilian rocketry program, if they have enriched uranium up to 60%, if subject matter experts within the United States government are saying that within a few weeks or a few months they could produce a bomb, what is this missing component of technology that you are saying they are incapable of developing?
Why do you think they haven't produced one yet?
Israel already had nuclear bombs when that treaty was written, well before that treaty was written, Sleepy.
Me or him?
Hold on, ask again, non-smoker, please.
I'm asking like
why do you, what's based on the knowledge at hand? Why do you think they have not produced uranium beyond 90% yet? What do you think the reason is for that?
Well, because we could.
Therefore, non-proliferation doesn't apply because they were already proliferated.
Bring them back to the JCPOA and the negotiations.
Yeah, for negotiations.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But at the same time, but at the same time, what we're talking about is potentially them doing that and us not being able to know. So
and where's the intelligence that they're going to? I'm answering your question. Where is the intelligence?
Step left. What's that?
Where, I'm answering your question. It's not the step. It's not about the technology. It's where's the intelligence that they want to make a bomb, that they are trying to make a bomb, that they are going to make a bomb. Where's that?
Well, I would say probably over the past 20 or 30 years, they've had like an enriched nuclear weapons program.
No, they haven't.
Like,
They stopped it in 2003.
Yes, they have. They've literally recruited a bunch of stuff.
hold on.
Hold on. Are we forgetting Stuxnet? Are we forgetting?
Because they signed it? Are we actively creating new nuclear bombs? Might be. New weapon systems? What about new warheads? They're refurbishing them. The U.S. is generally considered to be in compliance with its obligations under the NPT. Oh, Israel's not even a party to the treaty. I don't think... I thought they had an arsenal. I don't think... My knowledge goes... Well, I don't know if we even know if they're developing new ones. Oh! Jesus. These guys are starting to piss me off. Right, so every country is party to the nuclear treaty then, Sleepy? Israel's using nuclear weapons, Sleepy? Oh, you're saying they're blowing up countries for having it. Okay. So you think that Iran getting a nuclear weapon and Israel not being a party to the treaty is somehow related to why they're doing this? Like, forget the treaties. Let's say the treaties weren't even there. You think Israel's not going to have an interest in stopping Iran from having nuclear weapons?
Getting the assassination programs during the 2010s? What the fuck are we talking about here?
Yeah, they had killed some nuclear scientists, all right? Since 2003, they have not had it, and it has been confirmed by the United States Intelligence... No, stop, because you're not listening when I say this. The United States Intelligence Committee, the National Intelligence Assessments of 2007, 2011, multiple various random fuck reports since then, before then, have said, yeah, dog, they have not done any shit when it comes to nuclear weapons. They are not doing it, period.
Why are you extending this level of charity to the Iranian regime when
I'm going off the government. How are you saying
it's
it's charity to them? Why aren't you giving charity to the United States Intelligence Community?
Because I'm an American. I work for the United States of America.
Why? Hold on. So let's assume.
Why would I be endlessly charitable to my enemies when I should be endlessly charitable to my friends and my allies? What the fuck?
Charity. I'm pointing to a source of fucking the intelligence community who has said
that
this is happening.
evidence.
The IAEA has been in there and doing inspections. Again, 2015, they didn't come and say, actually, we just started inspecting. They got a nuclear
program. I like this conversation so far, which is fine. It's spicy. That's good. However, the reason why I don't like this conversation so far is because I've logically walked you up to. They have the capacity. We're not talking about intent.
I don't care about capacity.
Capacity.
The capacity is already qualified.
Capacity.
All right, let's stop capacity. Capacity. They have the capacity. Why do they have the capacity? Because they want to be able to negotiate.
These guys
okay,
so you have to provide something else.
Let's work back from capacity then, since we can say that within, let's just say, 60 days, they could create a nuclear device hypothetically. Let's move back to motivation then. Okay?
Sure.
Okay. So moving to motivation. I understand what you're saying, which is effectively, if they wanted it, they would have had it. Am I wrong in saying that that's basically your position?
If we're talking about a dirty bomb, yes.
Okay. So what I would say is, I'm not really betting the future of the United States on Iran having a bomb or Iran having a bomb. Okay? Because I think that even if they develop 9 nuclear warheads, I don't think like Central Florida is on their top 10.
No, hold on, wait. Again, if we're gonna go with nuclear warheads, then I am gonna start talking about technology and better intelligence and all that shit. If we're gonna stick with dirty bombs, I'll say it's not gonna do anything.
Dirty bomb still irradiate a city and kill tens of thousands of people?
Sure, it can if it can reach us. But again, our intelligence says they're not trying to do that shit.
Okay.
Why do you not
think
that
they should be doing
like
What's that?
Why do you not trust Iran? Is it just like the fact that it's a
Is he serious?
theocracy and authoritarian? Is that the main reason? Well, what about Saudi Arabia?
I mean, that's one pretty decent fucking reason, but then there's all of the work that they do with their proxies and all of the other shit around. I mean, like, what? What kind of fucking question is that? Maybe the fact that they call us the Great Satan to Israel's Little Satan? Well, I don't know.
Do you trust them?
Saudi Arabia is tied to our economy. They are interested in being our allies. They've also said the reasons why they don't.
Iran is not interested in being tied to the global economy. That's why they don't want sanctions, which is why they signed on to the JCPOA to begin with.
Sorry, you're saying is Iran acting in its natural self-interest?
I think Iran has economic interests just like any country. So the reason that they signed on to the JCPOA, I think the reason you're not hearing people is because you won't shut the fuck up. The reason Iran signed on to the JCPOA to begin with is they wanted to avoid sanctions so that they could have a beneficial economic relationship with the West.
That was kind of funny.
So who's to say that had we not kept that agreement around and maintained this better relationship with Iran, that they couldn't also eventually integrate into our economy? Saudi Arabia wasn't always a good friend of ours either, and that changed because the economics favored them to have a better relationship with us.
Okay, I think you're probably right.
Don't worry, neighbor Rooney. They're just building us up to it so that when he drops his fucking dick and balls on the table, it's that much more impressive.
But I think that ship's probably sailed.
That's the point that I
disagree on.
that ship is gone.
Just real quick, I'm gonna have to mute people. Noah, why has it
you
sailed?
missing
Can you elaborate on that?
I mean, we killed Soleimani. We did that. We blew up some other Iranian stuff. I think that like now.
Oh, I missed.
But not just that.
Fuck.
The reason Iran wants a nuclear bomb, and if I were them, I'd want a nuclear bomb for sure. Like the reason why, I mean, like it's only rational for them to want a nuclear bomb. The reason they want a nuclear bomb is to fight Israel, maybe to blow up Israel, but definitely to deter Israel from blowing them up, as Israel's currently doing. I think that after what we've seen with this war, the vulnerability that Iran has in conventional weapons, there's not like, to me, if I were in charge of Iran, I would be like, okay, whatever the America would give us, in this deal, whatever they were going to give us in 2017 or 18 or whenever, we're not going back to that because now we see what Israel's willing to fly over and do to us, and nukes are the only thing that can deter that.
That is, first of all, at the very least, you're talking about deterrence more so than aggression, because the history.
Yeah, no, I don't think they want to start a nuclear war. I don't think they're nuts like that. But if I were them, I want a nuclear bomb right now because I'd be like, holy shit, look what happens when we don't have a nuke. So like at this point, I would not make a deal that would involve me not getting a nuke if I were them.
And that would be reasonable, except so first again, I'll repeat, and this isn't meant condescending. Like let me repeat myself, but like again, intelligence has shown that they don't want to get a nuclear bomb. They don't have a program to get a nuclear bomb. They're not working towards it. The enrichment of uranium does not equate to making a bomb.
That's so naive, dude. That's so naive. The amount of uranium that can only be used for that is only going to be used for that. This is a really naive point of view.
It is again
I'm gonna
intelligence.
repeat
Hold on,
myself.
wait.
What
I'm
is
going to
missing
finish my
component of
point.
technology?
I'm going to
I'm saying
it's
I do it.
Wait,
He
hold on.
said
Let's say that literally in a
uranium.
fucking shell, you just take some duct tape and you strap on a big fucking Coke bottle full of uranium, and then when it explodes, that's how you make the dirty bomb. I don't know, by the way, FBI. I'm sorry for saying that out loud. I don't know if that was right, but
We're gonna
like
have to edit this part out, but go ahead.
you fucking do that, right? Let's say it is that. Again, there is no intelligence that has ever said that they want to fucking do that. And so what I want. Hold on.
I'm gonna narrow my question. I want to narrow my question.
Go ahead.
Let's just say, let's not talk about motivation. Let's just talk about technology. Okay.
I don't care. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't care if they can do it because let's say that they could do it right now. I do not care.
But you keep saying that they can't.
No.
So don't make that
They
assertion.
can't make a nuclear warhead. They cannot make a nuclear warhead. But I'm saying if they can make a
Why
dirty
are you
bomb,
saying that?
I don't care if they can. I'm
Okay, then
you
don't
said
say that they
that.
can't.
Pissing
Say that you
me
don't care that they can or
I
cannot.
am saying that it's intent. There is no intelligence that they have an intent to.
Okay, and what I am telling you, which is frustrating me in this conversation because I feel like if you listen to me, you can understand what the fuck I'm saying, is that they have 60% enriched uranium. They have a rocketry program.
Yes.
Ignore intent for 30 seconds. You keep saying that they cannot do this. They cannot build a nuclear warhead. And I'm asking you, if they have a sophisticated rocketry program, and if they can enrich uranium to 90-95%, then what is the missing component where you keep saying that they can't do it?
No,
Not that they don't
you're
want
not listening to me because
but
I'm
they're
not. You're not listening to me because literally in the last time when I responded to you, I literally said they could make the fucking dirty bomb. They can do it. They can do it. They can do it.
No,
Connor,
not dirty bomb.
Okay, yeah.
Not dirty
Hold
bomb.
on. Connor's
Nuclear
talking about
device.
nuclear warheads.
They cannot make a nuclear warhead. They do not have the technology.
are
They
you
do not have
saying
the program because the intelligence has said that they do not have a program. It would take a long fucking time for them to build it. They have not been working on it.
I am literally
I'm
literally asking you.
Wait, I'm
They
sorry.
have two
That's
pieces
the panel.
necessary to build a nuclear bomb. What is the component that's missing that you're
there's a whole
saying?
bunch of other shit. The fucking when you build a nuclear bomb, you enrich the fucking uranium. You need the heavy water and all this other fucking shit. You enrich
They
it to a
have that
certain
part.
point. Hold on, no, you need to get it up a lot.
They
fucking
have
higher
a
than 60,
heavy
if I'm not
water
mistaken. I could be
nuclear
wrong.
facility. They
Like,
have a heavy
like,
water facility, dog.
They have the capacity to get it to that point. They haven't yet done it yet.
They have a heavy water facility. What the fuck are you talking about? You have no clue, dude. You have no clue.
So they fucking, let's say they go ahead and fucking do that. You then have to create the trigger, right? Because it's not just you put the thing in a bomb, whatever. There's a certain amount of fucking explosive design that you have to do so that it triggers and makes all those atoms fucking at the right time, right? There's a.
You're saying Iran is not capable of doing that?
I would like to interject just real quick and just say that
pretty
in
sure
this
they're capable.
Hold on. Pathfinder wants in. He's been a very good boy. We're gonna give him treats.
Thank you. I have a hard time interrupting people, so
yeah, like how could they even have enriched it in the first place?
We're all pretty much a consensus is a legitimate piece of evidence to discuss here. They say,
bro,
quote,
these guys
Iran's
are
nuclear
pissing me
weaponization program
off.
is steadily making progress out of sight of the inspectors and the world. That is the most recent.
That's weaponizing uranium. That is not weaponized.
That's not what it says. It says Iran's nuclear weaponization program. It's a program
Use
for
the word
weaponization.
like, and it's
It's very clear. It's very
No,
clear.
no,
What
weaponization. Yes, it is. Weaponization.
They would
Said the
specify
word
that it's just
weaponization, that's not
uranium
clear.
because later on in the report they do go out of their way to specify when it's uranium. There is one other thing. We can get back to this in a second, but there is one other thing that I want to go back to real quick, which is something that Noah brought up, which is if I were Iran, I would want a nuclear weapon right now. And I agree. If I was in Iran's position, I would absolutely want a nuclear weapon right now too. So I think it's. I hope that we all agree that that's common sense.
I don't know if they still.
No,
do.
I don't.
You don't agree that right now Iran?
No,
would want a
I
nuclear
think
weapon?
that they've actually made multiple overtures at this point to try and sit down for negotiations. In fact, they talked today, and I think what came out of that was like a demand for a move towards zero enrichment, which Iran refuses. It's a non-starter for them.
Yeah, but then they also demand that the Israelis give up all of their shit as well. Wasn't that a part of the Iranian position, which is also not going to happen? You're saying they're negotiating in good faith?
I think
the Iranians are willing to negotiate not having a nuclear warhead, which is why they haven't developed one yet, despite having the technology to develop one for years. It's always been about negotiating.
Why does the IAEA report say that they are specifically currently developing a nuclear weaponization program? And again, I would like to point out that later on in the report, it goes on to differentiate just uranium and weaponization. If you want me to, I can link you the report, Lycan. But it's the word weaponization. I don't see how it gets any more specific.
The reason why I don't like that we keep getting hung up on this is because if you were willing to say that you don't have evidence in order to support the fact that you say that they can't do it within 60 days, we could just move past it and talk about intent. But the whole reason why I'm wrapped up on this with Pathfinder is the fact that we are saying that they are capable, not that they want to. We are saying at minimum we need to come to some kind of descriptive consensus that they are capable of developing a tactical nuclear weapon within like 60 days, because that seems to be descriptively what everybody is saying.
Slide, Daniel.
So if you want to talk about like
For
will
now.
or negotiation, we can talk about that. But we're trying to get capacity nailed down.
Well, they definitely have the capacity. I mean, I have
Okay, we
a
have
lot
one
of
with
sources
capacity.
on that.
I'm not mad.
There's capacity.
I'm mad at some of these
nuclear
idiots.
warhead?
I'm not mad at you
No, I
guys.
see no intelligence on that.
Well,
And
to enrich uranium
these two
past
should fly
90%.
Maybe we could put a pin in it.
They
but I'm
absolutely
gonna,
do.
How about so?
Oh,
like,
and I'm
you
mad
I
at these
don't- we're not like
fucking,
dogs at the fence barking at
these
each other.
fucking
Why don't I just
bugs
say
that
my
keep
position
showing
and then I'll try to steal man his, and then we can try to move past it. Okay. So
yeah,
my
I
Is
see
position
what
he
you're
really
off.
saying? Sorry to interrupt, but is he really saying they can't enrich past 90%? That's like a widely known thing.
Like, and you're saying they can't?
no, I'm saying they can enrich past 90%. I'm saying they haven't.
Okay, so I'm
Right,
gonna
so they're
say my steel man. I'm gonna say my
They
steel man.
aren't.
My
They
steel
have
man
not.
is
That's
that
correct, but
what
it
I'm
won't
hearing from
take them
Lycan
long
is I
to
feel
do
like
so
we have
since they've
been enriched to 90%.
enriched
so
to
we can have weapons-grade
60%.
uranium. The Iranians have a sophisticated technological base, so they should be able to create a sophisticated nuclear weapon and ballistic missiles. So they have the components. If they wanted to, if this was a meal, they could make the meal. Okay, that's what I'm saying. What I feel like Lycan is saying is that he's saying like, well, they couldn't make the meal. They could make what's the meat board with like cheese and meats and shit.
I know what you're talking
Charcuterie.
about.
You can make a Lycan's saying they could make a nuclear charcuterie, and I'm saying no, they could make a fucking sandwich. And we keep getting hung up on that. But I don't feel like that's the most interesting.
Nuclear charcuterie is
We
wild,
can move
Bill. I
past this
love
really
that.
quickly. They're capable of doing it. The question is, do they want to?
Sure, I would be happy to move to that.
And I just think it's really important to also point out that that there's no intelligence saying they actually have a program to do so. So they can do it. Whether or not, so it's like whether or not they can do it, whether or not they want to do it, and whether or not they are doing it. Those are the three pieces.
Okay, well, sorry, Wick, go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We've decided they're capable. You're President Trump, right? Or if I'm President Trump, and I know that Iran, well, first of all, do we agree that Iran and its current state and its current regime is at least ill-inclined towards the United States and towards Israel?
No.
I mean, you don't agree with that?
Well,
What do you mean?
no,
What do you
no,
mean you agree with
no,
that?
because the way you mean it is the idea that them chanting "Death to America" means they want us to be fucking genocided and wipe out the fucking earth. Am I wrong?
They are.
I feel like there's really difference in that.
What I mean when I say that they are ill-inclined towards America is I mean towards our interests in the region and towards us in general, right? Our
Why not be more
way of
specific?
life.
That's obviously true. Yeah.
Our interest in the region, yeah, because like, yeah, what interventionism and shit like that. Okay, I'm not mad at them for being against that.
Okay, so if they can make a nuclear weapon of any sort, whether it be dirty bomb, nuclear weapon, whether it be something that they can propel on a not ICBM, but on a cruise missile, or whether it's something they got to smuggle in and detonate, or whether it's something they drop from a plane, doesn't matter, right? If they have that, and I'm president of the United States, and I say if they have that, then that limits our options against if we want to do anything to Iran, if they go against her, if they attack our base, if they bomb a fucking ship, or if they fund money into one of their proxies, or they give the fucking bomb to one of their proxies to blow up one of our bases.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
That's
I don't
fucking
want them to do
driving
that.
me nuts
So
too.
I don't care what they want to right now. I don't want them to be able to do that. So why wouldn't I? Hey, here's some bunker buster bombs. Go at it. Why not? Go ahead. You're
I got this one. Because you have no reason to believe they would. Iran in the last 20 years, from everything that I can find, has never themselves done an attack as an act of aggression. It has always been an act of retaliation.
Yeah, because they have proxies do the dirty work for them. Disingenuous.
They've never done that shit to a U.S. base or to fucking Israel.
Like, who
But
have they
fund
funded?
groups that
who
do.
have done
They
it?
It's
are
funny.
fun and
It's
train
funny you
groups
bring
that
that
do.
up. It's funny you bring that up. Again, and this
Oh,
is why
is
at the
it
beginning I
funny?
said I will not be excusing state sponsorship of terrorism, but I said you will have to contend with the fact that we supported Pakistan and partnered with them when they were doing the same shit. So yeah, first of all,
Hang on. Your response to that is literally like not even a hidden whataboutism.
dozens of people killed by Iranian-sponsored groups for as far as Americans go, 2,000-ish by Pakistan, and yet we were still able to fucking work with them. So that's the first point.
No, okay, but because we're talking about like what? We're talking about Afghanistan, and then we're talking about the Middle East and North Africa. That you're comparing those two theaters of operations.
I am, yes, absolutely. I'm saying the fact
Okay,
that
I don't have autism, so I can compare like multiple things. So hold on. The context of this though is that Iran spends $1 billion a year, 700 million estimated on Hezbollah, and then 300 million on random friendly militias, including the Houthis and Hamas.
Why did they do that? Why did they do that?
Popular mobilization forces in Iraq too.
Because the United States fucks with their shit, because 2/3 of the world's proven oil reserves are in the Middle East and North Africa, and also Israel is a settler colonial project, quote unquote, that is
Oh
fucking
my
stabbing them in the ass with a fork.
god.
Yes, they act as a deterrent. And the 2019 defense.
Our oil interests aren't going away.
I don't care
and
about the oil
neither
interests.
is Israel.
I don't care about the oil interests. You want to talk about why they do that? It's a deterrent strategy. Both our Defense Department, our State Department, and even Israel has
There it
acknowledged that this
is.
is set up as a deterrent.
How
to make
long
some
was
sort
it
of
going to
equilibrium
take before they did the settler colonial project shit?
in the region? So when Iran is constantly being threatened by Israel,
These proxies go on the offensive.
yeah, they do.
It wasn't offensive. It wasn't a
They
defensive posture.
they absolutely do. And so
think
one of the
there's
reasons
another
to not decapitate Iran right now is because all the proxies that they have supported have fucking batteries and they can run on their own. So you take off Iran, you take off the group, you install someone that is going to put someone in power that is going to be aligned with the U.S. and Israel and all that other shit, and those fucking groups go off in the wind and do whatever they want. They're not getting dismantled. They're not fucking disappearing. They're going to splinter.
Anyway,
why would they not? Why would they not? Well, hold on, because this is important. I genuinely, I'm perfectly willing to accept that maybe that is true. But from my perspective, the sole supplier, financier, and organizer of these organizations, with maybe a handful of exceptions, is the government, the theocracy of Iran. So if Iran goes belly up, if the government of Iran goes belly
That's
up,
not true.
why would these
Are you
organizations?
saying all the proxy groups are only funded by Iran?
I'm saying that they're the overwhelming.
Primarily,
primary,
yeah. I mean, there's a little
financier
bit
backer
from
of those
Qatar,
organizations is
but
Iran. Yes.
yeah.
I mean, Iran is a major backer of all those groups.
Bro.
No doubt, but there's obviously like countries in the Arabian Peninsula. There's money coming from all over
No.
those groups, and they
They
are
have-
independent actors as well. I mean,
Well, they're semi-independent
look,
actors.
the argument,
No,
the argument that
this is
they're all-
crazy.
Finish up, then we're gonna give it to Noah, then we're gonna give it to yeah.
The
Okay,
Houthis are Iran's only real effective proxy left in the region. The Iraqi militias they try to sponsor don't really do much, and Iraq doesn't really help Iran at all. Hezbollah has been essentially defeated. Hamas never could really do that much and has now been essentially defeated. Like, there's not many Iranian.
True, bud.
I mean, people were saying the same thing. People were saying the same thing about ISIS. People are saying the same thing about
Yeah.
ISIS, and ISIS is now coming back in Syria.
That's not the
true.
Houthis are the only.
Oh, hold on.
real
I'm sorry.
Iranian
My
ISIS
honor
is
is
not
being
making a
accused.
resurgence on like the scope and scale that it had. I
Yeah,
understand.
not
that
yet,
Syria's having some
not
problems.
yet. But look
What
at
do you
what
mean
the
not yet?
situation is in Syria. Hold on, wait. Look at what led to
Okay.
ISIS. Look at fucking Iraq and what fucking led to that. And now what's happening in Syria is we have loyalists, sectarian violence, infighting going on right now. We have a government that's trying to go through a transition to a new phase, a new era, whatnot. We have Israel attacking certain military targets, and then we have, which again has a historical effect of destabilization.
So
and then
we
we have
call
ISIS sales that were just announced on June
Angry
12th and starting to
Nebraska
awaken. Reports are coming out about
Steve.
this. So yes, right now,
So
no, they're not at that
what
level.
are we gonna
but what we've
call
seen historically in
Angry
this region is this
Nebraska?
type of destabilization can do that. And so you go ahead and destabilize Iran, and you sorry.
My
What is
last
if you were to
nerve
mistake
with
in
these
Syria that
fucking bugs, bro. I thought I had them solved.
it was the fall of the Assad regime after
God
a
damn
decade
it!
plus of civil war.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but like this is like having a forest fire burn through, and then you're like, oh, there's embers, and it's like, yeah, no shit, but we don't have anywhere near the fuel that we did before the forest fire.
No, because if you take out Iran, right? Iran is not capable of projecting.
Iran could be pouring gasoline on the entire situation. I agree.
So they don't. First of all, Iran has been an adamant opposition to fucking ISIS.
No, I'm saying a collapsed Iran.
Like, I
could
want to
create
build
the
the defenses, but they
destabilization
keep
that's
coming in
effectively new jet
waves too
fuel
quick
on
for
top
me
of
to
the
build
civil
them in
war
time, bro.
inferno
Like,
of the
fuck
region.
off!
That's true.
Yes, and we have every reason to believe that should we go in and drop a bomb on the Ayatollah's house, that one, the loyalists are still going to go down fighting and they're not going to stop. Two, people have been saying lately that, like, the propaganda messages started going out immediately, like, Iran wants revolution, they want to fucking fall. No, they're fucking circling the wagons now around the government and in opposition to the attacks that are happening.
Okay,
so the regime's going to go down fighting, the people are going to be devastated in the war that follows, and yes, it is going to then lead to more terrorism, more groups spawning, more support for ISIS.
Neither Pathfinder, nor I think any sitting politician who has used regime change has suggested Western forces going into Iran. I don't think anybody suggested that. I think the most that they've talked about is limited strikes in order to limit their nuclear capacity, and then supporting like democratic forces. And I hear you that supporting the pro-democratic forces could start a civil war that destabilizes the entire region. I hear you completely. But what I don't hear from you, and I don't hear from lefties who are critical of the war on terror, rightfully so, is that modern Iraqis prefer modern Iraq to Saddam's regime. They still blame the United States for the bloodshed that happened over the past 2 decades, but they prefer modern Iraq over the authoritarian dictatorial shithole that it was 20 years ago.
And like I said at the beginning, the Ayatollah is not Hussein, he is not Assad, right? So that doesn't excuse all of the human and civil rights issues that exist within Iran and all that stuff. But historically, first of all, let's go back to 2002. Does anyone on the panel know about the offer that was made to the United States in 2002?
By whom?
You'd have to be more
By
specific.
Iran.
2003.
Thank you, sir.
You'd have to be more specific.
I know.
So Iran offered to not only defund but dismantle actively Hezbollah, stop funding Hamas and other proxies. They offered to stop all enrichment and weapons programs and all that stuff that go beyond civil necessity. They offered to recognize Israel in a two-state solution. They offered to continue helping. Oh, by the way, for those who don't know in the panel and the audience, by the way, Iran was one of the first countries to condemn the attacks on 9/11, and more so than our ally Pakistan in that war, was providing intelligence on Al Qaeda, was unrestrained in their detainment of Al Qaeda that were fleeing into Iran from Western Afghanistan, and they were the reason. They were the reason that Northern Alliance
to that offer.
Well, no, hold on. I'm going to get there. Don't worry. And then they were the reason that Afghanistan ever had a fighting fucking chance of survival. Then again, Pakistan fucking fucked it up for us, along with our own policies. But they were the reason the Northern Alliance agreed to a multi-ethnic government in Afghanistan aligned with Karzai. That doesn't happen without fucking Iran, right? So first of all, again, that's not to heap praise on Iran. That's to point the fuck out that these people have been rational at some points in their lives with us. So then that offer gets sent through the intermediary, and fucking Cheney says, not even worth considering. And how does Iran find that out? Because our dude was sitting in the fucking room, ready to have tea with the fucking dude he was going to negotiate with, and he gets pulled out of the fucking meeting and gets told, Bush just called us part of the axis of evil, walks in and says, we're done here. And that was fucking it. And yet they still fucking went and...
I can already go ahead and tell you why. Did you say this is 2002 or 2008?
It's 2003.
2003. And I'll tell you why, which I think the lefties are going to find surprisingly conciliatory. It's because Bush didn't want peace with Iraq.
Exactly.
Because he knew he was going into Iraq 30 seconds later, and that there would probably be Iranian proxies who would fight us in Iran. So we can't ink a new peace deal with the neighbors of Iraq when we're probably going to be fighting in 6 months.
No,
so
but would have applied with this.
There's totally Machiavellian vampiric shit that happened. Like Cheney and Rumsfeld, as far as I can tell, might actually be like the manifestation of vampires in human form as close to metaphorically as possible while being real. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just super confused what this has to do with the nuclear, with Iran today.
That's exactly what I want. The main point was that they're more rational than the Western media gives him credit for. I heard what he said. I acknowledge
it is not irrational to want a nuclear weapon. Rationality has nothing to do with this conversation.
Let me speak. It's to be open to Western engagement, but go ahead, Knox.
Non-smoker, he means. I don't know what you're
non-smoker.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
again, there's no names on the thing.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So yeah, just real quick. So the Bush administration turned that deal down, and then of course within 3 years, Iran had 18 times as many centrifuges as they did in 2003. The Bush administration reached out in 2006 to try to establish another agreement, but they again demanded zero enrichment, and the Iranians said no. And by 2009, Obama's first term, Iran had over 8,000 centrifuges. And I think what I'm trying to get at here is that once again, the Iranians are demonstrating that they will pursue enrichment at greater and greater and greater levels where diplomacy fails. So therefore, the cure.
what a really stupid fucking thing to say. They said no enrichment. They disagreed. And so they enriched more. And your response is, well, Iran enriches when we say they can't. What? Dumb point.
To them enriching uranium is probably through diplomacy, which is what the Obama administration achieved with the original Iran nuclear deal, which Trump fucked up, and that's why we're in this position. I hope that's something we can all agree on.
I don't disagree with that. I don't think anybody in this panel, well, I guess I don't want to speak for everybody, but I don't think that anybody in this panel disagrees with that. But I think what the contention is the relevance of that now, and to what degree Iran is still willing to negotiate with the United States. Now, listen, I would love to put back on the shelf the Obama nuclear deal. I think that was a great deal. It wasn't, entirely perfect, but, when you're dealing with two nations that aren't entirely friendly, it's about, building.
Can I just ask you a question? What do you think and none of us are like Iran experts, although we're pretending to be, but like in your opinion, how has the calculus changed from Iran's end, like from 2003, 2006, that era, till even the first Obama administration, where they were willing to cap enrichment at use for civilian means only, nuclear power and such, 3.67%. How do you think that has changed now? Like, do you think now they're just determined to have a weapon and use it? Because all of the problems in the region were essentially the same then.
No, I think that what Counterpoints just said is basically the crux of the argument. Is I think that we have fucked them over too many times to make them to make them see us as a reliable negotiating party. And again, I want to emphasize, I'm not. Listen, dude, I loathe Trump more than anybody in this panel. I have like terminal stage 10
later,
TDS.
we get it.
Okay?
Everyone hates Trump. Blah blah blah.
But the point that I'm trying to make is that I'm not like just trying to dick ride the United States endlessly and say like we're the good guys and Iran is like the supreme evil bad guys. But what I am saying is that Iran, even maybe this is crazy, but in my opinion, even with Donald Trump as horrible as he is, as the president of the United States, still has moral authority over the theocracy in Iran. And I believe that
Bro, this is insane.
There is just there is.
How am I supposed to focus on getting anything done if these guys won't fucking stop?
Simple. Like I feel like we're just dancing around it. Israel's attacking them. Israel's bombing them right now. Why would you not want a nuclear weapon so they don't bomb you again?
Well, and that's ultimately what I'm getting at. Listen, the United States and Israel have been
unreliable. It's not about United. Hold on,
stop,
please, stop. It's not about the United States in this equation for them. Iran and Israel have been fucking with each other for a long time, and Israel, at least under Netanyahu, at least in the last few, especially since October 7th, has demonstrated that they want to fuck Iran up. They want to, and they can, and they've been doing it. So if I'm Iran, why wouldn't I want a nuclear weapon that can reach Israel and say?
You might want one. You might want one, but I'm not going to believe it until intelligence shows they're doing it. And when looking at that report, first of all, weaponization just means the weaponization of uranium. I'm not finding anything else to counter that. Not the Reuters reports or anything like that. No, wait, hold on. Again, the intelligence is that they do this, even the IAEA says this, is that they do this to get a bargaining chip at the table. So if the U.S. comes in and they make a new agreement and they agree to that agreement, then they're going to fucking, that's going to come with an agreement that, hey, you take your dogs off us and that Israel doesn't fucking attack us anymore, right? And the only reason that the agreement was not fucking agreed to right away is, and I don't fucking blame them, read the agreement. Read what it requests of them. Trump sends that agreement along with the fucking threat of, hey, we're gonna fuck your shit up if you don't agree to this. He's been doing that shit to our fucking allies. I don't know why we expect even our enemies to fucking take that bullshit. But second of all, it gives no deference to the fact that Iran has been, more so than many of our allies, in agreement with fucking international nuclear requirements, right? So they agreed and followed the JCPOA to a T. They have worked with us. They will do it again. If Trump put a reasonable deal, he wouldn't even like let up on some sanctions. So if they do a reasonable deal that actually gives deference to the fact that they've worked with us before, they're ready to come to the fucking table. They were at the table when the fucking first Israeli bomb was dropped. They were at the fucking table.
I love that idea, but I don't foresee that Trump is going to do that. And this is what I said in my opening statement. Listen, I'm just trying to operate within the reality that we find ourselves in. Okay, listen, I would much rather have a legitimate, workable deal with Iran. But I think all of us know that there's 0% chance that that's going to happen with Donald Trump as president. He doesn't want to have a
nuclear armed Iran than an invasion of.
Yeah, that's right.
Hold on, can you repeat that? Hold on, stop.
No, I want to. You can mark that down, and we can go into that as part of conversation. I want to let him say his thing because I'm happy to defend.
I just want you to repeat that so everyone hears.
Yep, I am much more happy with a nuclear-armed Iran than I am with us going in and doing regime change with boots on the ground.
That was never my position, and that's not anybody's position in this panel.
Well, it might be Wick's because he seemed to want to make me say that.
I'll be happy to attack that momentarily, but non-smoker has been patiently waiting, and I appreciate his patience.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, a couple things. One, I don't know if I'm 100% confident that Trump will absolutely not work out a deal with the Iranians where Israel stops attacking them and there is no.
Those are
weapons.
not animals.
I mean, I think Trump is an idiot, a buffoon, a total Iran hawk, blah 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 blah. But Trump has waited in terms of carrying out a strike to this point already. It's clear to me that at least in to whatever extent we can give him some charity as a diplomat, I would say that that's an attempt at diplomacy. He may be throwing out threats, he may be saying all these boisterous things. They may be about to strike at some point, but they haven't yet, and I think they're leaving that caveat open. Trump said 2 weeks for some sort of negotiated agreement where they avoid this, because I don't think Trump wants another Libya or another Iraq. Furthermore, there's always this other aspect of things where if we assume we do dodge this bullet for
Fuck
now,
right
there is going
off.
to be another administration coming in when Trump's term ends. And it could easily be a Democratic administration, one that's not as favorable to Israel. All U.S. administrations generally are, but not as much as Trump, not as much willing to give the green light on everything, and might be more willing to negotiate with Iran in more favorable terms. I'm sure the Iranians
They're like
have all of this in their
fucking
calculus
buggy
as well.
alien things,
So
dude.
I don't
They
think it's like
suck.
they're absolutely going to develop a nuclear weapon. There's no way around it.
Okay, so a couple things.
Why?
before we get
Because I
into
said
it, right?
fuck?
I need to make a little money, so I'm going to read some of my super chats.
Because I said they weren't animals?
Through this discussion, right? I'm wondering if you've been convinced about the immediacy of Iran being able to generate a nuke, and if your opinion has changed from there. And then we're going to give it to counterpoints, and we're going to go from there. Okay, cameraman 502 for $10. Thank you for the $10. Says Iran is not trying to score a touchdown. They're just walking the ball down the field and are in the red zone. But they claim to stop trying when they were on their own 30-yard line. Thank you for the $10. $20 from Grassroots Hegemon to say, if the question is how far should we go to cripple Iran, the answer is yes. You don't create 60% enriched uranium for any reason beyond creating nuclear weapons. Worked with Westinghouse for a while.
Oh my
5% is
god, bro, look at this.
Five
What am I
is
supposed to do here?
It is less difficult to enrich uranium from 60 to 90% than it is from natural uranium to 10%. U235. Thank you. $20 from Grassroots Hegemon. By the way, you don't have to get a great warhead and ideal enrichment. A shitty nuclear bomb is, believe it or not, still a fucking nuclear bomb. Just a 21 kiloton nuclear weapon instead of a 10 megaton nuclear weapon. Thank you for the $20. And then finally,
What is
$10
it? Oh, it's
from
right down.
Audacity. Say, if I paid a hitman and they were
Jesus.
successful in their task, would I be legally punished for it? Thank you for the $10. Okay, I'm going to give the mic to Noah, give his thoughts, and then we're going to go back to the panel at hand. Go ahead. You're muted.
Muted, brah.
On your end.
Hi, sorry.
It's fine.
Well, okay. First of all, I find Lycan's basic point unpersuasive. Because the idea that there's no evidence that Iran wants a nuclear bomb seems directly contradicted by the quotes that Pathfinder said in the IAEA. And, which are perfectly consistent with common sense, where there's no reason for Iran not to want a nuclear bomb as soon as it can. So the fact that Pathfinder's quote from the IAEA says that Iran's close to having a nuclear bomb seems consistent with what our prior should be, and from experts. And so I don't trust Tulsi Gabbard. I trust Tulsi Gabbard about as far as I can throw her, which is not far because she's in another state. So anyway, I don't trust Tulsi Gabbard for shit, so I don't trust that. However, all this is to say that I'm still pretty unsure about two things. Number one, counterpoint to this argument that Iran is like days or weeks away from a nuclear bomb is I don't know if I believe that, especially now with Israel having blown up some of their stuff. We don't really know how much Israel has been able to degrade that, or will in the coming days. And so I think that I would not. I haven't yet been convinced that Iran. I am convinced that Iran wants a nuclear bomb, which makes sense because I would if I were them. But I'm convinced that they do. But then, as for how imminent close they are to getting it, I am not yet convinced of that. And the second thing I'm not yet convinced of is whether or not Israel really needs American help to stop Iran from getting a nuclear bomb anytime soon, destroying their current program. So I say that. I'm not ready to say yeah, let's go bomb them. I'm definitely not. However, I do think that the idea that Iran is going to just decide, oh, we don't want a nuke, is silly, and I don't buy it. So that's where I am right now.
Okay. Counterpoint, you've been wanting to get in for a little bit. I'm going to give you the mic and let you get in. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if we can't... The thing that I've taken away so far that I'm going to add into my consideration after I leave the panel is whether or not Iran is more of a rational actor than we've given them credit for. However, I think there's plenty of there's plenty of evidence for, you're saying oh, this is this evidence of good faith, and this is this deal, and this is that deal, and here's where America's been bad, and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't change some facts on the ground. Like Iran spending $1 billion a year on supporting terrorist orgs. Also, Iran attacking coalition forces during the Iraq War. Also, them supporting the Houthis, which are in Saudi Arabia's backdoor. And effectively, if you look at a map of where the world's petroleum is, it's 1/3 in Venezuela, which is difficult to access because of the crude density, 1/3 in Saudi Arabia, and 1/3 in Iran. So Iran also supports, China and supports Russia. And so it's kind of the energy source of maybe not our enemies, but definitely our rivals. And Russia, in my opinion, is a kleptocratic, oligarchical, murderous shithole. Same thing with China, where they have created one of the most dystopian police states on the planet, where effectively you want some 1984 Blade Runner fucking bullshit, that's going to be China in 50 years. They're going to have all the technology in the world and all the capacity to suppress their dissidents, and we're not going to be able to stop them because they're going to be so economically powerful. They actually
Hey,
succeeded where Nazi Germany failed, so that's going to be pretty fucked up.
Coming
So
right
I
at
don't know
the
how I
end,
feel
buddy.
about unratcheting the pressure on these people. One more point, and then I'll yield the floor, is basically we were
How's it
told,
going?
let's not fuck with Syria because we're going to piss off Russia because they have a naval base in Tarsus. We were told, don't fuck with Ukraine. Ukraine's going to fall apart. The second that Russia sneezes, Ukraine is going to fall apart. We've been told that the Middle East and North Africa is going to be irreparable for generations. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Syria does have a coalition government that seems to be putting together a game plan in order to become economically and socially vibrant within the next few generations. And Iraq, like I said earlier, has Iraqi citizens who are basically saying yeah, I was alive during Saddam and this is better. So that's where I'm nowhere near as doomer pilled as you, where interventionism is just some black pill that's going to destroy the world. I yield the floor.
You just reminded me, and I'll pass it to you, me right after this, but you
Christ.
remind me where I was going at with the 2003 agreement. Is that the government of Iran, for all the repressive activities and all that, is again not a Saddam or Assadist type regime. Like, for instance, the guy who was able to actually furnish the offer in 2003, again, defunding of Hezbollah, dismantling of Hezbollah, Hamas, nuclear shit, all that. It was a radical reformer, and you do not get to run for office in Iran until you get approved by a fucking council, right? But the Ayatollah is a pragmatist, and the Ayatollah recognizes the will of the people and the betterment of the nation. So again, hey, we need economic help, or we need this or that or whatever. They take those actions, and they will allow different people, whether it's a radical reformer or a moderate conservative, et cetera, to come in. They will get elected, but they're not just like little puppets that get to do the dancing of the Ayatollah.
Where do you draw the line on that, though, when you have things like obviously Iranian dissidents getting executed, homosexuals getting
Again,
executed?
Again, I'm sorry. I felt like I gave enough deference to the fact that there are civil and human rights issues within Iran. I did that. My point
Okay,
is,
but do you just
is
let
that
them function because they're pragmatists?
Well, first of all, yes, we don't go. If we want to go into every single country and fucking decapitate their governments because they do this shit, we got a lot of war ahead of us. Okay, so to back to my point. We go. The question is not whether or not we should go in and save the fucking people of Iran. The question is whether or not that government can be worked with to de-escalate the situation. They have shown time and time again. In 2003, it was a fucking radical reformer. In 2015, it was a moderate conservative. In 2000 fucking whatever, one of the more recent dudes, he was literally elected as a signal that, like, hey, despite you guys fucking us over on the JCPOA, despite the fact that the United States is the untrustworthy party in this fucking situation because of the history of the last 22 years, we are willing to again work with you. So yes, Iran has shown with that in allowing the IAEA fuckers in to come do their shit. They're
when are these guys just gonna like fucking
JCPOA,
move to one of these countries that they love so much? I'm just curious because they think everything is so great and they're so willing to work and all of this shit, even though we have all of this evidence of them, being on their face, wanting to work, wanting to cooperate, and then behind the scenes doing exactly the fuck off, and then behind the scenes doing exactly the opposite. Like, I just want them. It's like when those Gaza protesters went to Egypt, right? After being like, no, like they're all so great, they're gonna treat us great, they want us to go do this shit, and then they fucking found out. One of these guys is gonna go fucking find out. Drives me nuts.
Have shown time and time again they are willing to work with us, and there is no intelligence, there is no credible anything right now that says that they aren't willing to still do that. And to that, I either yield the floor to him or the dude with the fucking.
Yeah, I do want to hear from Jay real quick, but like we keep talking about Iran as if they haven't been escalating tensions in the Middle East for my fucking lifetime, right? At least, right? They are pouring gas on all these fires to destabilize their enemies in the region because that's in their national interest.
Deter.
You don't think that they're doing that?
According to the 2019 Defense Department memo that was released, they fund proxies as a form of deterrence against Israeli aggression.
I don't like
Go fucking read it.
it.
I got it right here.
What was October? How was that a defensive move against Israeli aggression?
All of that feels weird.
Because Iran didn't plan October 7th.
Well, Hamas did.
Yeah, they just
Hamas
financed
is an
Hamas.
extension.
They financed Hamas.
Iran planned October 7th.
First of all, we can discuss that if you want, but that's not relevant to the point that I was making. What I'm asking is, in what way was October 7th a defense? What were they trying to preempt with that?
In what way is that? In what way is that relevant?
You can't
That
ask
has nothing to do with Iran.
Because his point, Wick's point, was that Iran and its proxies have been making offensive moves that destabilize the region. And
Yes,
what
you're
I'm
saying that they funded Hamas in order for October 7th to happen, right? You're saying that
projecting power. They're projecting power throughout the region. That's the point. So while some of their proxies, Hamas in this case, might do things that they don't directly coordinate with, it doesn't mean it's an offensive move. Projecting power is something that they do to shore up the region and use as a means of negotiating with Israel.
October 7th was a negotiating tactic?
No, you're a fucking idiot. They didn't plan
What's the point that you're making?
They didn't plan
I
October 7th.
understand that, but the point that Wick was making is very simple.
No,
What Wick was making,
They didn't plan October 7th. Okay, that doesn't.
was that Iran and its proxies caused destabilization.
That's not a useful
point,
bro.
Israel and the United States.
That's fine. That's not the point.
Not
you need
even
to address
close.
the claim on its merits. You need to address the claim that is being made.
Wick, was the point you were making? Was it that Iran is intentionally pouring gasoline to make sure the Middle East blows up? Was that the point you were making?
Destabilize their enemies, because of course that's what we do.
Again,
that's what they do. That's what all major powers try to do to
destabilize and deter are two different things, right?
Sometimes you can deter people from fucking with you if they recognize what you do, you'll destabilize them.
No.
Give money to
Hezbollah.
This is just a fact claim that you were making that you're just wrong on. There's fact. We know for a fact that they fund money into organizations, Hezbollah, Hamas, and other proxy things that act as destabilizing forces.
How is
in the
Israel
regions in which
destabilized?
they operate.
How is
Do
Israel
you not think
destabilized?
that Houthi has been a destabilizing force in Yemen?
How is Israel
Destabilized in
destabilized?
what way?
Are you fucking stupid, dude? So they have to do it? They actually have to be successful in destabilizing Israel for that to have been the goal? What a stupid fucking thing to say.
They don't fund these. First of all, the
Go ahead,
fucking
you guys
Houthis are
PowerPoint
doing all their
now.
bullshit to try to fucking court. But hold on.
No,
These are the Houthis are trying to do all their showboat shit so they can get funding from Iran and all that stuff. But Iran is funding these proxies in order to deter violence. Israel shoots rockets at fucking Iran. The Houthis shoot fucking rockets at Israel. 2006 validated. By the way, this.
Bro, fucking lose me with that shit. Are you stupid, dude? No, he's stupid. He must be an idiot.
Too much into the conversation.
Oh my god. I still can't believe he actually said that.
Okay, we got another debate on this if you want, but I just want to make sure that like other people get the time. Yeah, I'll let counterpoints deal
If
with
Iran
it,
wanted to destabilize Israel using a proxy, they would have attacked with Hezbollah, who is far
Let
more
me
better
get-
armed than.
Oh! What a great point. Thank you. That's what they did. You fucking idiot.
Don't know what you think has been happening since October 7th.
Prior to October 7th.
Also, Hezbollah is fucking is grown and has much more.
That was what
legitimacy
Hamas
in,
wanted them to
in fucking
do.
Lebanon than
Hamas
they had
wanted them to
before.
do that.
And so
God.
they are.
Was that before or after they blew off their ass cheeks?
For which part? I'm sorry. The
I'm
point
fucking
is that they.
Anyway, well, hold on. May I? Because I feel like we're coming at it from two different moral systems, okay? So what's going on right now, as far as I can tell, is Lycan and Non-Smoker are evaluating the world stage, and they're looking at who is the worst actor. Non-Smoker explicitly has said that he believes the United States is the worst actor, therefore he wants to see their... There you go. And then Lycan, while he hasn't said the U.S. is the great Satan, he has said that he's more evaluating from, like, I would say, like, a relatively, like, neutral perspective, where he's trying to evaluate rights and wrongs, violence, and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to tell you straight up, I am biased towards the United States. I am biased towards liberal democracy. I am biased towards republicanism and mixed economy capitalism. I just am. And not just that, your calculation is different than mine, okay? And also I think it's different than Iran's as well, by the way. Because when it comes to the Houthis, they're not saying, oh, are the Houthis good or bad for Yemen? They're saying the Houthis are good for me. And so as a result, they're having the Houthis, who are causing the Red Sea crisis, which has caused billions of dollars of damage into the international commerce. And then not only that, they're also supporting Hezbollah. You said, oh, well, if Iran wanted civilians. When Bashir al-Assad is finally deposed, am I not supposed to cheer? Am I not supposed to say, fuck Russia, fuck Iran, fuck Hezbollah, fuck these fucks?
Hold on. Wait, so this is, you touched on, since you addressed this.
Can you guys just have a 1v1? Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I'll say this, and then I will.
I was talking for like 10 minutes, bud.
No, but he's right. You and I have talked a lot. I've interrupted everyone a lot, so I'll make this one last point, and then my friend to the south can. I don't know if I'm oriented the same.
Hold on, I will. Okay, I'll let.
Hold on, wait, no, let me address what he's saying.
Yeah, address what he's saying, but I get to choose who talks next.
So, first is you for the most part you hit the nail on the head. Like I'm a huge fucking CIA shill. Like if we went to war with Russia, I might re-enlist kind of thing, right? I am very much pro-American, but I do approach this from a pragmatic standpoint. I do think it's important to know your enemies. I think it's important to know the difference between a political militant terrorist group versus a fundamental Islamist global jihad kind of group, right? I think those are important. People tend to often think that if you're making that distinction, you're saying one is good and one is not. No, that's not how it fucking works, right? Iran, it does not have the ability to project power like Israel or Saudi Arabia in the region. Not like the United States, who can threaten a fucking B-2 bomber dropping the mother of all bombs down your fucking throat, right? They do not have that capability. So they use these proxies to do that. My whole point earlier was that Iran is, and this is backed up again by United States intelligence reports and assessments, is that they do this not to wipe out Israel from the fucking face of the earth. They do it because it's the only way they have some deterrence force, and there is a historical documented precedent that they use it as a form of deterrence, not in order to.
So then why don't they say that?
If you want me to believe that, they should probably change their state-run TV programming.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I want to give the mic to Noah, and I want to give the mic to.
It would help if they were actually fucking saying that instead of we're going to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. Like, what are we supposed to do? Why can't they just listen to what they fucking say? Why can't the leftists just listen to what they fucking say? Why can't they they're fucking telling you what they want. But no, you have to play all these fucking loopy little mind games and be like, no, what they actually want to do is this and this and this and this, even though none of their actions or any of the things that they're saying actually support that being the case. Bro, do you see this? This is crazy. Fuck off!
I think, if I were in charge of the U.S. right now, I'd just monitor the situation. And I'd use, no friend of Iran, but I'd just watch Israel take a crack at them and see what they do. And then if Israel fails, and if Israel's attack peters out and they fail to do big damage to the Iranian nuclear program or regime change them or whatever the hell.
Okay, that's nice, buddy. But, like, the problem is there are certain things Israel is not capable of doing without our help. They need that bunker buster, baby.
And then they stop. They're like, okay, guys, we give up. We failed. Fuck. Shoot. And then they go back, retreat back to Israel. And then Iran's like, ha, we are mad that you tried to do that. Now we're going to get a nuke. Then, okay, we'd be like, okay, our turn. Don't do that. Maybe we could do that, depending on what Iran says to us, But if Iran is like, okay, guys, help. We agree to, please don't kill us all. We're going to give up all our nuclear weapons forever. And, here, blah, blah, blah. We'll give you all our enriched uranium. We'll mail it to your house. I tried that once and the FBI got me. But, no, so then, no, wear a lead suit, folks. Anyway, no, if that happens, if Iran's like, okay, we give up, guys, then I'll be like, okay, cool, you give up, then, you're not going to get nuclear bomb. I don't have to worry about this issue. And then if Iran is like, yes, we have emerged triumphant and resilient, and we are racing toward a nuclear bomb now. And now we're gonna have one in a month, and like then we're gonna death to America, death to Israel for real, guys. Before it was just a slogan, and now we're coming for you. Then I'll be like, well, guess not. And so then, you know, bomb them.
Your enemies don't always telegraph their moves, though, Noah. That's what I would
No,
say
we
to
can
you,
figure it
is they
out.
don't
They're
always go on
dumb.
state television and say, ha ha ha, now that Israel has failed to kill us, I am going to create the death ray. Like, I don't think that's a reasonable expectation of modern statecraft.
Well, anyway, regardless of the Iranian death ray, I mean, the Jewish space laser turned out to be real. They had a laser that could shoot into space. So, no, I don't know. Iranian death ray.
You gotta be careful saying shit like that, buddy, because conspiracy theorists and fucking Nazis are gonna hear that and run away with it.
I think we should just wait and see what happens with this war. I don't see that there's a pressing need to jump in, because if Iran was a month or a week or 17 seconds from a nuclear bomb before, I doubt that they are now. I mean, their shit's all getting bombed. They have a lot more nuclear facilities than just this Fordow place that's deep underground, and Israel's bombing some of the other places, and Israel's like killing the nuclear scientists and blah blah. And so like I don't feel like we're in imminent danger of Iran developing a nuclear bomb during this assault, at least not right now. So like I think we should. There's not a lot of urgency here in terms of like us joining the fray. So I wouldn't do it, but I do think the idea that Iran doesn't want a nuclear bomb is not credible. And I think that the idea that Iran only wants a nuclear bomb as a negotiating chip, a bargaining chip, I'm like, well, okay, yeah, but that's okay. That's why we'd want them to. We don't want them to negotiate shit, because like look at Putin with his nukes. Putin invades a country, and then anytime people are like, well, how about we resist this invasion? Everybody's like, no, you can't resist their invasion. They have nukes. They'll start World War III. You have to let them do whatever they want and rape your sister. And like that's what all the chuds say about Russia. And like if Iran has nuclear bombs, you're gonna hear the exact same fucking chud arguments with regards to Iran. So I don't feel like hearing those chud arguments with regards to every goddamn evil empire out there in the world. That decides to conquer its neighbor, and then you can't do anything because they've got nukes, guys. And so like I think we should probably, if we can, not let them get nukes.
Exactly what we've been saying.
Not as a moral consideration, but as a pragmatic one.
Okay, Jay, go ahead, and then we can open this up again.
Sure. Well, I think that listen, I hear what Lycan is saying, and I think that there are probably some elements that we disagree on, but overall, I understand the thrust of your argument, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. Again, I want to reiterate, I would much rather have negotiations. I would much rather have a deal. What I was saying earlier before there was some verbal explosion was that, from my perspective, Donald Trump is not a reliable negotiator, specifically with Iran, which I believe that there is precedent for that, and that this is, again, from my perspective, I could be wrong, but it seems to me that this is heading in a pretty negative direction, and that direction is ultimately war, and we're gonna have to pick a side. And if it comes down to just the two of them, I'm gonna choose the United States over Iran. So something that non-smoker said before the verbal explosion happened was that he said that he doesn't think that Trump is impossible to negotiate with regards to Iran. He didn't get a chance to expand on that, and if possible, I want to hear more about why you think that, because from my perspective, Donald Trump is a fucking garbage negotiator. He's a total train wreck of a negotiator, especially with Iran. I mean, he's made it very clear multiple times. I mean, obviously, he can fucking flip-flop however he wants, but he has been relatively consistent in saying, listen, my deal isn't a deal, my offer isn't an offer, it's my position. My position is you get no enrichment, you have no uranium, you have no nuclear anything whatsoever. That's the fucking offer, and if you don't like it, you can kick rocks. That's obviously not a negotiation. So if you think that Trump is more amenable for negotiations than I think he is, I'm totally willing to hear that, but I don't. I don't understand how you can make that claim.
Non-smoke, can you elaborate for us, sir?
I mean, yeah, I had a totally other thing I wanted to say, but just on the Trump point, I mean, I think
it was the same argument, neighbor.
Trump is hesitant in carrying out a strike.
You just have a boner for Noah, okay?
Libya in Iran. He knows that and I think anybody with common sense would know that it's not going to end with one strike, one bunker-busting bomb destroying Fordow or any of these other nuclear enrichment sites, and then dust our hands off, we're good there, right? I think it's a lot more complicated than that. My point, though, is that Trump is hesitating mostly because he thinks there's got to be some room for negotiation here. You're right that Trump is a flip-flopper, and that's, he would call himself a deal maker. Do I think he's a great politician?
I definitely mentioned Russia at some point.
No, I think he's a fucking idiot. But sometimes you can derp your way into things. Look at the North Korea thing, which, yeah, it hasn't had a lasting, ensured peace for the region, but it definitely, those diplomatic overtures to North Korea at the time were really meaningful. It provided some hope. It definitely, I would say put off the threat of like an imminent war, which seemed like we were headed towards in 2017.
I did. I definitely did.
So I don't know.
I distinctly remember that.
Well, yeah, I'd like to talk about that a little bit, because it does definitely address what I was saying. But I think that there are some differences with regards to these negotiations and what was going on in Korea at that time. For one, I think that Donald Trump is a lot more off the fucking handle in this term than he was in his first term, and I think that specifically that comes down to the people that are surrounding him. And there's a lot of conflicting information, but from what we understand, Donald Trump is literally getting counsel from some fucking moron general specifically because he's ripped. As far as we understand, credible reporting is saying that the only person that is giving Donald Trump serious counsel on how he should deal with Iran is a general that he likes because he's ripped and has the like aesthetic.
What's triggering me are these fucking bug
So
thingies.
I understand your point, and I don't think that it's entirely dismissible. However, I think history as well as current circumstance overwhelmingly supports the claim that Donald Trump has a position. His position is
Do we
Iran should
just
go fuck
put-
itself. And if Iran doesn't meet that
just put
criteria,
repair
then
packs in here,
you know
right?
it's
That's
Moab
it.
time.
Is that gonna do it?
So I mean, I think that Donald Trump isn't actually trying to negotiate. I think you're right. I think he is hesitant to push the trigger because he doesn't want like a prolonged or protracted conflict. But I don't think that he's being held back because of like some sage wisdom or counsel on anybody's end or just in his own mind. I think he's just essentially kicking the can down the road, and that to me it seems essentially inevitable that he's going to say fuck it and pull the trigger.
Although I think that kind of goes to non-smoker's point, though, which is effectively that like this hesitation is because he doesn't want to own a collapsed Iran. Because if you look at like all of the criticisms for the past 2 decades, where neocons fucked up in Iraq, neocons fucked us up with this exorbitant budget, neocons got tens of thousands of your kids killed, and so as a result, if he drops a bomb in Iran, he has to own whatever happens next. So if he drops a bomb, destroys a nuclear capacity, awesome. But if he drops another bomb, kills the Ayatollah, destabilizes Iran, hundreds of thousands of dead people, random terrorist attacks in Europe and the United States in response, then he owns that shit too.
Well, if they just bomb U.S. bases, if they just bomb U.S. bases and kill U.S. military personnel.
Well, they hit the Iraq bases, and we didn't really give too much of a shit.
I think non-smoker had another point he wanted to get to, and I want to make sure he gets that chance.
Yeah, look, just not to, I don't know, whatever, because we're going in different directions now, but I just wanted to mention about the proxies and this whole notion that Iran has destabilized the Middle East due to their support of their proxies. And I want to point something out. All of Iran's proxies developed independently of Iran. The Houthis, for example, Ansar Allah, were active in Yemen for years before the Iranians began supporting them.
Of course, he calls it Ansar Allah.
Significant support until Saudi Arabia got involved in the Yemeni conflict. All of these different proxies are definitely a means for Iran to project power. It's definitely meant as a deterrent. If it were meant to be an active, threat, something that they wanted to attack Israel with, that's why I brought up Hezbollah before. They'd probably be better suited to do that, or just to attack Israel directly. I think that'd be much more effective if the goal was just destabilizing the region for the hell of it, or whatever. I think if anything, Iran is responding to an American foreign policy, as we saw with the Iraq War, to destabilize the region, and an Israeli foreign policy, which really started under Benjamin Netanyahu in the mid-90s, which started with the Clean Break Memo, which basically described, the Middle East as this place where Israel had a lot of hostile neighbors, and the way to deal with them was not peace for land, giving away land that the Israelis took, like the Golan Heights or anything like that. It was dealing with their enemies aggressively, putting them in their place. They called it peace for peace. And the people who helped Netanyahu draft that document, or drafted that document for him, some of them went on to become part of the Project for a New American Century, which was one of the most crucial neoconservative think tanks that went on to be the primary architects of the Iraq War. And also advocated heavily for intervention into Iran. Iran, I'm not saying they're like saints or good or whatever and perfect, but they're obviously responding to threats to their legitimacy. We haven't even talked about how the U.S. and Mossad support Baloch separatists in Iran, support the MEK with funding, training, all of that stuff. Iran has, absolutely every reason to look at us as the destabilizing force in the region. I don't see how you couldn't see us as the destabilizing force in the region, us and Israel.
Yeah, if I may, one of the things that I learned growing up,
it's like they live in a different universe,
and so ultimately you kind of have to pick which hill you want to die on. And there's ideologies. Everybody remembers the end of history, but there was another competing narrative, which was the clash of civilizations. And what I have found is that it seems like there's this like gentle push towards mixed economy capitalism and representative democracy and all that kind of crap, but then it's getting hollowed out by laissez-faire neoliberal economics. But then we still have our competitors on the world stage when you're talking about authoritarian communism in China, even if you don't call it communism, that's what they call it. We have kleptocratic corrupt oligarchy in Russia, and then we have theocratic Islam in different parts of the Middle East and North Africa. And so if we're left with those choices of ideology between mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy, I'm picking mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy every single time. And
Can I just make a point?
Sure, quick, please.
I hate to cut you off, but so by that logic, we're sort of beholden to then topple every single autocracy on the planet.
Over the next millennia, yeah.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. But and how realistic?
I don't have a huge problem with that.
I think it's realistic on a long enough time scale.
Well, the culmination of that strategy was the Iraq War.
The world will be
that was the
better
first domino
for
to
it.
fall, and what happened? It led to
Hold on, is Iraq better?
It cemented authoritarian. It
10 gift memberships from Audacity. Thank you for the 10 gift memberships on YouTube. Really appreciate you, sir.
Yeah, if I can respond.
Yeah, respond.
So here's the thing that I like about liberty is technically I could read the
Hell
manuscripts
yeah.
of communists. I could read the manuscripts of Islamists. I could read the scripts of autocratic fascists. I can read all of their books as a liberal mixed economy capitalist enjoyer. I am not prohibited. And so as a result, I can review and consider each one of these ideologies, and I can choose which one I want to become, and I will be tolerated within a liberal society.
This is such a stupid argument. Do you think there's not censorship in liberal democracies? Do you think that the liberal democracies of the world, especially America, don't have like an ideological state apparatus or a media machine that promotes their values? It's absolutely true. They don't marginalize any sort of dissident views. They don't crack down on dissidents.
No, I love, but
yeah,
I mean, like
you're acting like in these other countries.
Marginalization. I view the marginalization of communists as good.
Bro.
No, it's not just communists. Like during the 2000, no, it's not just that. Like during the invasion of Iraq, like people were saying like stupid shit, like they fucking, they hate us for our freedoms and shit like that, which is just fucking insane. But also
read Qutb, however you spell it, he did hate us for our freedoms, and Osama bin Laden read and liked Qutb.
That wasn't the fucking the MO for why they did that. But regardless,
authoritarians in the Soviet Union.
But
Sorry,
regardless
what's
of
that?
that,
These guys have
we
been
supported Osama bin
fucking
Laden to fight.
brainwashed, completely brainwashed. They are absolutely the type of guys who will read Osama bin Laden's fucking manifesto for 9/11 and be like, yeah, just like Hassan. Unbelievable.
Authoritarians in the Soviet Union, in Afghanistan. So in the effort to stop authoritarianism through intervention, we've cemented and bolstered and given credence and trained and funded different kinds of authoritarianism.
Yes,
You've
there have
never
been
watched the hit
downsides.
I am.
2005 film,
It's been
Lord
more
of
downsides.
War.
Do you think the world is more or less authoritarian?
Think about it. I'm a
I
State
want you
Department
to hear
kid,
what I'm
dude.
saying, okay?
It makes
You
absolute
have never watched or
sense.
appreciated the hit 2005 Nicolas Cage film Lord of War, in which there's an international arms dealer who supported both Iran and Iraq during the Iran-Iraq War. And whatever the main character is, Nick Cage walks up and he's like, how did you do that? Like, why did you do that or whatever? And he's like, did it ever appeal to you that I might want both sides to lose?
How'd that go for Iran?
Not the real
Okay,
politics.
I feel like your cadence made that sound profound, but what you said is not profound at all. I don't understand where
What
you're
you
going.
said, profound, what you said, did you know that we supported bad guys to
Hold
fight
on.
other bad guys?
I
No
want to get
shit.
us.
Yeah,
I want to. I want
okay,
to
can I
take
just-
it back a little bit. I want to take it back.
That was a great line.
Fucking
and you
got
just
him.
made that sound
Finish,
profound,
please.
but it was not.
Listen, just to put a cap on it, Wick, and I'll turn it over to you. Dude, here's my point. Your argument essentially is that we have this obligation to topple autocracy, authoritarianism, because liberal democracy is the better system. What I'm suggesting to you is our efforts to do that have actually bolstered authoritarianism in other parts of the world.
Lies.
Thus,
The world is more
it's a
free than it
hopeless,
was a
useless
century
fucking
ago.
game that's not working. It's a bad
I'm sorry,
strategy.
where's the Soviet Union right now? What's
Where's the
Vietnam
Soviet
doing?
Union?
What's China
It was
doing?
really more liberal under Gorbachev than Russia is
What's
under Putin.
Japan doing? What's Germany doing right now? Are they fascist? Are they imperial?
Those were the end of World War II, and in that time, you've seen the rise of an authoritarian state in communist China, authoritarian state in Iran,
Yep.
authoritarian state in Russia, authoritarian state in Belarus, authoritarian state in Turkey. Need I go on?
Yeah, you need go on because all of those forces have to
And my
moderate
mom
and
is
negotiate
still at the
liberal
Syria.
democracy and economic
Lebanon,
capitalism. Just because you have
Saudi
an historical
Arabia,
analysis of
Yemen,
authoritarianism over the past 100 years isn't my fucking fault.
Sudan, Mali, Burkina Faso.
Wait, yeah,
Egypt.
look at every single.
indeed. Although we were big Clinton fans. I got to meet Bill Clinton, actually.
Your point, Connor.
Everybody
Look at
becomes economic capitalist and
No,
liberal
wait.
democratic overnight. Liberal democracy has
look
failed.
at all the fucking times that we have installed someone. Fucking Pinochet, for instance. Like, we install these people and they become fucking despots. The Shah of Iran. Do you know why the Ayatollah is here? Because we fucking backed the Shah and helped overthrow the Iranian government.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. It was only a matter of time before this argument came up.
Everything that did happen 30 years earlier.
It was their gas to fucking
Your own
nationalize.
country's becoming more
Yeah,
authoritarian if you haven't noticed.
you're approaching it from a position of neutrality. I don't. We've already been over this.
Yeah, okay, well, look at what
your
fucking happened.
country-
So everything that people want to bitch about from 1979 through now with Iran is the result of what we fucking did.
Okay,
Becoming.
and it's
The
better
question becomes-
than having
Well,
Iran
yeah,
and
noticed.
the Soviet Union throughout the Cold War.
Iran already
It's a
gives cheap
better
gas to
thing.
China now.
The question becomes, hold on.
Yeah, no shit. And China's a massive
Hold
fucking
on.
Yeah, I
problem
met
right
him
now,
when we
specifically because of that
lived in
reason,
Moscow.
Which is why Pathfinder and I are both okay with democratic regime change within Iran, because if you gut Iran, then you basically gut the energy support for one of the most dystopian, authoritarian piece of shit governments on the fucking planet.
Okay.
What?
Okay. A moment. Dial it back because I have a couple questions. Okay.
I'm always angry, though. This isn't
we love the energy, or at least I love the energy, and my donos and stuff love the energy. Appreciate
Did
that.
you meet Monica? No.
Thank you for the 20 gifts.
I did meet Hillary
Memberships.
and
From
Al.
And thank you for the $10 from Audacity to say Connor using Lord of War instead of Charlie Wilson. I'm pulling Connor's historian card. Do it.
I thought he was going with Charlie Wilson too.
But I guess the question that I have, right, isn't that, is America always successful in its efforts to stop and to spread its interest? Is America always acting within, obviously, I think we can all agree, America isn't some kind of benevolent actor. It has its own interests. It acts within those interests. Sometimes
And
those
sometimes it
interests
does evil
can be
shit.
Evil.
Huh? Why are we freezing?
We all agree?
Okay.
Anyone disagree?
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
Yes.
Sometimes it does evil
Most
fucking
of the
shit.
But when we,
Sometimes
but when we look
those
at
interests
when we
are
look at the overall
Most.
right trajectory of the world since the end of World War
Before you
II.
finish, I'm going to say no, but go ahead.
Okay. No. So you say no. You don't agree?
No, look at, all right, so Vietnam, we go ahead and get involved in that conflict because of our involvement in Vietnam and what
Wait,
we
I didn't
did.
hear the question. Is he saying America is a net positive or
He's
net
saying that
negative?
overall it's a net
Question?
positive. He's saying it's a net positive.
Yeah, I'm saying it's absolutely net positive.
And I'm going to say it's
Yeah,
net
like,
negative. So
it's-
the Khmer Rouge
it's
doesn't take over in
obvious.
Cambodia if it wasn't for our actions in Vietnam. We tried to prevent domino theory from happening, but Laos ended up falling because of, again, we
What about
helped
South Korea?
further inflame the shit. Yes, this absolutely fucking
we
happened.
we have to take moral
Then, hold on,
responsibility for
wait,
the
hold on,
Cambodian
wait.
Khmer wiping
Hey,
out
you
a
got
quarter of their
pissy earlier about
population.
me not listening,
This
Connor.
fucking
No,
asshole
you gotta listen. You gotta listen. And then because of what happened after the fall of South Vietnam, there was the Asian shift that happened, and that Asian shift directly led to the China that we have to deal with today, right?
Oh,
So,
bullshit.
yes,
Mao was always
absolutely.
fucking on the warpath.
It doesn't
Get
matter
the
that he was
fuck
on the
out of here
warpath.
with
It talks.
Not
It's
all
about
of our
the economic
enemies.
power that he
No, no, no,
gained.
no,
It's about the
like,
countries that
no,
aligned with him.
fundamentally, I'm not done. You have a
I wasn't done.
fundamentally
I wasn't
you have
done.
a fundamentally
I
naive
wasn't
perspective on
done.
geopolitics, which is if the United States extricates itself from world events, all of our enemies become
I didn't say
benevolent.
that. I am
Bullshit.
pointing to explicit actions where we
You
were
just
involved
said
in the
Cambodian
impacts.
Khmer was America's fault.
the fact that the Khmer Rouge took over as successfully as they did was America's fault.
You think
Yes.
Mao was just going to sit back and let
Holy
Southeast Asia
shit,
not
dude.
go communist?
This guy is
You
lost.
think that they weren't going to become communist and they weren't going to get into power and they weren't going to do what they were going to do?
You know what? There's a whole lot of
Gotta
other
tell the
shit that fucking
story.
happened.
I mean, we were living in Moscow at the embassy there, and the whole cabinet basically came on a visit to the embassy. My dad got to sit in Billy Boy's chair on Air Force One, and I got to meet him and Al and the whole crew. Madeline. It was pretty fucking cool. Pretty fucking cool.
Point is that we had an impact on it. Again, the same way I said earlier that
I'll
Iran
have to find a picture. There's a picture of it somewhere.
was instrumental in
So
fucking.
don't put that blood on our fucking till.
He's saying
It
that we
is
attempted to stop, we killed a bunch of people and still failed.
Well, no,
So
I'm
we
saying-
should have gone harder.
Try to do
Yes,
things.
we should have
I'm saying a
American
few different
harder.
things. I'm
and we
saying
would've
no. I'm
stopped
saying
it.
that America. I'm sorry, harder. There are
We were too
hundreds
busy
of
dealing
thousands
with
of
leftist
tons.
movements at home.
There are hundreds of thousands of tons of bombs that are still blowing people up today that are sitting in the fucking ground in Cambodia. I'm sorry, we tried really fucking hard.
To what, Lycan? Compared to what?
They were not massacring the people as much
They
as we
probably
were.
would have just had a peaceful, mosely peaceful transition of power if it weren't for us.
Okay, so hold on.
The Khmer Rouge would have mostly peaceful transfer of power.
You need to shut up. You need to
No,
listen
no,
for a
in
minute.
Vietnam.
Okay, no,
The
you
Khmer
need to shut
Rouge was
up, you need
propped
to
up by the
listen for a minute.
CIA.
You need to shut up and you need to listen for a minute. So what you're telling me, this is the narrative that you're telling me, okay, is when the Soviet Union came to power, they killed millions, if not tens of millions of people. Maoist China, when he came to power, killed tens of millions of people. But when Vietnam, communist
true, Mr.
Vietnam,
Moon.
came to power uncontested, they would not have killed millions of people. And the Cambodian Khmer would have handed
Your
out
view of
fucking
history
hugs
is so
and
fucking
milkshakes.
distorted and divorced from reality. It's
No,
insane.
it's not.
Like,
That's
the
how
Soviet
Ralph-
Union
Okay,
formed.
no, stop. Okay,
It
so
really
I'm gonna
is.
I'm going to answer it.
Okay.
Our bombing
Wasn't that the
campaign.
communists just went around
Our
massacring
bombing
people?
campaign was a giant
is
fucking
fucking
promotion for the
crazy.
Khmer Rouge. It increased recruitment to the Khmer Rouge. It increased alignment of the people to the Khmer Rouge.
Oh my god, the recruitment argument is so lame, dude. So fucking lame.
Oh fuck! In that
This
it's
is
on
like-
our,
this is
it's our
fucking
moral
10th grade
responsibility
global
that
history,
the
dude.
Cambodian
Yes, it was an illegal
Khmer
bombing campaign. We shouldn't have been doing it.
Operations in order to propagandize the masses, and then they delete 25% of their population, and you're saying that's America's fault? That's
Yes,
the
we
Cambodian
helped them
Khmer's
take over. We helped them take over.
No, no, no,
Yes,
no, no.
We
so wait,
supported
I'm
the
sorry.
Khmer Rouge.
So,
That's absolutely
so
true.
wait, so the crimes of Pinochet and every other fucking dictator we
Hold on,
followed.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Bop, 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 bop. Noah tried to speak, and he's been a very good boy today.
See, I just said this stream is making me more supportive of global thermonuclear war. It's the only answer.
You know what? I
Nice.
think so. Like, here's my point, and we are kind of running towards the end, and you guys can stay if you want for after panel, right? You're more than welcome, but you don't have to. I'm not Hamas. I won't hold you hostage, right? But my point is that without America's intervention on the world stage, look at Serbia, right? Look at South Korea. Look at Iraq. And yeah, I'll say it. Iraq is better today than it was under Saddam Hussein. That's
Yeah, okay,
us.
so what happened
That's
with
what we
Iraq? I
did.
think you're
That's-
there's a big
we
gray.
have
When you say
people-
they're better
oh,
now,
let me
there's a big
finish my
gray
point.
area.
Let me finish my point, and then you can respond, I promise. Okay? I understand that not everything we do is successful, not everything we do is good. But again, I think without the United States intervention on the world stage, that we would be living in dark times. And you know what? You don't have to believe me. You can just wait, because we are losing influence across the world stage. We are losing power. We are losing the will to exercise what power we have. And we are going to be losing, unfortunately, influence to Russia and China in those regions. We're going to live in a multipolar world. And I'm going to, again, I will ask you to clip this, and in 10 years, if we still have internet and the ability to, live free, I want you to check it and see, is the world 10 years from now with less American influence better or worse than it is today? And my claim, and my prophecy, if you will, will be far, far worse. You are not going to like the end of a liberal world order. Okay, now you can respond, and then we're going to get to closings. Go ahead.
In the 80s, we did something pretty noble in trying to help the people of Afghanistan. And while it was for our own motivations, which was to undermine communist influence within the region, at the end of the day, we were supporting a country that had been violently taken over by the communists, and as far as I'm concerned, did deserve liberty. And we did some pretty fucking cool shit. By the way, if you haven't seen Charlie Wilson's War, it's a great fucking thing to watch. But then after you're done with that, go ahead and read Ghost Wars and about our secret wars in Afghanistan, and then follow up with Directorate S, which covers the periods after 2001, 9/11. What happened is that after we did our cool good shit, we were done. We were exhausted with the Cold War. We had done our stuff, and we fucking left. And despite people like Charlie Wilson and the CIA and everyone else saying, hey, by the way, all those fucking Wahhabists from Saudi Arabia that they let in, these are becoming a problem. And no one fucking did anything. When we said, hey, we need to give some support to these people so the crazies don't fucking take over, that became a problem. And then you get the fucking Taliban, and then you get Al-Qaeda. We fucked that up. And then we go into Afghanistan part 2, and then we screw it up again. We know Pakistan is fucking us over, but we're kind of hands tied in the region and whatnot. We mismanaged that situation. We didn't have a clear, concise plan. We allowed Karzai to do stupid fucking shit, like not recognizing that tribal influence is actually pretty fucking significant to Afghan culture, and that's the way it needs to be implemented. So we fucked up again and again. And now, guess what? We have the Taliban back in power. We go into Iraq. You say Iraq is better now? Sure. If Iraqis are happier now, that is fucking...
Bro, how is he going to talk about the Taliban coming into power and not even mention like the negotiations that led to that? He didn't even mention. I'm so surprised, because I feel like this guy would be like the first dude to be like, yo, Trump fucked this whole thing up. But no, he's so busy getting mad at Westernism that he's not even looking at the granular minutia of how this happened.
Great. What you do have to acknowledge, though, are all the people that fucking died in the process, all the terrorists we created in the process, the fact that ISIS then became a fucking problem. Who killed what? It doesn't matter that we killed them. The point is that it happened and they're still in existence. No, they're still in existence.
If 80 to 90% of the fucking people are jihadist militias wiping out fucking other jihadist militias, then don't put that fucking blood on our ledger.
It is on our ledger.
Making their own
we should not have invaded. We created ISIS. You have to recognize this. We have we shouldn't have. He was a stabilizing force. It is widely recognized. Hey, guess what? Should the Taliban have been part of the 2001 government reconstruction in Afghanistan?
2001 government rebuild?
When we had the Bonn conference after the invasion of Afghanistan, should the Taliban have been involved in it?
No, probably not.
Exactly. The people that have your mindset. Exactly.
No, because you're not talking to a historical ignoramus. You're not talking to some fucking 50 IQ.
And why are you fucking going against everyone who was involved and said we fucked up by not having them involved? We fucked up by not having them involved. The people who held the Bonn conference said we fucked up by not having them involved. I'm not blowing smoke. I know way too much about this shit for you to fucking say that. We should have had them involved. We could not properly reconstruct the government. We created an outsized fucking.
Stay for the after panel, but we do got to get to the closing. Stay for the after panel. I'll let you guys go.
I need dinner.
Sorry.
Fair enough, but maybe we'll figure something out, right? Because obviously you got.
We can always fight about this later, Con.
Is he still making Destiny's meals, or is that ship sailed?
We got other things.
Sounds good. I suddenly got really sleepy. I'm sorry.
I want to give it to Noah. Like, we're going to close out. So first of all, thank you all for coming to the show. Right? If you've enjoyed this show, for whatever reason, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I know some of you love the blood sports. Okay, I know some of you do. And hit the follow button if you're on Kick or you're on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Really help me out. If you want to donate to the show, you absolutely can. I promise all of the money will go directly to me to fund various hobbies and activities that I enjoy, and it will be great. So yeah, consider gifting subs, gifting bits, super chatting, all those things very much help the show. But I want you to listen as these lovely individuals give closing statement and tell you where they can be found. I have links to all their stuff in my YouTube description, which you can click on. They have taken time out of their days to be here with us, to give us content, to reward them with follows or whatever. We're gonna give it to Noah first, and then we're gonna let
Iran.
Noah, closing thoughts.
Well, I'm still not sure what to do about all this.
Does anybody know, is Lycan still cooking for Tiny, or no?
Probably chicken out and not bomb Iran. So
did he run off as well?
Not bomb Iran is going to get their wish, and maybe Israel will take out their nuclear program or the regime anyway. But yeah, no, I didn't see like super compelling arguments on either side. I'm sure there's one right answer here, but I don't know what it is. So if you like a guy who's not scared to admit when he doesn't have a strong opinion about things, you should go to my blog, which is called No Opinion, for exactly this reason. NOAHPINION. And in some of the posts, I actually even do express an opinion, but not always. So, good luck to our wise policymakers. We're going to definitely iron this one out. And, just like they've made the right choice on all the other disasters of the past decades. All right, anyway.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I hope you had fun. Thanks for being here. Check him out, gang. He's a good guy. Lycan.
Yes, first of all, Wick, thank you for holding this panel. It was very exciting. I haven't been in the game in a while. Good to be here. In the 50s, we overthrew the government because they wanted to privatize their own oil. The whole Iraqi myth that we're just there for oil. Well, we did that for Iran, and that got the people the Ayatollah because the Shah was a fucking shithead. It was brutal to his people and pretty fucking shitty, but hey, you know what? He had American interests at heart. Iran has shown a history of being able to come to the table diplomatically. They have made significant concessions in the past, and we have hand-waved them. Iran has no reason to trust the United States, and it is incumbent upon us to put a deal in front of them that is both reasonable to our interests, but also reasonable to theirs. It is my belief that we don't get to hand-wave 70 years of fucked up foreign policy towards Iran by dropping a fucking bomb down their throats. So at the end of the day, when you have people that are saying it's a nuclear issue, but then immediately that same day that the bombings are happening, that we must support Israel at all costs in everything they do, when it comes to this, and saying that the people are crying for regime change, no, they are not. The people of Iran are far less like their government than the news headlines would have you believe. So do yourself a fucking favor.
Yes.
Don't.
But you just literally explained the problem. The people aren't controlling it. It's the government. You fucking idiot. This is like one of the huge points of what we're trying to do with Iran is we're trying to get the people to fucking do something about it.
Read the headlines and stop there. Read the articles, read the news, go read a fucking book on the history of Iran. The government is not what you think it is, even as shitty as it fucking is. They can actually work with the United States at the end of the day. I don't plan to support any action that is going to get us back to OIF2, Electric Boogaloo, with just a new flag over the country as we start to install our own government. So at the end of the day, I'm all for intervention when it's justified. This is not justified, and we were being pulled into a war that we shouldn't be going to.
Okay, thank you, my brother. You can check him out.
They're like in closing statements, buddy. You came in. I'm not even lying. Minutes from
Best
when
time
I'm finishing.
possible.
No,
Yeah.
I've got a little bit of a headache. I'm not trying to hang out for too long, to be honest with you.
All right, well, just sum it up. Sum it up. What happened then tonight? Stream. How can we make America a better place?
Iran and Israel the whole time, basically.
All right, dude. Team Iran or Israel?
Israel.
Okay. What are your pros and cons?
I mean, we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. It's that simple.
So, dude, pro-Trump is what you sound like.
I'm pretty sure the non-far lefty Democrats agree with this for the most part as well.
But we can't let Iran have nukes?
Yeah.
So you're saying lefty Democrats believe Iran should have nukes?
Lefty Democrats don't necessarily believe Iran should have nukes, but they believe that we shouldn't get involved with shit. Yeah, that's right. 80% of Americans, I think, agree. Right, Neighboruni?
Well, yeah. I mean, dude, the fact that there's even 20% of Americans that don't understand that we can't let Iran have nukes is almost frightening, dude. It's almost alarming. I mean,
most across the
depends.
political spectrum don't want American intervention, but they're fine with Israeli
that's true.
intervention. Yeah, but that's retarded.
Dude, that's solid. Israel fucking handled the dirty work.
No, it's fucking soy, bro. No. It's fucking soy. And I'll tell you why. Israel doesn't have the ability to use the bombs to get one particular site. So if anything, we're going to need to help them with at least one thing.
I feel like they're doing a good job, though. Is Israel not doing
Yeah,
a good
but they need
job?
a bunker buster for something that they don't have. And the only plane that can carry it is the B-2.
Did they not get the B-2? I saw some planes arrive to Israel recently.
They do not have a B-2. We are the only ones with the pleasure of having that beautiful bird.
Fire, dude. America's so good at military.
God, America's awesome.
America's so good at military, dude.
I love
Bro, you ready
America,
for 4th of July, bro? I know, me too. I'm fucking...
Dude. What are you doing? What are you doing?
We got invited to streamer, man. At least Chelsea did. I didn't get invited to shit. But you know.
You go into a streamer thing and you didn't invite your streamer buddy?
I'm down to invite you, dude.
No, I'm giving you a hard time. I mean, if you want to, I'm not gonna say no. But like, don't feel like.
What are you doing for 4th of July?
I don't have any plans right now.
I technically don't have a whole lot of plans. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet.
Okay.
I really wanted to go to a Dodgers game against the Astros, but she got invited to a party, so we're gonna do the party. But that's later in the night. I like doing like a barbecue, fucking beach sesh, kind of smoke sesh. Should meet up, dude. We should do something.
Yeah, I'd be down.
Should meet up at Eric
Stupid
too.
Kick won't let me post the YouGov poll. No, I've seen it, Neighboruni. I know that most Americans don't agree with American intervention, but I think most Americans don't understand why we need American intervention. If you ask me.
Yeah, dude, that makes perfect sense. You know what's so funny? I could understand that from both Democrat and Republican side. Most of them wouldn't want any kind of American intervention, and yet at the same time, most of them would be like, yeah, but Iran can't get that powerful.
Yeah,
you know?
we can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
We can't ever let
And Israel can do like 90% of the job, but they're going to need us for that 10%. You think U.S. military should get involved in the conflict? Dems 15, yes. 65% no. Independents 11, yes. 61% no. GOP 23%, yes. 53% no. Everybody is retarded is basically what you told me just there, Neighboruni.
You know what we need to do?
You need to elect me president.
We need to give Iran a new Jewish supreme leader. Remove the Muslim aspect.
I think that person would be assassinated in a second. It's not about being impulsive, Neighboruni. It's about what we know strategically needs to be done, and there are time limits on this.
Strategically, I would say probably kill Khomeini.
Quick and hard.
Kill Salami.
Don't you fucking facepalm me, bro. Don't you fucking facepalm me, bro. We get in, we do the job, quick, get it done, and leave. We're good.
Hey, did you see the Tim Dillon reaction of it, though? But hear me out. Did you see the Tim Dillon reaction? Because he's a comedian. But he got posted on a bunch of shit. You didn't see it. You should watch it. You should watch it because you should get the opposing view.
Which opposing view?
He does. Look up Tim Dillon Iran. Very,
we're
very
in the middle of
fucking...
watching something, buddy. But
you
like
should
just give me
Iran,
the just give me like the cliff notes real quick.
Simple. I'll just repeat what he says. He goes, "Is it Iran why we have problems affording houses here? Is it Iran why you can't get your, gas prices down? Is it Iran who's made food prices so ridiculously high? Is solving Iran having these missiles and all of our attention going to that, is that why, like, if you were to ask a person who lives in a trailer right now, like, what are your biggest concerns in America at this moment? Do you think Iran comes up in their mind? It's a funny fucking bit, dude.
Yeah.
But-
Can I give you my response to that though? And I sort of made a similar point earlier.
Go ahead.
Let's say it's Germany. Let's say it's 1945. Is it Germany that's making it difficult for you to afford your place? Is it Germany? You get where I'm going with this?
But
that doesn't have anything to do with whether we respond to.
I know what you're saying. Until it's a problem. Until it's a problem. You're like, it's not a problem. It's not a problem until it's a problem. Then it's a
and we're
massive
just
problem.
gonna nip it in the bud.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So that's
You know,
fun, and
but-
it sounds, and it's like a good bit, and it sounds convincing, right? But like, you got to deal with issues if you got to deal with issues. And right now,
I agree with you. I love listening
Fordo
to
site.
I love
That's the
listening
only
to
one. That one is we can only hit that one. We're the only ones with the capability,
Like-
and so we got to do it.
I love listening to a good comedic counterpoint, though. You know what I mean?
I know.
Something that makes me laugh.
Yeah. I hear you. And it's
Yeah,
not like
you're
there's
like,
no
no.
like rationale to thinking that way, but like,
No, there's
we're
plenty of
America.
rationale.
We're America. We have a shit fucking ton of money. We could do both of those things. It's just we decide not to do one of those things, which is kind of stupid. And we're deciding not to do another one of the things that we should be doing right now. But Trump. Hopefully he grows a pair of balls. It's not the only viable option. It's part of the whole strategy. What do you mean is the only viable option? It's part of the entire strategy. We have to take out their entire capability. And that's the puzzle piece that they need us for. Actually, in a sense, that is a binary, right? They can either take out Fordo with our help, or they can't take out Fordo, and part of their nuclear program remains. It's pretty simple. The way I see it. That is harder. That is harder to do, Neighbor Rooney. I agree with you. I want to see a regime change. Don't get me wrong. I would love to see the Ayatollah go from, one place to several places at once. But
bring back the Shah.
That is
That's what they need to do.
That's an entirely different set of circumstances, an entirely different
that guy
plan.
later.
That there's a definite change in what's going to happen and how we approach it, and it's
Bring
going to
back
take a
the
lot
Shah.
of work on our part because they're not going to leave willingly. They're just not going to want to do it.
Dude,
So
could
you'd
you
have
believe
to
that
you'd have to foment a rebellion from within Iran, and that's easier said than done. And we could do that too. Listen, we're America, bro. We can have our cake, and we can eat it too. Okay,
and we could eat your cake.
Because this
Don't
is
forget that.
America.
Okay, dude, we eat all the cake.
Let's
dude.
go.
We'll eat everyone's cake and then leave a
We'll
sliver.
eat the yellow cake. All right, we're gonna finish this. We're gonna finish this panel, this debate. But the Ayatollah and Iraq SEAL Team 6 style have the opposition ready to fill the vacuum. Bro, if we send in SEAL Team 6 to get the Ayatollah, they're all gonna fucking die. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, everyone's
It's
dead.
not like
Everyone's
Osama bin Laden, where he's like a decrepit
Jordan,
man hiding in a fucking place in the middle of Pakistan. He's the fucking Ayatollah, dude. You can't just, Jason Bourne, James Bond your fucking way in there.
Yeah, this is Iran. This shit, they ain't in caves like that.
Yeah. What's up, Daniel?
Dude, there's this one fucking screenshot. I always love it, dude. And it's like Republicans share it all the time. It's like the
And that was
texting
in
girl going,
1953, Neighbor Rooney. It's not the same now. And 1953 happened with the people rising up. You can't do this without knowing the people are going to rise up. You can't take that chance. Fuck these fucking bugs, dude. Jesus Christ.
You got bugs?
No, it's the game I'm playing.
Get raid.
Yeah, I need to get.
Oh, hey,
these
quick question. Would you ever want to play? Would you ever want to play Ark Survival?
They could, Neighborrooney, but I don't see us putting in the work to make it happen right now, as far as I see, because I'm not seeing the Iranian people rising up the way that they need to be at this point. Not yet. I'm just not seeing that.
Ark Survival?
No, but I know of it.
You would never play it though.
I might. I'm not opposed.
Dude, I saw this one little TikTok and the girl like screenshot herself or whatever and said like the Americans are fucking around with the border too much and now the cartel is an enemy. You ever see like that one? It's like they don't know. Don't fuck with the cartel. Dude, there's like not a government body.
Yeah, sure. Let the cartel try to fuck with the army. Why don't you believe in the U.S.?
Not a
America can't revolt.
body
Hey, fuck off, neighbor Rudy. That's not. Listen, bro. We can do it. We're just not putting in the work yet to do it. At least not as I have seen. Coups are a specialty, but we're not putting in the work. I'm not seeing the Iranian opposition rising up at this point. I'm just not seeing it. Are you seeing it? Because I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it happen. If we do that now, it ain't going to happen. We have to do that shit first. I'm just not seeing it. You got to put in the work. You put in the work. Wow, you're gonna exile me to fucking bad empanada land? How dare you? Wait a minute.
How dare you?
How dare you?
I love it. Yo, how do you feel about her getting picked up by the Israeli IDF?
It's fucking based.
I mean, did you see the smile on her face when they gave her a sandwich?
Yeah, she was, dude, that must have been the best sandwich she ever had.
I was just like, thank you.
Was so
it's
happy.
been so long.
Did you
since I've
see
been
the
fucking...
Did you see the Gaza protesters who went to Egypt?
Egypt, yeah, hilarious.
Oh my god.
I need more of that, bro. I need more people.
I need more wholesome content like that. That truly is wholesome content. Find someone who looks at you the way Greta looks at this sandwich. Nice. But for real, though, their military has been crippled. I agree, but, like, we can't just assume they're gonna rise up without any indications as of yet that they're going to rise up. Like, we're not seeing that at the moment. You get what I'm saying? Neighboroony, you feel me? You feel me, bruh? You feel me, fam? Bro, these guys are pissing me off. Feel you. He doesn't even know you.
That was weird.
All right, we're gonna finish this panel. It's almost at the end. They're doing like closing statements right now.
Counterpoints.
Yes. So I think that what frustrated me towards the end of the conversation, but obviously Lycan and I will carry this on at another time, is the fact that I think that if you look at our sins, and some of them are grievous. I could highlight some of them, for instance, in the 80s, when we provided weapons of mass destruction to Iraq in order to bomb the Iranians with VX and nerve gas and botulism, that we actually sold them, which was part of our casus
That's how
belli.
we knew that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. Because we sent them to them.
invasion of the 2000s. I don't think that if I was a CIA case officer, I would be able to go to sleep at night if I knew that I was VX gassing 12-year-old impressed child soldiers on the Iran-Iraq border. I don't think that I would be able to sleep with myself. That being said, I do think that power abhors a vacuum, and there are ideologies that are competing for the souls of the world. These are largely liberal democracy mixed with mixed economy capitalism. This is socialism and communism as another competitor, and then this is Islamism and fascism. So there's really like 4, maybe 5 ideologies that are competing for the souls of the world. I will pick mixed economy capitalism and liberalism, every single time because I think it ultimately is the one. And I will put all of our sins against the sins of our rivals and competitors every single fucking day of the week, and I will argue about it in the most detailed and repulsive of historical terms, especially against communists. So, if you liked anything that I had to say, if you like Warhammer, type in Counterpoints 40K. That's my Warhammer breakdown channel. It's moderately successful. If you like my political takes, type in Counterpoints Politics. You'll find a burgeoning YouTube channel with around 6K subs that I am live on Tuesdays, 5 hours a week, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And then Monday through Friday, I'm live on something called the Valor Media Network. VALOR, Media Common Spelling, Network Common Spelling. Thank you.
No, thank you for being here. Check him out, gang. I have links to his Counterpoints Politics channel, at least in my YouTube description. And if you want any of the other stuff, and I recommend the 40K stuff, honestly. He does a great job. You can check that out. Speaking of dirty communists, non-smoker.
Twitch.tv/non_smoker. For everybody in the audience who doesn't know my content, please come check me out. I also host a radio show every 2 weeks out of WUSB Stony Brook, which I'm sure Noah is sort of familiar with if he's even listening. We are out here in Stony Brook, Long Island, out east, doing a show every 2 weeks, 7 to 10 p.m. On all the stuff that I like to talk about, including this. To summarize my points, I don't think, for anyone in the audience who's not sure, I don't think anybody here made a good point or a good case for intervention. I think that it's pretty clear that it's not popular among Americans to go to wars. You're
an absolute fucking commie,
neoconservatism.
You are 100% in step with everything the West does is bad. Like, I'm not surprised you didn't think anybody made a good case here.
Out of favor after George W. Bush left office. That's kind of what got Obama elected, and I would argue what got Trump elected. But it seems to be rearing its ugly head once again, and there's probably a whole host of reasons for that. I think one of them is the growing amount of influence that weapons manufacturers, tech companies have over the government. I think that the neocon think tanks are still very active. Many of those people are still in politics, in and out of different administrations, etc. I do know that the American people do not like war, and yet the government continues to push for war. That, to me, is all the evidence I need to show you that your government doesn't fucking work for you. So you don't have to be a communist to acknowledge that. However, you might consider becoming a communist if you want to talk.
Oh, he actually fucking straight up is a communist. Wow. No, I mean, I'm not surprised, obviously.
About doing something about it.
Okay, thank you for being here. Always appreciate your perspective. And yeah, go check him out. And
Who is?
Certainly not least.
This fucking retard on there. And he's a bald man, too. He gives us a bad name. This guy on this fucking panel. I don't know who he is.
Thank you. Yeah, well, thank you for having me on. I do wish that I was able to just elucidate my specific points a little bit better and in better detail. But ultimately, I do agree with pretty much everything that Counterpoints has said. I think a lot of what he said in his closing statement reflects exactly my position. I think that the planet is unquestionably interlocked in a global struggle.
Why are you face palming? He's a retard communist, Neighborhoody. And he gives bald men a bad name. Daniel's not bald, no.
Over the forces of several ideologies, and I think that any day of the fucking week, I will always choose, as he says, a mixed market liberal democracy over any of the other options. As Counterpoints also said, I think that we can put the many crimes of the United States up against the even the more numerous crimes of these other ideologies that are struggling for life on the world stage right now. And I think that as the unipolar world starts to crack because of perspectives that are offered by people like Non-Smoker and to a lesser extent Lycan, I think that we're going to be seeing a lot more violence, and I think that ultimately we're going to have to make a lot more morally difficult and tough decisions in order to maintain our ideological supremacy, which I do believe is absolutely worth it. I am a small channel. I am growing. My channel is Pathfinder415. If you like politics stuff, please, especially abundance-oriented stuff, that's what I talk a lot about, please give my channel a look and follow me on Twitter, or X, I guess, at PathfinderJ.
Do it. He was a great addition to the panel. I always like to try new people, small people, and so thank you for being here. I'm going to move all these people out, but the show's not over. I'm going to talk and have some things to say, but I'm going to let them go. So I will talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.
Bye, folks.
See you.
Here's social love. Bye for now.
Boom. All gone. What do we think, gang? What do we think? Oh!
I kind of
want it in. Look, I need to stop doing these panels that I moderate where I really want to say shit. But there comes a point, right, where people are saying stupid shit, okay? And they are obviously wrong.
Say it, Wick.
And they are saying things that I know are not true. And I'm looking at reports showing they are not true.
Say it, Wick.
Jump in. Because no, you're just wrong. There's a fact claim that you're making. I know that you were wrong, and here's the evidence that you were wrong. remember, they said at the beginning that there was no evidence that they're trying to weaponize a nuclear program. We have evidence they're trying to weaponize a nuclear program. Thank God they pointed it out and I didn't have to. But this is a report from June of this year, okay? From the IAEA, okay? So not Tulsi Gabbard, not Donald Trump.
Lycan was so sneaky with that point, too. It was fucking dumb.
That checks these things out. We have evidence. You may think, that's still not reason to bomb. That's fair. That's a difference of opinion. Like, there are some people who would argue that Iran having a nuclear weapon would help stabilize the region. I think they're wrong, but it's something we could talk about. But it's hard to talk about.
Yeah, like we can have that conversation, but holy shit, are you way off if you're thinking Iran, which has done everything within its power to destabilize the region for like the entirety of this regime's existence, is somehow going to be like, oh, now we're going to stabilize everything now that Iran has a nuclear weapon. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? If anything, it's going to embolden them to destabilize the region even more. Lycan was saying that Iran has no intent to build a nuclear weapon, even though they have 60% enriched uranium, which would only be used for that.
Of it. Well, we can't get past go. We can't get past go. Iran is not a stabilizing force in the region. Let's remember. Do you guys remember what it was last year, maybe the year before? They had the student protests in Iran where they were trying to, where one of their morality police beat a woman to death because she wore her head covering wrong. And there were thousands, about 10, 12,000 student protesters that rose up, right? That wanted to like, okay, we need change. They were disappeared. Many of them were executed. This idea that the people of Iran love their government and don't want to change doesn't seem to be borne out with some of the things I see. Now, I acknowledge that I am not in that region, right? And censorship from the Iranian government makes it hard to really know the will of the people. But I've talked to a lot of people from Iran, right, who are Iranian nationals who are either on the run, right, or they have Iranian heritage, they have family in Iran. Ayatollahs are monstrous. They're bad dudes. Does that mean that just because they're bad guys, we always automatically have to overthrow them? No. And again, I don't know if regime change is the answer here. I would be against regime change, simply because I don't know if it'll be effective, right? But I absolutely think we could put some more heads on foreheads on nuclear sites, okay, that they have, and this idea that they aren't trying to get a nuclear. Let me just put it this way.
I'm not saying it's that hard to achieve, Neighboruni. I want there to be, and I know the Iranian people want there to be. But before we take that step to initiate that regime change, we need to see that the people are ready to make it happen. That's all I'm saying. Because if we do it, and they're all like, no, I don't know if the time is right now, we're real scared, well, then we're falling flat on our face and we missed our chance. I'm not seeing the Iranian people ready to do it yet. I'm seeing they're starting to think about it, but like I don't think they're ready to do it quite yet. We need to do a little bit more. Bombing Fordo would be a big thing. Bombing like Iranian army positions and taking out their soldiers and army and shit like that would be a big thing.
A nuclear capable Iran is going to be a threat to so many actors in the region. Remember, Iran sells drones and gave basically Russia the technology to mass manufacture drones, which are using to strike Ukraine. Okay, that was Iran that did that, right? Iran also sells, again, weapons, training, etc., to Hezbollah, to the Houthis, etc. Could you guys imagine the Houthis with a nuke? Because that's what you have to imagine with the nuclear capable of Iran. It's a very real possibility. Do I think that Iran itself would use a nuclear weapon? No, I don't. But they would sell that shit to the Houthis, who would. They would sell that shit to Hamas, who might, or give that shit, right? They'd sell that shit to Hezbollah, who might.
Non-military means how? You're going to need to weaken the regime somehow. Because the IRGC are fiercely loyal. And the IRGC youth are even more fiercely loyal and more crazy.
They're proxies. They would give it, get a level of plausible deniability going, and that's it. It's a problem. It's a problem, gang. And while, yes, Iran is a problem to deal with now, there would just simply be a much harder problem to deal with nuclear weapons. So, yes.
I'm talking about Iran. I'm not talking about any of those other situations. I'm talking specifically the issue in Iran. And you have to contend with the fact that the IRGC is fiercely loyal to the regime. And you're going to have to contend with that somehow. You're going to have to weaken them to the point where the people feel comfortable like rising up and fighting against that force. Otherwise, you're kind of stuck.
Not under all circumstances.
Hamburgers
But I
and
think
hot
under realistic circumstances, we can stop.
We can, but I don't see us putting in the work, is what I'm saying. That's my whole point. My point isn't that we can't do it. My point is that I'm not seeing that we're putting in the work to do it right now.
Okay. What are the rest of your thoughts? Anyone watching this? Was anyone able to avoid brain damage from this panel? Was anyone able to avoid some IQ loss? Lucky you. Lucky you, if so. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Decent background entertainment. There was a quote someone told me, and I think it was useful. Maybe this will be the tagline for my show.
Can I take care of these guys?
The tagline of my show
Nope.
should be this. WhickTV. It's entertaining, and it's frustrating. It's a good tagline. Fredder Methodist, 300 bits. I just got here, so you just got here late, so you just got a headache? Fair enough. Where was Tali today? Tali wasn't on this show. She's going to be with us next week. Oh, we got some great stuff coming up next week, gang. Okay. Next week, we got a ton of shows, actually. We're going to be having a call-in show on Monday. On Tuesday, we're going on the Sitch and Adam show. You guys remember them? Oh, Talibots is in YouTube chat. That's where she is.
Adam and Sitch?
Yeah, we're going on
Jesus.
Sitch and Adam on Tuesday. That'll be fun. We might talk about Iran there. We might talk about foreign policy there. We might talk about Israel. We might talk about domestic policy and ICE and things like that. We'll see, right? We are going on Thursday to the Raging Tomato Show, and I'm going to be debating about ICE and how I think they're basically acting as a secret police right now, and that's unacceptable. On Friday, we're going to have something a little more fun, okay? A little cultural stuff.
I mean, yeah, but you would start to see, like, the... I agree that wouldn't be done in plain view, but you would start to see, like, the opposition rising up. You'd see larger protests happening, like, against the regime and stuff like that. And I'm not seeing that right now. If anything, I'm seeing pro-regime protests happening right now.
Uli, Sad Kit Kat. We're going to have Kirby Phone, okay? We're going to have Tuna Chip, and we're going to have Irrelevant. And they are going to fight for our amusement about hookup culture. Is it good? Is it bad?
Kinda. It's hard to know.
Is it positive? Is it negative? Be fun. AKA Batozai with the $5 says, Wick, why do morons believe propaganda from enemy nations? Because it confirms their this is the reason most people will believe propaganda, is when it confirms their prejudices. Okay? When you hear news, and this is why I'm very cautious. When I hear something that confirms all my biases, I do more work to verify that that information is correct than I would otherwise, because it's suspicious to me. Like this seems to confirm all my prejudices. So now I'm worried that someone's just trying to target me and kind of give me some misinfo here. So I'm very cautious about.
Okay, I don't really care about this at this point. All right here. Let's see. Goodbye, YouTube. We're gonna close out. Bye, YouTube. We'll see you next time. Bye.